Ladies and gentlemen, this is William Cooper, and Alan Weiner has asked me to take the microphone on this probably worst day in the history of the entire world. For what we're witnessing now today is most probably the herald of at least the redefinition of freedom, and most probably its death. Can you imagine the absolute, well, I guess you can, because you're probably as shocked as the rest of the world. And I can assure you that the entire world is affected by this. There are probably at least over 5,000 people dead. At least. Minimum. It could be as high as 10 or 20,000 or even more. You see, 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center buildings, and both of them first had aircraft, large commercial type aircraft, crash into them intentionally, and then both of the towers have come down, collapsed upon themselves. The Pentagon, where tens of thousands of people work also, another commercial type aircraft has crashed into the Pentagon. Another one, and it's only a guess, was maybe trying to reach Camp David, has crashed before it reached its target. There is speculation that there may be other airplanes in the air headed toward targets elsewhere in the country. All airports, for the first time in the history of this nation, are closed. All government buildings in Washington, D.C., including the White House, have been evacuated. All government officials, members of Congress, members of the United States Senate, White House staff have gone to their underground hard sites. The military has been deployed in Washington, D.C. Several state governors have called up the National Guard. You can expect at any time a declaration of martial law nationwide. And when that happens, there could be terrible consequences. Governments, when they're attacked like this, lash out at whomever they perceive to be their political enemies. You can expect that if anyone, anywhere is foolish enough to take credit for this attack, our military forces will be deployed to wipe them off the face of this earth. Now, folks, I'm going to remind you of what happened right after the Waco incident and then the Oklahoma City bombing. The press and the government, without any reason whatsoever, attacked American patriots and members of the militia nationwide. For that reason, I must tell you that all known patriot leaders in this country, even though patriots have had nothing whatsoever to do with this, and members of the militia, need to go underground immediately. Take steps to protect yourselves from arrest, persecution, armed attack, whatever may come out of this. It is absolutely necessary that you do this. This is not some weird thing that's going on here. This is a major terrorist attack upon the entire nation, upon the entire country, folks. And so we must take steps to protect ourselves. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Bill?
Yes, you're on the air.
It's Robin. Can you hear me?
Yes,
How are you?
I'm fine. Do you know what's happening, Robin?
Oh, sure.
Well, we're on the air with a worldwide broadcast right now.
Oh, you are?
You're on the air.
Should I call you later?
Well, I'm going to be on the air maybe all day and all night. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you on the air right now?
Yes, you're on the air. I've said it 3 times.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay. I understand. Are you all right?
Yeah?
Is anything,
Yes, they're talking about lots of bomb threats here in Atlanta.
has anything happened in Atlanta?
No, they're telling people to take their kids out of school, and they've been bomb threats, and they closed the IBM building, evacuated it, and closed CNN, and that's all I know so far.
Okay, just remember that every wacko in the world is going to take this opportunity to try and cause chaos, in addition to the real threats that
Think they're going to declare martial law everywhere?
I expect that to happen at any moment.
Really?
Yes.
Should we get out of the city now?
I've been warning you for years. That's the worst place to be if there's a declaration of martial law.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'll call you later.
Okay, Robin.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care of yourself.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Bye. Folks, please don't call in unless I open the phone. Right now, we're going to go to the feed from CNN and listen to that for a few moments and just keep you up to date. But before we do that, listen very carefully, folks, to me. You've got to listen very carefully to me. You must not do anything at all that can be misinterpreted by anybody that you're a part of any of this. I don't care who you are. Take steps to protect yourselves and your loved ones, particularly if you are known patriot leaders or members of any militia. You saw what happened after the Oklahoma City bombing. No militia members, no patriots in this country were involved in any way with what happened there or with what happened in Waco, but the media and the government attacked militia members and American patriots viciously. And you can expect that that may be one of the outcomes of what has happened today. Also, would ask that all of you please say prayers for all of the people who have died or been injured or wounded in this terrible attack upon our country, and for their families. The casualties are going to run into many thousands, ladies and gentlemen. And there's going to be some terrible repercussions from this, although we don't know exactly what those repercussions are going to be based upon past experience. We can expect some kind of attack upon American patriots and militia members. And we've been expecting this for many years. This is not something that has just come right out of the blue. So make sure that you do that. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Bill, this is Doyle.
Hi, Doyle.
Hey, I just was watching where Hoover Dam and State Route 93 were closed down completely.
Okay.
Now, I just wanted to let you all know.
Okay.
It was tentative earlier, and now they've done it officially, Arizona Department of Transportation.
Okay, we can expect that all potential targets, military targets of any kind, are going to be blocked off so that nobody's going to be able to get near them, and that includes major dams like Hoover Dam and all the dams in the country are probably going to be isolated. Military installations are probably going to be closed to all civilian traffic, and you can expect probably roadblocks on the major highways.
Yes, Yeah, and they did finally verify. This is on the Arizona News. They just broke into the National that it is State Route 93 is closed officially, and all of Hoover Dam and all that.
Okay, thanks, Noel.
Alrighty.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty. Bye.
Folks, if you have reports from your area that are not appearing on the news of what's happening, call 520-333-4578. Now, here's something that you've absolutely got to pay attention to. I don't want to hear any rumors. I don't want to hear anything that's unsubstantiated. I don't want to hear anything that's passed through 2 or 3 people. If you absolutely know of something that's happening that the people in this country and the world need to know, call me and report it. Don't report rumors. Don't report anything that comes over your fax machine. Don't report anything that you hear from Alex Jones or any of his ilk. The only thing that I want to hear about are facts that you can either document or prove, or that you yourself are an eyewitness to, or that may be reported on your local media that is not reported on the national media. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a major attack not only upon the United States of America, but upon freedom. The outcome of this will redefine the word, and I suspect that freedom will no longer mean what it used to mean after this day. It will probably be redefined as freedom is whatever the law allows you to do. Rights are going to disappear, ladies and gentlemen. You see, I'm going to tell you this. When I was in the United States Air Force, this could not have happened. We had fighter planes on alert all over this country that would intercept and shoot down, if necessary, any aircraft that was flying in an airspace where it was not supposed to be, or that was flying into this country unidentified. That was taken care of through NORAD, North American Air Defense Command, out of Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. Apparently, we no longer have that fighter air protection in this country. And one of the reasons why might have been so that something like this could happen. This is another step toward world totalitarian socialist government. And the outcome, the offshoot, I can guarantee you, is going to be legislation and laws coupled with martial law, and we can expect martial law nationwide to be declared sometime today. If it doesn't happen, it will sure shock the hell out of me. And it may already be in effect for certain areas of the country without public announcement. For instance, troops, United States Army units, have been deployed in Washington, D.C.
To repeat for emphasis, John Roberts, that the President will be on videotape from Barksdale Air Force Base. Certified with their...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you for certain, due to my experience on the command staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet during my service in the United States Navy, I can tell you now with the announcement that the border between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Canada have been closed. All aircraft across the nation have been grounded. All airports have been closed. A regiment of troops of the United States Army has been deployed in Washington, D.C. All government buildings have been closed. All government officials are now officially either ensconced in their underground protected hard site headquarters and command centers, or are on the way to those sites. And because of that, I can assure you, with no hesitation whatsoever, that martial law has already been declared nationwide in secret. No public announcement has been made, but that's the only way that these things can happen and are happening, is if the President has in fact issued a declaration of martial law nationwide for reasons that I don't know. This has not been announced to the public, but anybody who would be surprised at hearing that there is a state of national martial law in place right now nationwide, Anybody that would be surprised at that, I'd have to say, isn't playing with a full deck of cards. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can tell you this absolutely for sure. There will be serious repercussions, not just here but worldwide. You can expect military action to be taken against the suspected or known source of the people who carried this out imminently, wherever that source may be. I can tell you that if it's suspected that anybody in this country had anything to do with it, there may be strikes launched against known Patriot leaders and American militia units, even though I can assure you, because I am in contact with these people all over this country, that no American Patriot or militia unit would ever, in their wildest dreams, attack the Pentagon, Camp David, or the World Trade Center towers. If the militia were to attack anyone, it would have been the United Nations building. None of these other targets would even occur to any American patriot or any militia as a target in any attempt to restore constitutional Republican government in this country. So, and I have no idea who carried this out, but I know exactly why these attacks were launched. They need excuses, ladies and gentlemen, not just here but worldwide, to continue to pass laws to strip people of their rights and of their freedoms and to disarm people in order to bring the world under the umbrella of a world totalitarian socialist government. As you can see, this indicates that if terrorists want to strike somewhere, there's not much you can do to stop it. Now, there was a lot of things that we could have done to stop these particular attacks, and years ago the mechanism was in place so that these things could not have happened. And you can be assured of that. Anybody who served in the United States Air Force with the North American Air Defense Command, either in the headquarters in Cheyenne Mountain or with the many fighter units that were stationed at air bases all across this country that had alert aircraft sitting on the runway ready to take off at a moment's notice should anybody try anything like this. It's incredible that the government knew that all of these aircraft had been hijacked. They knew this. They knew it. And they are able to monitor on radar where these aircraft are flying. Just the sheer number of aircraft that were all hijacked at the same time should have indicated to the government that something terrible was going to happen, and they should have had fighters in the air to intercept and shoot these planes down. Why they didn't is a question that's going to have to be asked, and somebody is going to have to answer those questions. Anyone who had been on the inside, who knew that so many planes had been hijacked all at the same time and didn't try to do anything about it, or didn't understand that these planes might have been hijacked in order to fly into American targets as terrorist acts, should never have been in any position in our government of any kind of official capacity whatsoever, because that should have been an obvious indication that these things were imminent. And by imminent, I mean as soon as all those planes were hijacked at once, they should have known something like this was going to happen. We'll take your phone calls, 520-333-4578 from across the country. If you have something to report that is not being reported on the major news, we need to hear about it. We don't want to hear about rumor. We don't want to hear anything that's unsubstantiated. If something's going on in your local area that is not being broadcast on the national news, we need to hear about that. There are rumors flying all over the country. Right here in this valley, the Round Valley in Arizona, Eager and Springerville, some people are in a full panic. We have reports of people calling their homes and telling their spouses to take their children out of school because the school's going to be bombed. Those reports are false. There is no indication whatsoever, if you're listening in the Round Valley, that anyone in this valley is in any danger from anyone at all. There is no threat to the schools. There is no threat to any government buildings here. In fact, there is no threat at all in this valley. So if you're listening and you're afraid that those things are going to happen here, the thing that you better fear is if troops show up to enforce martial law. There's no reason why they should come to this valley, but it's not out of the question. 520-333-4578 is the number. Once again, it is obvious. It is obvious that a declaration of martial law has been declared nationwide. All airports have been shut down. All airplanes are grounded. The borders have been closed between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Canada. And troops have been deployed in Washington, D.C. The government has gone underground. Good evening. You're on the. Well, good morning. You're on the air.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Okay, all right, you got me. Okay. I'm calling from New York. I'm in New York. I'm in Queens.
Uh-huh.
All right. I guess you give. All right. Should I give a name or give a name?
Well, you don't need to give a name. You can if you want to.
All right. I have a shortwave radio. Also, you sound very faded here. I was just going to say, I don't know what it is, but I'm tuned to BCQ, and normally at night you sound clear as a bell, and now you sound very faded.
In the daytime, shortwave reception
because of the sun?
Is much less hearable because of the propagation caused by the sun.
The sun.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay. Well, I'm tuning up and down the AM dial. All I keep hearing is the same thing. There's the same sensationalism that they do, that they've been doing. What the media typically does. Making this thing some kind of. And I'm not sure whether it's the government or not. And I'm wondering if it probably is with some of the points you're making. And also immediately when I tune the radio on, they sound like they knew that the plane was hijacked. They knew everything that was happening, either almost like as if before it happened.
Well, they knew everything that was happening for sure, and they knew instantly as soon as those planes had been hijacked. Absolutely. Whether or not, we don't know who is behind this, but I can tell you that most of the terrorist organizations in the world were created by some intelligence organization.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm getting a problem here with this radio. Okay.
Yeah, well, just leave your radio off.
No, yes. Okay.
Okay, you have anything else to report?
I didn't see it, so I can't report it because I wasn't actually there at the time.
Is there anything on the local news that has not been reported on the national news?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a television. I could get one, but I just didn't bother. They have so much crap on TV that I could buy one right now, but I just don't even bother with TV. So I usually stick to radio, to tell you the truth. I don't use television at all.
Okay.
I haven't looked at TV in about 5 years.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Thanks for the good work.
Goodbye. Folks, I can tell you that I was watching television when the towers collapsed. First, I believe it was the North Tower, or excuse me, the South Tower, and then the North Tower collapsed. I believe that's the order in which they collapsed. I could be mistaken. There were so many emergency personnel and people who had rushed to try to help the people who were trapped inside of those towers, and of course who were trying to evacuate the towers, that when they came down, I can assure you that an awful lot of emergency personnel, firemen, policemen, paramedics, were caught by those falling buildings. And so the number of people who initially began rescue attempts and emergency firefighting and maintaining order in that area have been injured or killed. There are at least minimum 50,000 people who worked in those two towers. You can reasonably expect many thousands of deaths and many more thousands of people injured maimed or wounded. This is not just an attack upon the United States. It's an attack upon freedom around the world. This is an attack upon humanity, as a matter of fact. And because of it, freedom will be redefined. You saw what happened after Waco. You saw what happened after the Oklahoma City bombing. You've seen the draconian legislation, the Anti-Terrorist Act, the unconstitutional things that are going on all over the country because of exactly what you're seeing today, and you can expect it to become a lot worse. Freedom will be redefined. Rights are going to disappear. This is not a guess. This is exactly what's going to come out of this. Good evening, you're on the air. Or I should say good morning. Hello?
Oh, sorry to call you back. Just one very important thing. Do you still have your newspaper available, your Kaji or...
No.
No?
No.
There's no newspaper to subscribe to?
No. It's on
okay, any tapes more for sale?
It's on the internet, WilliamCooper.com.
All right, what if you don't have a computer? Can you order through mail?
No. It's all on the internet.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Thanks for calling.
Okay.
520-333-4578 is the number. Please don't call unless you have something to report, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I'm not going back to the reports on C-SPAN or anything else is because these people are whipping up a hysteria. They really are. Here's what's happened so far, and this is all that has happened. 2 commercial-sized jet aircraft have crashed into each of the twin towers of the World Trade Center buildings. Both of those towers have collapsed in upon themselves. There are many, many thousands of people who are dead, wounded, or maimed. Not only who were in the building, but many of the rescue workers and firemen and police officers and just plain citizens who had rushed into that area to try to help people have been killed or wounded also because of the collapse of the buildings. You have to understand when something that large comes down, it affects a large area around it, and the destruction is probably quite extensive. And probably, won't for some time. Another airplane, a commercial-sized jetliner, has crashed into the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. The damage that jet did was so extensive that even initially the tower of flames and smoke were hundreds of yards wide and went a couple of thousand feet up into the air. So the damage and destruction at the Pentagon is extensive. There was a report, and it's been confirmed, that another jet commercial-type plane has crashed into the ground short of what appears to be, what might have been its target, Camp David. And that's an indication that this attack may have come from the Middle East because a lot of people over there were very angry at the Camp David Accords that tried to make peace between Israel and the Palestinians. The thing that's so strange about it is that it was the Israelis who had the most anger about the Camp David Accords, not the Palestinians. The Palestinians that have been shown on the major networks and cable news stations are jubilant. I can't understand how anyone could be happy about killing so many thousands and thousands of people. But the Palestinians are demonstrating a tremendous celebration and happiness over this, which does not bode well for them. I can tell you that right now. That could cause a backlash from the American people against Palestinians everywhere. And folks, please don't do that, because Palestinians who live in this country, who may have come from that area of the world, do not necessarily agree with the politics that's going on in the Middle East. So, don't strike out at innocent people, please. Just, be cool, be calm. Don't let the major media whip you up into a hysteria. Just understand that there's going to be repercussions here. If you're a known patriot leader or member of a militia, you need to go underground for your own protection simply because of what has happened in the past. The media and the government lashes out at whoever it considers to be its enemy at times like this, and we already know that they're scared to death of American patriots and militia members, even though none of these people have had anything to do with any kind of terrorist activity, and wouldn't. They're American patriots. They love this country. We do want to restore a constitutional Republican government, but what you've seen this morning is not the way to do it. Period. Absolutely is not the way to do it. No American patriot, no American militia participated in any of the events that have happened today. There are rumors flying everywhere. Don't listen to rumors. Don't fly off the deep end. Don't run out and jump off the pier. Don't listen to people like Alex Jones, whom I can tell you already is going to be one of these fly off the deep end nuts. Martial law, I can tell you right now, is in effect nationwide. Both borders between Mexico and Canada are closed. All airports are closed. All planes are grounded. Seaports are closed now. Several governors have called up the National Guard. The state of Maryland is under martial law. A regiment of United States Army troops has been deployed in Washington, D.C. And that's all we know right now. The government has closed down. All government buildings in Washington, D.C. have been evacuated. The government has been moved to its hard site underground locations. The president will not be going to the White House. I don't care what they tell you on the news. He will be going to his underground hard site command post, wherever that may be, Mount Weather or elsewhere. There are many of them there's not just one, there's many of them that he could go to. And, I hate to say this, but I predicted that all of these things were going to happen years ago, warned you what the outcome would be. And folks, this is not about the Middle East. It's not about Osama bin Laden, terrorist. It's about world totalitarian socialist government. You're going to see some draconian laws passed to try to prevent this from happening in the future. At least that's going to be the excuse. And we'll just have to wait and see what the government is going to implement and put into place. Please don't panic. Don't spread rumors. Don't tell lies. Don't participate in the insanity that's already going on. There's lots of wackos and nuts across the country calling in bomb threats and doing a number of very, very stupid things. And I can assure you there are people tracing them down. And if you're one of them, you're going to find yourself behind bars real quick. So don't do it. If you are doing it, stop it now. Just stop it. Don't spread rumors like have been going around in the Round Valley here. People have been spreading a rumor that somebody's going to blow up the school. That is not true. That is not true. And if you hear anybody saying that, tell them to shut their mouth. Just tell them to shut up and go away. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the worst days in the history of the entire world, not just the United States. Not just the United States. Terrorism has a goal. The goal is to strip freedom from the population of the world. You can bet on it. That will be the outcome. Freedom will be redefined or disappear altogether. And we have known for many years that These kinds of things have been planned, have been in the works. We didn't know the time period that they would happen. If you read my book, this is exactly the scenario that I described. I named the city, New York. Unbelievable. It's twice now they've hit the World Trade Center buildings. Somebody should have known. Somebody should have taken the precautions necessary to prevent these kinds of things from happening. We've all known, it's been discussed. People have ventured speculation that somebody could fly an airplane into the White House or into the Pentagon or into a major target somewhere here in the United States of America. So, it's not as if nobody suspected that anything like this could happen. It's one of the first things that anyone would think of. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, Bill, good afternoon. I'm calling from New Jersey, watching the local news here. Early this morning, about 10 minutes after it happened, one of the news stations received a phone call from a person inside one of the buildings, actually calling for help to help him get out of there. He reported that the whole core inside of the building was blown out, and all the elevator shafts were blown out. It was the first time he heard about it, and that was the last time. The news said, well, let's see if we can get somebody up there to help him. So that would do something, I guess, with the structural integrity of the building, whether it was, you said that the windows blew out from the inside, all the papers rushed from the inside of the building all the way out to all the windows that got blown out. So that was on Channel 7 News. I have that on videotape, so when I get a chance, I'll get a copy of that out to you.
So somebody phoned from inside the building.
Yes, he was more concerned about getting help. He's not really like reporting what's going on. He said, listen, I'm stuck. The doors are jammed. I can't get out. The whole core of the building is gone. All I know is that he was on the 86th floor, I believe.
Well, here's one of the strangest things. You see, it wasn't just those planes flying into those buildings. It couldn't be. Because those planes hit almost at the top of the building. They were in the top third or 1/4 of those towers and could not have injured the structural integrity of the building on the bottom. Also, the only place that fire was occurring was at that area and above.
That's what caused me suspicion as to why the whole building would collapse.
Something blew up on the major structural buildings down at the bottom of those buildings that brought them down, I can assure you of that.
That's why I suspected that the whole core of the building was blown out.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember
what happened to the World Trade Center buildings today, towers today, is exactly what happened in Oklahoma City. It wasn't that truck parked out on the street that brought that building down.
Right.
You can't bring down a building like that by flying a plane into the top quarter of it or blowing up a truck full of fertilizer in the street. You have to have charges placed upon the main structural building, main structural members of the building in order to bring something like that down. Remember, these are steel reinforced concrete buildings.
Correct.
This is strong. They're called hard targets in military jargon. And the only way to affect a hard target is with placed charges on the main structural members.
Correct. Well, I mean, recollect years back when that bomber hit the Empire State Building. All it did was take out a couple of floors. That didn't come down. And I think aviation fuel is a little more volatile than jet fuel. So, and that building stayed erect.
Yep.
So that's all I can say. That's all I know. That's different than what the national media has been talking about. But I thought you might want to know that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Bill.
520-333-4578. If you have something to report that is happening that is not appearing on the major network news, or something has happened that I have not reported here, please call in your report to 520-333-4578 so we can get it on the air. Make sure that you know what you're talking about. No rumors, no hysteria, none of those things. Okay, folks? Once again, to recap, both World Trade Center towers have come down after large commercial jet aircraft have crashed into the top, appeared to me the top quarter of the two buildings, not the top third, but the top quarter of both buildings. But the buildings came down, folks. I mean, collapsed upon themselves all the way to the ground. A jet plane crashing into the top quarter of those buildings can't do that. It's absolutely impossible. Somebody had to have placed charges upon the main structural members that support the buildings somewhere at the ground level in order to bring those buildings down like they fell, just like the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. That fertilizer truck parked on the street did not bring that building down. It was supported by major columns of steel reinforced concrete, which are hard targets. I know all about hard targets. I fought in a war. I went to booby trap school. The Navy taught me how to bring down hard targets, and they told me the only way that it could be done, and that's with shaped charges placed upon the main structural members. Airplanes flying into the top of those buildings did not bring those buildings down, and if you believe they did, you know, there's air between your ears, and there shouldn't be. There should be some brain material in there. If you don't believe me, talk to explosives experts, talk to demolition people who bring down buildings routinely, and they'll tell you exactly how hard it is to do it. It is very difficult to bring down a building that is built with as a hard target, as steel reinforced concrete, and those buildings were. Ladies and gentlemen, all I can tell you is this is a major attack upon the United States of America, but even more than that, it's a major attack upon freedom worldwide, and you're going to see some serious repercussions happen from all of the terrible things that have occurred this morning. It's one of the worst days in human history. Martial law exists right now. Whether they have stated it publicly or not, it is in effect right now. They have closed all airports, all seaports. They have grounded all aircraft. They have closed the border between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Canada. You can expect the government to, at any time, make a public or formal declaration of martial law, or they may decide to keep it secret for a while. They've deployed a regiment of troops in Washington, D.C. Several governors have called up the National Guard. Martial law exists in the state of Maryland. The National Guard is being deployed there. All government buildings in Washington, D.C. and in some states have been evacuated. The government of the United States of America is in its hard target command centers and underground installations. And the ones who aren't there yet are on the way to those places. The president is on his way to his hard underground command center. He will not go to the White House. And you can expect some serious things to happen, both in this country and probably abroad. I expect that the military is already preparing to strike somewhere at a nation or nations that have harbored terrorists. I don't believe that they're going to get Osama bin Laden. The CIA created Osama bin Laden, in case you weren't aware of that. And the Bush family has been doing business with the bin Laden family for many years. And I'm not making that up, that's a fact. They have intertwining investments in their business dealings. I think I talked about a little bit of it on a broadcast not too long ago. All of you who thought that George Bush was going to save this country, boy, were you mistaken. Gosh. Big mistake. Let's go see what's happening in the major venue and see if we can catch up if anything new has happened. I don't think anything new has happened, or somebody would have called. If you have something to report that I have not reported, that you know is fact, or that has been reported in your local news area that has not appeared on the national media then I want you to call 520-333-4578 and report it here. No rumor. Don't repeat what comes in over your fax machine. I don't want to hear anything that comes out of the mouth of anybody like Alex Jones or his ilk. And be very careful. Don't allow yourself to be stirred up into a state of hysteria or anything like that. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm glad I got a shortwave. I just wanted to report the fact that all the primaries in New York State have been canceled, the primaries for governor and so forth, or, elections.
Almost everything has been canceled nationwide, including sports games, literally everything.
Right, and so, it's affecting every aspect of our lives, and even our ability to get out and vote.
Yeah.
So, thanks for your truthful comments and not allowing people to get on there and just make statements that can't be proven.
Well, that's unfortunately that's happening all over the place. The major media is just absolutely going nuts. They're whipping the country up into a state of hysteria. People like Alex Jones are going to. I just hate to think of what those people are going to do.
Yeah, and I listened to the shortwave a lot, and they were attacking you Friday or Saturday night on The Right Perspective. I like that show. But they were attacking you because you said that we hadn't landed on the moon or something. I mean,
we haven't.
People.
Or let me put it this way: I've always said I don't know if we landed on the moon or not. We just didn't do it in the Apollo space program. All of the photographs and all the videotape that they've shown us is total fake. It's all fake. Anybody with any education in photography or studio lighting can prove it in 10 seconds flat, with no problems, and that's just one of the things that's wrong with all of that stuff.
Well, my point on that is the fact that what few people are that are trying to do things by just facts like what you're trying to do, if we all go around shooting each other in the foot, it just takes away the credibility of all of us.
Well, be careful. There's some people who need to be shot in the foot. There are other people out there pretending to be patriots, pretending to be disseminating the truth, that are actually working for the people who want to destroy constitutional Republican government and put the world under socialism. And, I don't know, maybe those guys in The Right Perspective are part of that.
Well, all I can say is
I can tell you that Alex Jones for sure is, and so's Lieutenant Colonel James Bobo Grits.
Well, Jones will be foaming at the mouth over this, and it'll all be a bunch of emotional tirade. But anyways, keep up the good work.
Okay. And don't, be careful who you listen to. I've already heard reports of people saying that we're going to be attacked by the communist Chinese and by the Russians because of this. This is all a diversion, and it's a lie. It is a lie. We are not going to be attacked by communist China or by Russia at all, period. Period. At least not today. So don't listen to people who are spreading those rumors. The rumors are flying like crazy everywhere. And they're all, they're lies. They're lies. What I've told you on this broadcast is what has happened. And so far, that is all that has happened. So don't go off the deep end. Don't go crazy. There are some things that we can expect reasonably because of what has happened in the past. When the Oklahoma City Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building was brought down, and all those people were killed without any reason whatsoever. They attacked American patriots and members of the militia all across this country, and for several years we were the brunt of vicious, terrible lies and attacks from all quarters. Fundamentalist religious groups were also attacked. You can expect the same thing to happen again. You can expect people in their anger and in their hurt and in their emotion to lash out at people in their communities who may be from the Middle East. These things you can expect to happen because we know that they have happened in the past. It happened when the first attack upon the World Trade Center building. It happened after the Oklahoma City bombing. Fundamentalist religious groups were attacked across this nation when the government went in and murdered all of those people in Waco, Texas, even though those people had never hurt anybody in their entire history. We're not, I mean, it was just insane. So you can expect some of those things to happen again. And you need to take steps to protect yourself if you belong to one of the groups that may be attacked because of this, either by the press or by the government. If you're a known patriot leader or member of the militia, because martial law has been declared, you may be targeted to be arrested and detained. Take steps to protect yourselves. Remember, once they get rid of American patriots and militia members, if that in fact is going to be a part of this, there will be nobody to fight for freedom in this country. So you cannot allow it to happen to you. You must protect yourselves. So please, do it now. 520-333-4578 is the number if you've got anything to call in and report that you know is happening. We don't want to hear rumor. Don't want to hear anything repeated that somebody like some fax network might have sent to you on your fax machine. I don't want to hear anything that you read that somebody sent you an email, period, at all. I only want to hear facts. And facts are either what you witness or what you can say is printed in a newspaper or announced over the air, although those are not necessarily facts. If they're reported, they have a greater chance of being true than anything else that you're going to hear. If something's being reported in your local area that has not been reported on the major news networks or cable news networks, please call me at 520-333-4578 so that we can get it on the air. If you know something personally, you're a witness that has happened in your area, we want to know about that also. Otherwise, we don't want to hear it. We don't want to add to the confusion and the hysteria and the terrible things that are already going on. So please, folks, be careful what you say and what you pass on. Make sure that you don't pass on rumors. Don't get hysterical. Don't repeat, some of the stuff that you're going to be hearing on television and on the radio that is obviously just designed to whip people up into maybe doing some very bad things. So let's go see what's going on.
United States an idea, a good enough idea about who might be responsible for this to take military action. Jamie, you've been covering the Pentagon for many years now. Did you ever think you'd be getting briefings in the military Quick Mart next door? You know, we thought at times about what would happen if there were an attack on the Pentagon, because the Pentagon would seem to be a prime target. We always anticipated, of course, that the attack would be on the other side, where the offices of the Defense Secretary and all the high-ranking brass is. Instead, it was on this side of the building. And you run through your mind various scenarios about how it might be to cover it, but I never expected the enormity of this story. This is just, it's incomprehensible. There have been, every time I stop to actually think about what's happened and the loss of life involved and
folks, you just heard confirmation of what I've been telling you. Just in case you think I'm some kind of a wacko or nut, I'm not. I've been studying this scenario for years. When I was in the Office of Naval Intelligence and Naval Security and Intelligence, when I was on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, I saw the whole plan for bringing this all about. I knew what was going to happen years ago. I warned you. I told you exactly what was going to happen. I wrote about it in my book. You just heard one of the reporters on C-SPAN echo what I've been telling you. He said there's going to be a tremendous reduction in freedom because of what has happened to this. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm not some wacko nut, folks. I've done more research than you can even think of even wanting to do on what's happening in this country and around the world and what's coming as a result of it. I know what I'm talking about. And not only do I know it, but I have documented over the years. I've given you all the documentation, told you exactly where to go. None of this is hidden. They haven't even tried to hide any of it. It's all the truth. Now they're trying to make you believe that 2 airplanes flew into the top of the World Trade Center Tower buildings, and that caused the buildings to collapse all the way to the ground. And that's not true. The only way those buildings could be brought down is if there were shaped charges placed upon the main structural buildings at ground level in order to bring those towers down to the ground. And that's exactly what happened. Also, just as they started to come down, there were huge explosions that echoed all across Manhattan. And, explosions, folks, are explosions. So, what we're going to see come out of this is exactly what you just heard that reporter say.
Certainly are not. Clearly, we need to have improved intelligence to deal with this situation. This is about the first line of defense against terrorism. It's a very difficult nut for us to crack. In this instance, for instance, the basic intelligence is done by the FBI because it's inside the United States. But on the other hand, we almost assume that the perpetrators are from overseas and therefore the CIA is involved. But getting the right leads and getting the right information is a very difficult proposition. I think we also have to enlist the support of our friends overseas, the French, the British, the Germans, and so on, so that we have a clearinghouse whereby little pieces of intelligence that come in from one place or another all get funneled into the same central point. And some piece that you think is not important, perhaps, becomes very important when you add it to 2 or 3 other pieces that you've got.
Admiral, we're talking about 4 passenger jets that are hijacked. 1 crashes in western Pennsylvania, 1 goes into the Pentagon, 2 go into the World Trade Center. Shouldn't there have been an alarm someplace? These obviously the pilots of these American and United jets didn't fly these jets into the buildings. These were trained pilots who hijacked these airliners.
No question about it. This is a very sophisticated operation, and one would hope that there would be some clues, and that our intelligence would pick them up. I will say again, though, that it's a very tough...
Now, let me tell you, folks, that's Admiral Stansfield Turner. If, when I was in the Office of Naval Intelligence, I was able to put my hands on and read Operation Majority, which was the plan to bring about world government after terrorist attacks exactly like this, strip the freedoms from the American people, then I know full well that Admiral Stansfield Turner also saw and read those documents and knew exactly what was going to happen before it did. He said it was a very sophisticated operation, and of course it is. Exactly like the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, there had to be placed shaped charges on the main reinforced concrete structural members. Do what you want, believe what you want, and you will. I know that. But don't be foolish in what you believe. Don't take my word for it. Talk to people who do it for a living, who bring down buildings for a living. Demolition experts, people in the military who are explosives experts, people like me who went to booby trap schools and were taught how to bring down hard targets by the military. And I'm telling you right now, you don't do it with a truck full of fertilizer, and you don't bring down huge buildings like the Trade Center towers by crashing planes into the upper floors. Something blew up on the main structural members at the bottoms of those buildings, both of them, that brought those buildings down, folks. Everybody in Manhattan heard the explosions. So, we have been attacked. This country has been attacked. Freedom has been attacked. Our Constitution, hasn't been in reality in existence for a while. Now I can tell you probably for sure that it's going to disappear forever. Martial law has been declared nationwide, even though it has not been announced to the American people. Martial law is, right now, at this instant, in effect. Several states are under martial law. Several governors have called up the National Guard. A regiment of United States Army troops have been deployed in Washington, D.C. The entire United States government has evacuated all government buildings and have gone underground to their hard site locations and command centers. The president is not on his way to the White House, as the media has reported, and will not go to the White House. The Secret Service is deployed all around the White House, outside of the grounds, with machine guns. This is a terrible thing. It's an attack upon the whole human race. The main target, ladies and gentlemen, is freedom. And freedom, as we have always known it, is no more, will disappear. The term will be redefined probably as freedom is whatever the law allows you to do. There will be no more rights. The law will not be restricted. They're going to pass some draconian legislation from this. You can expect that bare minimum 10,000 people are dead. Bare minimum. Betcha. Maybe a lot more than that. At least 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center towers. Not only that, but there were a lot of tourists in the World Trade Center towers at the time that this happened. You see, there thousands of tourists go up to the top of those buildings every day to an observation center, and there's some shops up there where you can look out over Manhattan and New York and into New Jersey for a long, long way. It's beautiful. I've been up there. So you can bet there were a lot of tourists in the buildings that don't work there. There are probably delivery people and visitors who don't work in the building. So you can add, between the two buildings, maybe another 10,000 people on top of the 50,000 that worked in those two buildings. And between the Pentagon and the World Trade Center towers, you can expect a minimum of 10,000 people dead and many, many more injured, wounded, or maimed. And when you add up all the people who ran to those buildings after the planes crashed into them to try to help with the evacuation and help people who might be wounded to fight the fires, who knows how many firemen and fire department people were in the building trying to get up the stairwells with hoses and things to the floors to fight the fires. Who knows how many policemen and emergency medical technicians and medical personnel went into the building to try to help the wounded and injured during their evacuation. Both of the towers came down, folks, after tremendous explosions occurred at ground level. So there you have it. I wrote about this in my book. I even named the city. I said it was going to be New York. I hate that. But you see, you have to... That's how Hitler came to power in Germany. When he didn't get enough votes, when the Nazi Party did not get enough votes to take over the German Congress, which was the Reichstag, and install Hitler as the new Reich Chancellor, they burned the Reichstag. And that gave Hitler the excuse to destroy and round up all of his political enemies and establish himself as the Reich Chancellor of Germany. And the Nazi Party then, as we all know, took over the whole country. And that's the scenario. That was the reason for the destruction of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, and that's what's truly behind what's happening today. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research, do your own investigation, watch what happens as a result of this, and you'll see that I'm right on target. I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a long-range plan that I saw many years ago. It's on our website. It's called Majesty 12. Go there and read it and see if I didn't call the shot. I called it right on the money. And I hate that. But that's how they cause public reaction to cry for the changes that they want to make that actually will enslave the people who cry for those things to be done. And you watch, Americans will be asking for more draconian laws, more security, more cameras on the street corners, and maybe even a camera in your home. Who knows? But That's what's going to come out of this. Freedom is going to be no more. Unfortunately, that's the upshot of the whole thing. 520-333-4578 is the number. And after we get a handle on this and see that maybe nothing else is going to happen at all, then we'll open the phone for comments and discussion from the listening audience. I want to again caution you folks: don't pass on rumor. Don't make up stories. Don't do stupid things like phone in bomb threats and stuff like, it's happening all over the place. Stupid people, idiots, are adding to the chaos by doing those kinds of things. Don't go around telling people that somebody's going to blow up the school or anything like that. That's not what this is about.
This is going to be one of those days people are going to be asking, where were you?
The day Kennedy was assassinated or anything else. We'll never forget this day, and unfortunately.
Let's go to Lauren Ashburn. She's at the USA Today building in Roslyn. Lauren?
Yes, hi, Buck. We are right at 1000 Wilson Boulevard in Arlington, Virginia. Over my shoulder, you can see the Pentagon, the pictures you have been showing all morning long. We do have some new information for you. You just talked about the report that some battle carrier groups were being deployed. We do know that the USS John Kennedy is being deployed, as is the USS George Washington, those battleship carrier groups out of Norfolk.
Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Bill.
Yeah.
CBS just reported a few minutes ago that Chuck Hagel, who's a senator with connections to the Bilderberg Organization, was quoted as saying, "America is changed forever."
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, that's anybody can predict that. It's true.
Right, but coming from a Bilderberger, I think it has a little extra impact.
Yep,
Thank you.
That's correct.
Bye.
And you all just heard that they have deployed 2 carrier strike forces. The Navy has deployed 2 carrier strike forces. They may just be going to sea in order to be at sea in case they get an order to strike wherever they're going to. I guarantee you they're going to strike somewhere. Guaranteed. We will be at war before another day passes. I can guarantee you, with somebody, we will be at war. We're going to strike somewhere. They have to do that. They have to have somebody to blame this on. And, probably whoever they're going to strike had absolutely something to do with it. I don't know who that is yet. And all I can tell you is we'll find out as time goes by. But they will be striking somebody somewhere. And they may be striking at groups within this country. And if you're a member of any of the groups that I discussed earlier, make sure that you take steps to protect yourselves from arrest or attack. Traditionally, governments, when things like this happen, use or seize the opportunity to blame their political enemies, and they round them up. They're called purges, pogroms. You've heard about it, you've read about it. And this is what happens. They create a situation where they can look around and single out their political enemies, round them up, arrest them, and they just disappear. Is what happens, and nobody cares. You think anybody's going to care what the government does to whoever they decide to pin this on, whether whoever they pin it on actually did it or not? Do you think anybody in this country is really going to care what happens to those people? No. Not at all. They'll be doing what they did to the Branch Davidians after they got through demonizing David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. I heard Christians, people who call themselves the followers of Jesus, I heard them say, those people deserved what they got. They were just a bunch of religious fanatics. Can you imagine that? Well, you can expect the same thing to be said about whoever the government targets to go after because of this. And I'm telling you, they may seize the moment to go after patriot leaders and militia members all over this country. If they do that, you had better make sure that you took the steps necessary to protect yourselves. And you should be doing that right now. Go underground now. Be ready to fight for freedom if you have to. Don't strike out in any other manner except in self-defense, period. Understand that. But once attacked, please don't let them take out the leadership that's loyal to the Constitution and constitutional Republican government in this country, or those who are willing to fight and die for it if necessary. It's going to be a big test for a lot of people. Maintain calm. Don't go off the deep end. Don't get hysterical. Don't pass around rumor. Don't participate in all the baloney that's going on. Okay, folks? But be ready to defend yourselves. If they should use this opportunity to destroy those of us in this country who oppose the New World Order. And that could be one of the offshoots of the many things that are going to happen because of this. You heard the reporters, you heard the last caller. There should be no doubt in anyone's mind that freedom will be redefined after this day. In fact, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe that freedom's going to exist for anybody after this day. I think the Bill of Rights is history. And, what else can I say?
Didn't see a lot of people running out. We heard of bodies jumping from the building and body parts. And New York City Mayor Giuliani says what he knows is that this is a horrendous loss of life.
Thing in the air over the Washington area, frankly over the United States right now, military jets, aircraft, helicopters. The FAA has grounded all planes. No planes will take off the rest of the day. Had one friend flying in from California. He made it as far as Kansas. The FAA told all aircraft in the sky to land at the nearest possible airport.
We have Hussein Ibish on the phone of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. I'm sorry if I got the title wrong.
No, that's exactly correct.
Thank you, Mr. Ibish, for being with us. Your reaction to what has happened today?
I'm devastated. I'm absolutely appalled. I think that the entire nation is in a state of shock. I don't think we were prepared for this at all. I think that all Americans were the target of this despicable, reprehensible set of actions. And the Arab American community, and I know this not just from my own reaction, but from talking to my friends and my colleagues all morning long, is really devastated by this. We are horrified. We feel attacked ourselves as much as any other group of Americans, and we are in a state of shock and utter devastation.
Mr. Ibish, you say you feel under attack yourself as any other Americans, but even more so, do you think that there will be people who will look at Arab Americans and see only terrorists instead of human beings?
Sometimes that has happened, but I think that we have had enough experience with rushes to judgment in the past with the Oklahoma City bombing and TWA Flight 800 that we know that, first of all, that you can only hold individuals responsible for their actions and not blame entire groups of people or ethnicities or religions or anything like that. I think Americans know that. They're fair people. They understand that. And I think also that we know that until the police work is done, and this conspiracy is so massive, so gigantic, that I have confidence in our law enforcement officials that they'll be able to get leads very quickly, and that I'm sure we'll be able to bring the criminals to justice, and I hope we do. So that we should, of course, recall that sometimes we've been sure that attacks on things like the Oklahoma City Federal Center or the Murrah Building were originated outside our country, and they turned out to be from groups based within the United States. Yes. So we should be cautious and proceed, with due deliberation and resist rushes to judgment. But I think we do need to stand together as a society and, make sure that the criminals who are responsible for this are brought to justice as quickly as possible.
Mr. Ibish, thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us.
Well, thank you.
Did you hear that, folks? He said it was a conspiracy. That makes him a conspiracy theorist, I guess. The government and everybody for years has been trying to tell you that there's no such thing as conspiracy. Nobody ever engages in conspiracies. There are no conspiracies. And anybody thinks there's a conspiracy is a conspiracy theorist. But the truth is, what happened today is a part of a huge conspiracy. Very sophisticated, very coordinated. Had lots of money, had training, had plans probably in place for over, several years to be able to coordinate something like this as well as it was coordinated. It wasn't just airplanes flying into targets. Those 2 World Trade Center towers were brought down by explosives placed upon the main structural reinforced concrete members that hold those buildings up. Nothing else could bring those buildings down. An airplane crashing in to one of those buildings won't do it. Absolutely won't do it.
Point in the building. The building was very quickly evacuated. People were sent as far away from the building as possible.
They're talking about the Pentagon.
Many people were sent home. And again, with a request, please call your loved ones right away to let them know you're okay. People were, again, sent as far away from the building as possible. We didn't know what might happen next, and the fire was burning very fiercely at that point in time. Greg?
Sir, where the injured being taken?
Go ahead. No, I sensed no panic. People were moving very quickly for the exits to the building, but it was all very controlled.
Right.
Yeah.
Investigations, the FBI handling this, or are there any military agencies?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the FBI handling this exclusively, or is there any military organizations that are helping with the investigation?
Well, I'm sure the FBI will probably have the lead on this as any domestic sort of circumstance. We will assist wherever possible, but right now our focus is on controlling the fires in the building, taking a head count of the injured, making sure families are notified. That's our priority right now.
Go ahead. Do you expect the casualties to...
Now remember, folks, after the Oklahoma City bombing that I warned you that there would be many more terrorist attacks in this country, that they would be much, much worse than the Oklahoma City bombing that you ever dreamed it could be, and that the major, most devastating attack would probably occur in a major population center like New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, or Washington, D.C., and I have always told you that I believe that the main target, even though it could have been, Chicago, L.A., or Washington, D.C., the main target would be New York City. Why? Because the whole world looks at New York City as one of the major influential and important cities in the entire world, not just the United States. So to make a major impact, that city would have to be one that was one of the major targets. So I hate being right, but once again, I was right. I told you this would happen. And I also warned you that it would result in more draconian legislation and laws being passed, more draconian police measures being implemented in this country, and that's exactly what's going to happen. If you don't believe me, you just keep watching, because there's going to be so much pressure on Congress and the government to make sure that this never happens again, that if you walk out of your house and your nose is pointed in the wrong direction, you're liable to find yourself in prison. So just be aware that's what this is really all about. This isn't gonna, anybody, if you really believe that somebody would do this in order to create some kind of resolution between antagonists in the Middle East, you're nuts. You're absolutely insane. Because this just, you see, nobody's going to gain anything from this. Period. Everyone will lose. And whoever did this knows it. Knows it. If you're a military organization, or if you're whoever you are, You don't set out to destroy yourself by your actions. You set out to create situations that will improve your situation. And whoever did this knows absolutely that nothing good could come from this for them or from anyone else. This is a major attack upon freedom worldwide.
There was any warning, so to speak, of this aircraft's action? What did you ask just a second ago? You said,
where's the president?
I don't know.
You know if the plane was from Dulles or National?
No, I don't know any information at all on the plane.
There were reports early on of a second airplane headed toward the Pentagon, and fighters were scrambled. We saw F-16s in the air in this area. What can you tell us about that? Was that a false alarm? And
well,
I
don't.
I hate to say this, folks, but those of you who have listened to my broadcasts over the years and who have read my book, I predicted that these things would happen long ago, many years ago, long before anybody ever dreamed that anything, even remotely similar to Waco or the Alfred P. Murrah building, could happen in this country. Those things just didn't happen here. And so they said I was crazy, I was nuts, I was some kind of conspiracy theorist. But as the years have gone by, every prediction that I have ever made, ladies and gentlemen, has come true. Now I'm going to tell you, I didn't make these predictions because I'm some kind of psychic or God speaks to me, in the middle of the night, or I got a crystal ball or something. Many years ago, when I was in the United States Navy attached to the Office of Naval Intelligence as a member of the intelligence briefing team on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, I saw a plan called Majesty 12, which contained an operation called Operation Majority. And that plan outlined all of these things that were to happen from that time into the future. And all I've done is research over the years in order to determine if that plan was true, who was behind it, and why, and so I could warn the American people, and I have done that. And all of the predictions that I have ever made, except for one, has come true. And the one that I made that didn't come true, I said that Manuel Noriega would not be tried in an American court because his arrest, deportation from Panama, and being brought into an American court as the head of a foreign nation violated his immunity as the head of that foreign nation under international law. And under international law, what was done to him could not be done. Well, I was wrong. Apparently, no law anymore is sacred or is in place if they don't want to follow it. And so they took Manuel Noriega, arrested him, the head of his own country, brought him here, tried him in a court, and threw him into prison. Which means that another country, if they're strong enough to do it, could do that to our president also. You see what I'm talking about? So I didn't think that they were there at that advance toward world government that they could get away with that, but apparently they were. And after today, they're even going to be more advanced. Major draconian steps taken after today that's going to strip us of our rights, our freedoms. The Bill of Rights is going to go right in the trash can almost immediately. You're going to see the opening of the borders between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Canada, and you're going to see the bringing together of Region 1 of the New World Order, which will erase the national identities of Mexico, the United States of America, and Canada, and eventually, the world government will emerge from all of this. It will be totalitarian, it will be socialist, and there will be no rights for anyone, only privileges which can be granted and taken away by whatever world governing body that is. And, all the things that I predicted would come about after Waco and after the Oklahoma City bombing happened. And I predicted those things would happen and that those events would happen long before they ever happened. Long before they ever happened. I predicted what happened in New York City today. I didn't know it was going to be done by airplanes and shaped charges on structural members. I just knew that tremendous major terrorist attack would occur, most probably in New York City, and that there would be many thousands of lives lost. You've all heard me say that over the years on my broadcast. If you get my book and read it, you'll see that it's printed right in there. You can't miss it, along with several other possible scenarios, one of which is a landing of a flying saucer on the White House lawn, and out comes this little alien-looking guy, and the president tells us we have contact with another world. It would all be phony, fake, just like the Apollo moon landings, but it would be believed if the president said it was true. Isn't that terrible? That's how far down the ladder we've sunk, folks. Well, let's get some of your comments on all of this. You don't have to report now. No reports are coming in. Nothing new is happening. I believe that the worst of it is over. In fact, I believe it's all over for today. So now we'll get your calls and your comments. 520-333-4578. The phone is open. Keep your discussions to what happened this morning in New York City, Washington, D.C., and the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, which we believe was trying to make it to Camp David. So we'll take your calls now and get your comments, what you think about all of this, and where you think we're going with it, and what you're going to do about it. 520-333-4578. That's 520-333-4578. If you're glued to the national media, folks, stop it now. All they're going to do is work you up into a frenzy. For the rest of the day, they're just going to be repeating what they've already told you, and showing over and over again the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, the burning Pentagon. They're going to get the opinions of everybody in the world. All of these so-called experts are going to be trooped in front of you, and it's all designed. Here's what it's designed to do. It's designed to get you ready to accept whatever measures the government decides to impose upon the citizens of this country, and to approve of whatever strike they intend to carry out on whatever nation or nations in another part of the world in order to retaliate for what has happened this morning. So give me a call. Tell me what you think about all of this. And, I predicted this. I knew it was coming. And even though I knew it and I predicted it and I understand what the aftermath is going to be, I am completely blown away. I'm shocked. I am so sad and so hurt by all of this. And I feel such empathy and terrible, tremendous sympathy for all of those people who have lost their lives and loved ones. It's just the most incredible thing. It's the worst day in the history of the world, in my estimation, because it's not just an attack upon some people who got killed and this country at large. It's an attack upon freedom worldwide. 520-333-4578. I want to hear your comments. No matter what's playing, whether I'm talking or whether you're listening to other people or there's music, call anytime you want to, and we'll go right to the phones.
The second plane going into the second tower of the World Trade Center. The first attack happened at 8:45. This happened about 9 o'clock. And about maybe 30 to 40 minutes later, we're going to see the first of the towers crumble into a heap of twisted metal. There again was that.
You see, I told you. That's what's going to happen all day long and all night long. You're going to see it over and over and over and over and over and over again. They're going to whip the nation into a hysteria so that everybody is crying for Congress and the government to do something. And what are they going to do? They're going to take your freedoms away, even though you had nothing to do with it. That's what happens. That's the result of things like this. I told you it was coming. I'm so sorry that I was right. 520-333-4578's the number. And folks, don't forget, if anything does happen that I have not reported, I want to hear about it. Make sure it's, not rumor. 520-333-4578 is the number. You can call anytime. Anytime the phone rings, we'll go straight to the phone.
In that crash near Pittsburgh, there was a man who was on a cell phone at the time, and he called 911. He was locked in the restroom. He said, "We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked." That was the passenger aboard United Flight 93. He was trying to call emergency personnel on his cell phone. Westmoreland County Emergency Dispatch Supervisor Glenn Kramer says a dispatcher got a call from a man who said he was locked in a bathroom aboard a plane. The quote about the plane being hijacked came from a transcript of the call. Flight 93 was headed from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. It had 38 passengers, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants on board.
You heard it from former CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner and 2 experts on international terrorism. Our lives will never be the same. Everything about aviation, everything we do in this country will change from this day forward.
That plane that we were just telling you about...
You see, folks, another confirmation that what I've been telling you all of these years is true. It's a shame that nobody would listen, because all of this could have been avoided years ago if the American people could have awakened to what's really happening in this world. You're going to hear that echoed and echoed until everyone believes it and accepts it, because that's the main goal, is to get you first to understand it, then to believe it, and then to accept it. And then the government will do whatever they consider to be necessary, which could be busting down these doors right here to shut me up, because this is the only broadcast in the entire world of any kind that's telling you the truth about what has happened this morning. I think that's beginning to dawn on some of you finally.
Chesapeake Bay.
Once the World Trade Center was hit, we have some videotape of the Brooklyn Bridge being evacuated. Look at that.
People walking.
Oh.
You know, I told you earlier I was concerned about our daughter who's there in college, and I couldn't get through, and they were saying, don't be worried that the circuits would be jammed, and a friend heard, and she called, and she's around the South Pier, and she said you could feel the building rumble. Kids who had left earlier for classes came running back. Some were covered with soot, and they were nowhere close to the World Trade Center, but that's just how far it all went. Let's listen to what's going on in New York City right now.
It just I had 40 people in there, just an explosion. Just a light flash out my window. My whole doorway to entrance to my office blew open. My office was freaking out. I just told them to calm down and get to the center of the office. Everybody was fine on my floor, and we just started heading down the stairs. I heard people were trapped in the bathroom. I ran to the bathroom. It was just blown out. I asked if anybody was in there. People weren't in there. So I started going down the steps. I heard people shouting. I stopped at like 68, and there's a woman in a wheelchair, and I got her in the strap wheelchair and just carried her down the steps and carried her down 68 floors, man. And then we got lost on the 5th floor. It was chaos.
Oh, my goodness.
There's going to be, I'm sure, some great stories of heroism. What can you do? Probably the best thing, if you really want to help, is to donate blood.
Donate blood.
Say a prayer.
Donate blood. 1-866 blood saves in our area. We've been talking about the exodus from the district.
Say lots of prayers, folks, please. Everybody. It's so important that everyone say prayers for all of these people who have been so devastated by this.
A little bit of good news, if there is such a thing on a day like today. It looks like things have started to clear out around the Beltway. You're looking live at the American Legion Bridge. I can tell you this, that on the inner loop of the Beltway, we're not seeing too many delays right now as you make your trip between Bethesda and College Park. The outer loop of the Beltway is also running nicely across the bridge span until you get to about Springfield, and that's where we're having some problems. We're looking here at Springfield right now. Now, northbound on 95, we're seeing jam traffic from Dale City up to the Beltway. The problem there is that you can go no further than the Beltway, because at that point there is a closure in effect. Northbound 395 is closed between the Beltway and the inbound 14th Street Bridge. Southbound 395 is open. So what's happening is people are taking the northbound lanes of 95, they're getting up to the Beltway, and they must get off at the inner loop or the outer loop of the Beltway. So consequently, we're seeing traffic on the outer loop of the Beltway jammed from Springfield over to the Wilson Bridge. Inner loop delays begin about at St. Barnabas Road. But that's about the worst of it on the Beltway. Around town, of course, eastbound Constitution is closed at 23rd Street. Eastbound Pennsylvania Avenue shut down at 18th Street. Inbound Teddy Roosevelt Bridge, that's just been shut down. That's new. And as you know, a lot of there are a lot of closures around town that are just popping up here and there as security requires that. So we'll keep you posted on all of that. Mike and Andrea, back to you.
All right, Sherry Elliker, thank you very much.
You don't know what to do in a situation like this, but I guess the example of...
Notice the tone of all this, ladies and gentlemen, is so obvious that everything is going to change in this country after today, that even the reporters, without any input from anybody, are making those observations themselves. You're hearing it from officials like Admiral Stansfield Turner and congressmen and senators and many other people have already made this statement, that freedom is out the window. Freedom is no more. And they're saying it in different ways, but it all means exactly the same thing. And what they're doing with all of this, you're going to see repetition. You're going to see nothing but repetition of what has happened this morning over and over and over again. And you're going to hear this. Everything's going to change in this country from now on. Even though people in this country had nothing to do with it, we're going to be the ones who are going to be punished for it. We're going to lose our freedoms. We're going to lose our Bill of Rights because of this. And there's going to be now no opposition to disarming anybody. And anybody who stands up and resists it and opposes it and speaks on behalf of freedom will be ostracized by the American people who are so hurt by all of this and are so emotional. They will not oppose any measures that the government wants to put into place to take away our freedoms if they believe it's going to prevent this from happening again. But you saw, they said what they did after the Alfred P. Muir Federal Building would prevent, these kinds of things from happening again. Well, it didn't, and whatever they do now is not going to prevent it from happening again either. It's an attack upon the Constitution. It's an attack upon freedom. It's an attack upon freedom for all people all over the world. And you watch, you'll see that I'm absolutely correct in this. That's exactly what's going to happen. And anybody who stands up for freedom and opposes the measures that they're going to take because of what happened this morning is going to be demonized, ostracized, attacked, vilified, maybe arrested and put away forever.
Was in the plane. As we understand, there were no ground casualties. It's a very rural, remote area, a reclaimed strip mine area behind what was in the late 60s and early 70s a recreation area called Indian Lake.
All right, that's Greg Geis, photographer from Channel 9, talking to us about the plane crash, some information he's been able to get a hold of in Pennsylvania. Still fire here at the Pentagon. We're seeing some smoke coming up. The fire seems to be trapped underneath the roof of the Pentagon, between the ceiling and the roof, and I think even saw a little bit of flame coming through the roof. Yep, we're starting to see some flames come through the roof toward the courtyard side. The plane crash is where the scarring is, all that black sooted area. The plane crash was on that side, and where the gaping hole is, that's where the plane crash occurred. But the fire has traveled into the building, and now coming up through the roof. It's been trapped behind walls, between the ceiling and the roof line, and following pipe chases that run through this.
Did you notice, folks, that the plane that hit the Pentagon on the side where there were the most lower-ranking military personnel and civilians working? Not one person of flag rank or general rank or the major military officers who work in the Pentagon have offices on the side that was hit. And of course, like I said, folks, if I had access to that information when I was a member of the Office of Naval Intelligence on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, then everybody in that building who is anybody also had access to that material.
USS George Washington going to New York and heading to the area of the Chesapeake Bay to provide air defense and support with medical needs.
The World Trade Center is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, both towers collapsed after terrorists slammed planes into the buildings.
Okay.
You know, what's scary is we haven't heard any word of casualties from New York, although...
No, we are certain that there may be many.
Yeah.
All right, folks, stop calling on the phone. Give me a break. Today is Tuesday, September 11th. We're trying to find any significance. Wednesday, September 12th, is when the courts were supposed to hand down sentencing for the terrorist responsible for the 1998 bombings in Tanzania. Today, I know, is Tuesday, September 11th. Thank you. Now, let other calls come through to the newsroom, please. Thank you.
Hundreds of people rushed to Manhattan hospitals today to give blood, and officials called in every available surgeon and nurse to deal with the victims of the World Trade Center. The mayor has said, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has said, the death toll, casualty toll is going to be, in his words, horrendous.
Hospitals in New Jersey and Connecticut are on alert for casualties from New York City. They say you can hear ambulances screaming down major thoroughfares across the city as victims were transported to St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center in Lower Manhattan. All non-emergency patients have been discharged from the hospital so they can have enough beds to take in the more seriously injured.
We have a reaction now from United Nations General Secretary Kofi Annan.
We are all traumatized by this terrible tragedy. We do not yet know how many people have been killed or injured, but inevitably the number will be high. Our first thoughts and prayers must be for them and for their families. I wish to express my profound condolences to them and to the people and government of the United States. There can be no doubt that these attacks are deliberate acts of terrorism, carefully planned and coordinated, and as such, I condemn them utterly. Terrorism must be fought resolutely wherever it appears. In such moments, cool and reasoned judgment are more essential than ever. We do not know yet who is behind these acts or what objective they hope to achieve. What we do know is that no just cause can be advanced by terror.
That was UN Secretary General Kofi Annan speaking about the terrorist attacks today. The United Nations building is one of the buildings in New York that has been evacuated as well.
Do you get the feeling, seriously, that you're going to wake up any minute and say this was the worst?
I'm curious, folks. Is there anybody out there who really believes that those airplanes crashing into the upper quarter of the two World Trade Center towers caused both of those buildings to collapse? Is anybody out there who really believes that? If you do, I'd like to hear your argument in defense of that. And don't worry, I'm not gonna jump on you. If you believe that and you can put up an argument that supports that position, I'd like to hear from you. I really don't believe that there's anybody who could honestly make that kind of claim. But there may be somebody out there, and you may have a legitimate reason for believing that. So if you do believe it, I'd like for you to call 520-333-4578. I think the whole nation is in shock. Nobody is calling to give their comments or feelings about what has happened, because I think it's pretty obvious the way most people feel. I think everybody has just been stabbed right through the heart, including me. I think that this nation is probably, by and large, in shock. I think most people are riveted to their television sets or their radios. I think they are just absolutely in a state of shock. This morning when all this happened, I was asleep and somebody called me. And it was like 5 o'clock this morning. And the first thing that I said is, why are you calling me at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is the first thing I'm always going to say. And then he told me why. And I've always told you, if it's an emergency, you can call me anytime. 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 noon. I don't care what time it is. If it's an emergency, something like this is happening, I want you to call me. But remember, if you call me at times that you shouldn't be calling me, I'm always going to ask why. The first thing out of my mouth is always going to be, why are you calling me at this time? And then if you tell me this an emergency and something like this is going on, I'm going to thank you profoundly. And that's exactly what I did, and went directly to the television set to find out what was going on. And I was in shock, literally, even though I knew that this was going to happen. Even though I had predicted it for years, that I was still, and still am, shocked by it, terribly hurt by it, as I know that all of you listening are. Above most people, way beyond the imagination of most people, I understand what the consequences of this are going to be, and I don't think most people in this country or even around the world understand that, or have even an inkling of what it is, beyond the fact that they know nothing is ever going to be the same. Things are going to change drastically. They know that, but they don't know how much. They don't really understand or know the effect, when that's been the whole purpose of why I have been trying to convince everybody to understand that these things were coming, because I know the goals of the traitors in Washington, D.C. that want to bring about world government. I know the goals, and not just here, but around the world. It's a cabal of people who are interlocked through secret societies and organizations all over the world who are bringing about this one world government, this new world order. And I know what their plans are. You see, none of this is secret. It's not secret. They don't make any secret of it. It's all out in the open. It's all been published. It's all written down. Anybody can get their hands on it, and you can read it. And I've read it to you over the air. I've given you the sources. I've told you what's coming. They've told us what's coming out of their own mouths. And I saw the official plan that's top secret. It's held by the United States government to allow it to come about. Did you know that Bolshevik? What does that mean? Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, hello, Bill. Calling from Vermont. I live a couple miles from a nuclear power plant where they said that that's a little bit heightened security there. But I wanted to ask, I wonder about this plane that supposedly that they were saying just crashed and not giving us any more information. If it was on its way to Camp David or Washington or wherever, is it possible that our own government had to shoot it down?
I don't know if the plane was shot down or what. All we know is that it crashed, and it crashed in a line. In other words, if it had continued going in the direction that it was traveling, it would have flown over or crashed into Camp David. That's all we know.
And we know from the caller that was on board with the cell phone that it was hijacked.
Yeah.
Now, if the government had to shoot down an airline of people to prevent it from killing more people
it's exactly
in a populated area, would they tell us that they had to do that?
I don't know whether they would tell us or not, but it's exactly what they should do.
Right.
You cannot give in to terrorists.
Right.
Even if they're holding hostage, you can't do that. If you do that, then it gives every terrorist in the world a green light to do whatever they want to do.
And what happened to
but I don't believe that plane was shot down.
I would hope not, but anyways, there was reports. Fox News reported that the State Department and possibly the Supreme Court building had some kind of explosions. I haven't heard any more about those.
No, there were no explosions in Washington D.C. other than at the Pentagon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's the kind of rumors I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There were no explosions, no buildings blown up, nothing happened in Washington D.C. except a plane crashed into the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
It's just like Oklahoma and the Flight 800. We're not going to know this. Well, at least the mainstream is not going to give us the real story about this.
No, they're not, and they never will. For instance, you're going to hear from now on that the two planes that crashed into the top of the World Trade Center towers are what caused the buildings to collapse, and that's a bull-faced bear lie.
They can't. They can't hold it. If it's that obvious, they're going to have to maybe make up a story about a truck bomb.
Well, they may make up a story, they may not. I think they're going to blame it on those planes, and they're going to ignore all accusations otherwise, or testimony of experts, just like they did with the Oklahoma City Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. So many explosive experts and people who know about explosives and demolition, people who bring down buildings all the time, have testified and written papers and books and all kinds of stuff saying that that truck full of fertilizer parked in front of the building could not possibly have done the damage that they claim that it did.
Right, and the support column that was nearest to the truck was not broken, where these others farther away were.
But it's reinforced.
We were never shown the videos.
It's reinforced concrete. It's a hard target. It takes shaped charges to snap a reinforced concrete pillar. You can't do it even with high explosives parked out on the street. It can't happen.
I've got the video by General Parton explaining all about that.
Yeah.
They never showed us the videos. They never showed us pictures of Vincent Foster, or at least not the real ones, anything. They never, and that's what we got to demand, is more information.
Yeah, well, you can demand all you want. They're not going to give it to you. They're just not going to give it to you.
They can't. They can't admit that they made age. They can't admit a whole lot of stuff, right?
No, they can't.
All right, Bill, I'll let you go. Thanks.
All right, thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. We'll take anybody that wants to call anytime, and we'll take your call immediately.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York, can you describe the scene?
Yeah, folks, and it doesn't matter where you're at in the country. Go give blood right now. Please go give blood right now. Wherever you're at, go give blood. That blood can be shipped to the people that need it, and they're going to need a lot more blood than anybody can imagine.
Gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jump.
A lot of the area around the Capitol has been closed off.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me sort of recap what's happened so that the rumors won't be flying. I know that there are other broadcasts that are making all kinds of outlandish statements. I just went and listened to a few of them. And I can tell you most of what you're hearing on other radio broadcasts, on shortwave, and people like Alex Jones and others is total baloney. Here's what's happened. And this is all that's happened. There were a number of planes hijacked this morning. The number of planes, depending on who you listen to, is between 4 and 8. We know 4 for sure. If there were 8, nobody has accounted for the other 4. If there were 6, nobody's accounted for the other 2. If there was 5, nobody's accounted for the other 1. We do know that there were 4 for sure, and that's all we know for sure. 2 of them crashed into the upper 1/4 of each of the twin towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. One of them crashed into the Pentagon building in Washington, D.C. Another one crashed in Pennsylvania in an area where it was used to be a recreation park but was closed. And it appeared that it was headed for Camp David. Maybe not. Maybe its flight path would just carry it over Camp David, and maybe it was really headed for somewhere else. Nobody knows. We know that there were tremendous explosions on the lower floors of the 2 twin towers of the World Trade Center buildings that brought those 2 buildings down. They did not come down as a result of the planes crashing into them. Now, this is a fact, and you can check with architects who design skyscrapers. Skyscrapers stick up high into the air. there is always the possibility that an aircraft could crash into them, and it has happened on many occasions in the past. For instance, an Air Force bomber crashed into a skyscraper and didn't cause it to fall. Planes have crashed into skyscrapers over the years, folks. None of them have ever fallen. They're built understanding that an airplane could crash into the building, and the structure is designed to withstand such a crash so that the damage will be confined to that area. Those planes crashing into those buildings did not cause those buildings to collapse. They're what we call hard targets in the military. Steel-reinforced concrete buildings with strong structural members that can withstand hurricane winds. They can withstand an airplane crash. They can withstand all kinds of things. And the only thing that can bring them down is shaped charges placed upon the main structural members in order to shatter and cut those reinforced concrete pillars and allow the building to collapse. This is what we know. We don't know who orchestrated this attack. We don't know who's going to be ultimately punished for it. We do know that all of the government buildings in Washington, D.C. were evacuated. The government of the United States literally went underground to their hard sites and command centers that they put in place many years ago, supposedly to protect against nuclear or atomic attack. And that's where the president either is or is going at this time. Good evening, you're on the air. Or I should say good morning or good afternoon. Here it's still morning.
Oh, here it's still morning? Okay, here I got 1455. I'm calling from New York State again.
Okay.
Somewhere around Long Island. All right, I'm going to report this. For the past, I'd say, 15 minutes or so, I've been hearing jets flying overhead. 3 so far. One, I think, about 10 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden I heard another one when I was and then I heard another one just now. And when I heard this third one, I jumped up right away and went to take a look. And and it's like it almost flew, like when you hear something passing through, it's like it disappeared so quickly. So it had to be a military jet. That wouldn't be a passenger jet, right?
The only planes in the sky anywhere over the United States right now are military planes. And
I'm hearing them, but they sound more westward, they sound more west of me anyway. They sound like they're...
The only planes in the air anywhere over the United States right now are military planes. Any other plane that's in the air is going to be shot down, I can guarantee you.
So these sickos, they're actually going to try to go for it, huh?
What sickos?
The communists. I'm talking about these globalists.
Yeah.
Those sickos.
Yeah.
What sickos would you think I'm talking about?
Well, I don't know until you tell me. I don't assume.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I don't assume anything.
Oh, no, that's true.
It's up to the communicator to communicate.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
It's not up to me to interpret what I might think you mean.
No, that's true.
That's how we all get in trouble.
Well, since you were talking about them, I heard somebody call up your show say that some governor or something said America's changed forever. Who did he say that was?
Hey, everybody on television has been saying it. The reporters have been saying it. Admiral Stansfield Turner said it. Major Rudy Giuliani said it. Everybody is saying it.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Giuliani, what is Giuliani connected with? I know he got funds from Kissinger. What is he connected with? Because I'm calling from the New York area.
I have no idea. I don't live in New York, and he's never been a national figure, so I haven't done any research on him.
Right, but he's definitely with them, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I know he's siding with Kissinger and Goldman Sachs. That I do know, because they funded his campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm still trying to see if maybe next time if something passes through, I can maybe get the binoculars and take a look at it.
Okay.
But it's probably definitely military jets.
Yes.
Yeah,
anything else that appears in the air. See, all planes are grounded. Any plane that is found in the air right now will be ordered to land immediately. If they don't, they'll shoot it down.
They'll shoot it down.
They'll shoot it down.
All right, how long will they... do you have any inside information as far as how long this would go on?
No. No.
No.
I have no idea.
You going to be on the air tonight?
I'll be on the air as long as it takes.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. All right, if they do declare martial law, what...
They have already done it. You cannot do what they have done without a declaration of martial law. You can't
that's
ground...
true with all the planes everywhere.
You can't ground all airplanes in this country without...
All over the country?
Everywhere. Every airport is closed. Every port, every seaport is closed.
Mm-hmm.
Every plane is grounded. The border between the United States and Canada is sealed. The border between the United States and Mexico is sealed. You can't do these things. They've deployed a regiment of United States Army troops in Washington, D.C. You can't do these things unless martial law has been declared. They have done it. They just have not told the American people.
Why do they wait this long?
You have to ask them.
Uh-huh.
Probably because they don't want the American people to know, because it might cause a lot of panic.
Uh-huh.
Might cause the militia to get antsy. There's lots of reasons why.
Are there any militias in the New York area, by the way?
I don't live in New York, and but I know those things, but I'm certainly not going to reveal those things
that's true.
over the radio.
No, that's true, but they do exist in this area.
I'm not even going to tell you that.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's true. Maybe you shouldn't. You're right. You never know who's listening. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
I will tell you there's militia all over this country. They're prepared to fight and die for freedom if necessary.
I would, too, if I happen to be armed, but presently I'm not.
Well, that's because you live in New York, right? If you live somewhere else, you might be armed, right?
Yeah, well...
Yeah, well, why?
I don't know, I could be.
Why do you live in socialist heaven, anyway? I don't even understand why people live in places where they live.
No, I'm not in New York City. I'm talking about the state.
New York is a socialist place.
The whole state?
The whole East Coast, above Virginia, probably is socialist.
What about Pennsylvania?
Yeah. You been to Pennsylvania lately?
No, I haven't.
Massachusetts?
Oh, Massachusetts, I know.
Yeah, well, New York, too.
Well, New York is so stupid. They put Hillary and
Schumer, one of the biggest Marxist traitors that's ever existed.
Yeah, especially Hillary and Schumer, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why are you asking me? You ought to know. New York is socialist heaven.
Yeah. Well, I might have told a fib there because I may be armed. I won't say for sure.
Well, I hope you are.
Okay, good luck. Thanks a lot. I appreciate what you're doing for the country.
Thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
By the way, folks, in case you don't know it, this is the only media in the entire world that so far has told you the truth about what happened at the World Trade Center towers. Those planes did not bring those buildings down. Period. If you believe that, in your wildest dreams, you got nothing, absolutely nothing between your ears. And I'm not asking you to take my word for it. Seek out some explosives experts and ask them. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. Go and talk to some architects who build skyscrapers, these huge towers that stick way up into the sky. Part of the design is the knowledge that airplanes sometimes crash into them, and they must be designed to withstand a crash into the building by the biggest planes in the sky. They're all built to withstand that. Oh, yeah, people will be killed. Yeah, the plane will go into the building. Yeah, there will be fire. Yeah, there will be flames. There will be destruction. There will be people die and killed and wounded and all that stuff, but they will not bring the building down. You got that? If you don't believe me. I'm not asking anybody to ever believe anything that I ever tell you. You go check with the people that know, and you'll find out that old Bill Cooper is telling you the truth.
Down a number of the roads around the Capitol and also evacuated many buildings. The government has, in essence, shut down today because of what's happened. Boise, Idaho, good afternoon. Go ahead, caller.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear stupid statements like that all over the network. The government has not shut down. The government never shuts down. The government has gone underground to its hard sites, to its atomic shelters, to its underground command posts. The government is operating to protect the members of the government, the members of Congress, the members of the executive branch, the president's cabinet, everybody who's important is underground in case there are any more attacks. The government has not shut down. It is operating in secret underground as we speak. The government never shuts down. Even in the case where Congress won't approve the budget and they tell you the government shut down, it's a lie. The government continues to operate always. Can you imagine what would happen if the government really did shut down? Oh boy. Yeah, be careful what you listen to. Be careful what you believe. The number here is 520-333-4578. Anytime the phone rings, we will go directly to the phones. Please, folks, don't listen to rumors. Don't get all worked up and hysterical. Don't start screaming for Congress to pass laws to take our Bill of Rights away and disarm the American people, because the American people didn't have anything to do with what happened this morning. Period. We don't need any more laws. Everything that you can possibly think of in this world is already illegal. If you don't believe me, get your nose in the law books, you'll find out. There are too many laws. We need to repeal probably about 90% of all the laws that are on the books right now need to be eliminated in order to restore any kind of freedom in this country. What you're going to see is either going to make you happy if you're an emotional fool, and in that case it will make you a slave also, or it will make you cry if you love freedom. What's going to come out of this is a severe redefinition of the word freedom.
Eliminate such activity that happened today, and I wish people would have listened more carefully, because we need it interiorly. We don't need a national or missile defense system at some point in time, perhaps. But right now, we need to concentrate on these people flying airplanes, driving cars, trucks, ships. And I thank you so much, C-SPAN, for your...
See what I mean, folks? Here's a woman screaming for more laws to control airplanes, people who drive cars and trucks and ships. If it was up to her, you'd have a roadblock every 2 miles on every highway in this country. Your car would be searched. You would be searched. You would have to have a certificate to be able to travel. Just listen to some of these things, and you'll know exactly why I'm able to tell you what's going to happen.
Goes out to all of you, and I just hope things get better and not worse.
Okay, thanks for the call. Salt Lake City, Utah, your reaction?
My reaction is that I believe that this should be a wake-up call here for the United States, that we are no longer safe because we are so far away from everyone else, and that if we know...
Hello.
Hello, Bill?
You're on the air.
Bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah,
As good as can be, anyway.
I hear that. Yeah, I just tuned into you. I understand what you say happened to the World Trade Center building. How about the Pentagon? The same thing? Or?
A plane crashed into the Pentagon. That's all we know about it.
Oh, that wasn't... All right. Okay, Bill, thanks.
The Pentagon didn't collapse.
No, it didn't.
But that doesn't mean there wasn't any explosives. We don't know that. We just know a plane crashed into it. We know absolutely that there were explosions that brought the Twin Tower World Trade Center buildings down because people heard the explosions.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, I have the BBC.
Yeah.
And I was watching the footage on there, and I could swear that it looked like the building exploded.
It did. Absolutely did. Those planes did not cause that.
Good job, Bill.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. I want to remind you that we are broadcasting worldwide on WBCQ The Planet. WBCQ The Planet. About 2 hours before I came on the air, I think it was about 2 hours before I came on the air, Alan Weiner, the owner of WBCQ, or one of the owners, called me, and he's certainly in charge, I can tell you that, called me and said that he wanted me to come on. And I at the time, I couldn't do it right then because I was very much involved with the I'm sorry, folks. My attention was distracted for just a second. I was very much involved with talking to Patriot leaders across the country, to militia commanders, to my superiors, officers in the Second Continental Army of the Republic, trying to make sure that all of our people understood that they could be attacked imminently by the press and or by the government and law enforcement. And we were occupied in trying to get those people to positions of safety with their families and get the militia dispersed and underground so that any attack would be futile, and have them placed on a readiness status so that if the government, because of this, something that the American people have not even had any part in, become even more tyrannical than they have, or more despotic than they have against the American people, that the militia will be in a position to resist with the force of arms if necessary. So that should be a warning to those in government. Don't mess with American patriots. We got fed up with you a long, long time ago. We had nothing, absolutely nothing to do. No! None of the American people had anything to do with what happened this morning in New York and in Washington, D.C. So if you're going to come against us, be forewarned that we're not going to start anything. But if you want to start something, we will not only defend ourselves, but we will actively, we will take that as a declaration of war, and that will begin the battle to restore constitutional Republican government. So if you're in government and you're listening to this broadcast, you can take that as an official warning from the commanding general of the Second Continental Army of the Republic. We got sick of what you people were doing a long, long time ago, and we're not going to allow you to institute even more tyranny and more despotism and oppress the American people because of something that somebody that has nothing to do with the American people did in order to give you an excuse to do that. So, take it any way you want. I mean it wholeheartedly. It is the exact admonition that I was given earlier today from my commanding general. So there you have it. You want to get despotic? Find out who did this and punish them. You want to punish the American people? We'll push back. We'll punish back.
Went through, and then of course had to find alternative routes to get home and get our kids from school.
Senator Hagel, and you've made the reference as well, a day in infamy, has said that this is worse than Pearl Harbor. As you look at what the magnitude of what's happened today, how are we going to look back on September the 11th?
It's similar to Pearl Harbor, but in some regards it's more problematic. One, it's worse than Pearl Harbor in that this is actually our homeland. At that time, Pearl Harbor in Hawaii was a territory, and that was a strike. And as awful as it was, those were on military facilities, not civilians. And what makes this much more difficult is we knew that was Imperial Japan. That got us into war against the Axis nations in World War II. This situation, sure, there may be sponsorship and harboring of these terrorist organizations in various countries, but it's not as clear an enemy as we had in World War II. So it's going to be there'll be a greater amount of effort to have the intelligence to who was involved, who financed it, who coordinated and masterminded these terrorist suicide bombings. And plus, we don't have the
Former Republican Senator George Allen of Virginia, now a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, joining us from his home near Fort Belvoir, which is in Fairfax County, Virginia. Thank you, Senator, for being with us.
Did you hear the hypocrisy in his little talk? Pearl Harbor wasn't a state, therefore we weren't hit at home. It was just a territory, and the Japanese struck military targets, not civilian targets. He didn't say anything about our firebombing of Dresden, in which we killed approximately 150,000 old men, women, and children who were not participants in the war. on the side of Germany, or our bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which were the two largest Christian communities in Japan, and most of the people killed in those cities were old men, women, and children who were not soldiers fighting in the war. And in Hiroshima, there was an American prisoner of war camp, and a lot of those American prisoners of war were also killed by that atomic bomb. I'm just tired of the hypocrisy. I'm not saying that these bombers were correct in what they did by flying their planes into these targets or by blowing up the two World Trade Center towers. I'm just telling you that the hypocrisy just makes me sick. You know, it seems that if we want to do something terrible, we can do it, and it's justified because we're the United States of America. But if anybody else does it, all of a sudden, oh, it's a terrible thing because they killed civilians. I am sick of that kind of hypocrisy. Actually, our hypocrisy is what justifies these other people in their actions that they do, because they can see our hypocrisy. They can see our lies. They know what we've done. We killed probably thousands of civilians when we bombed Bosnia and when we attacked and bombed Iraq during the Gulf War. But if we do it, it's okay. And if somebody else does it, it's not. I'm telling you right now, it's never okay, no matter who does it. I am sick and tired of the lies and the hypocrisy and all of the other crap that just flies out of all of these people's mouths. And I wish it would stop. You see, you can't expect somebody else to obey the rules if we don't obey the rules. And I'm telling you right now, we've never obeyed the rules in our history. Ask a Native American sometime. How many tribes did we wipe out down to the last man, woman, and child that don't even exist on the face of this earth anymore? And it wasn't because they were scalping white people who were going across the country in their covered wagons. It was because we wanted their land. And we wanted them off the land.
Totally in agreement that this should be a global effort, not just the United States, but all of the free countries, and this just has to be stopped. This can't be let to continue.
Thanks for the call. Joining us on the line, Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat from Florida, a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, where are you right now?
I'm with Senator Rockefeller. We are in Washington. We are waiting instructions by the Capitol Police where we should go.
Uh-oh. Here comes the Rockefeller report.
We are resolved, just as your previous caller said, that the perpetrators will be punished, and the word will clearly go forth that anyone in a terrorist activity will not be able to succeed and get away with it if their intentions are against the Western world.
Will you be going to a secure area?
I am not sure. I can't answer that right now. The leadership of the Congress has already been taken to an undisclosed location as our national defense apparatus is operating according to the book. They planned for all of this, and the American people should understand that it is well under control. The command and control system in the United States is operating, and it's operating very well.
Did you ever think we would see this day?
See, folks, I was telling you the truth. I know a lot of you didn't believe me. How did he know? Been there, done that.
Clearly kudos in the past to our intelligence apparatus, because every day that we have not known of a terrorist act is a day that the intelligence apparatus has worked. But today, clearly, it did not work. And we will repair that, and in large part, we will repair that by beefing up the human intelligence around the globe.
As you well know, there has been a lot of debate with the new Bush administration on a missile defense shield and a missile defense apparatus. Where will that go in the coming months?
Well, today is not a day to debate policy, but clearly, as a result of today, you will see the intelligence apparatus beefed up, you will see the defense apparatus beefed up, and you will see a increased activity in cooperation cooperation and sharing of intelligence information among our allies.
Senator Nelson, did you say Senator Rockefeller is right next to you?
He's not right next to me. He's in one of the other rooms.
And what have you...
Would you like me to try to go get him?
If you'd like, but I want to ask you a question before you do so. What have the two of you been talking about? What are your thoughts?
Well,
on a personal level.
On a personal level, we were on the west front of the Capitol in a leadership meeting with Senator Daschle when news that the Pentagon had been hit. We looked out the west front overlooking the mall and saw the smoke rising from the direction of the Pentagon, and then were told to evacuate the Capitol. And then the police were shouting, the Capitol Police, get out of the Capitol right now, immediately. And so Senator Rockefeller and I grouped up together and moved from beyond the Capitol. Now, in the meantime, by the way, I called on a cell phone to get my office to evacuate and told him to get word to my wife because she is in our apartment, which overlooks the Pentagon, and to tell her to get to the underground garage. Subsequently, I have found out indirectly from her, and she's fine, that she heard the plane and heard the explosion in the Pentagon.
Senator Nelson, thanks very much. If you want to walk down the hall, we'll talk to Senator Rockefeller in a moment.
I'll have to go find him.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
Thanks very much for spending a couple of minutes with us. As we put Senator Nelson on hold, we'll continue with your phone calls. Next is Akron, Ohio. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Daddy Duke. Yeah, I was calling to let you know that my heart goes out to the victims and their family, and the United States should get right down to the bottom of this because we can't go around letting other people push around on us. We got to handle our business and do what's necessary.
Thanks for the call. Salt Lake City, good afternoon.
Yes, hi. First of all, I'd like to express my sympathies to the families and all the victims in Washington, D.C. and New York City. I've never been to those cities, but I can't tear myself away from the TV. I'd like to urge all Americans to get out their flags, hang them up, keep them hanging. Let all the other countries know that we're united and that a small...
Yeah, right. You know, let's all put up a flag, and that's going to solve everything. Come on. Give me a break. Where do these people come from? What is this? I think people do that and say that kind of thing. I think she's saying it because somehow she feels so helpless that she thinks that that's going to make her feel better if she does something, and so she wants everybody to put out a flag. Nothing wrong with that. If it makes everybody feel good, fine. But it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to bring anybody back to life. All it's going to do is, there's going to be flags flying all over the country. And I'm telling you right now, if they're flying, they should be flying at half-mast. Folks, if you want to know who did this, if you really want to know who did this, nobody in this entire world would ever do such a thing unless it would improve their condition or give them an upper hand or bring them up in some way and benefit them. If you can find out who benefits from this, who's raised up by this, who has a propaganda advantage by this, who feels, better about themselves against their enemies by this, whatever. If you can find out who benefits, then you know who did it. Nobody in the world, no terrorist organization, no nation, nobody would ever do anything like this unless they believed in their heart and in their organization that they will benefit from it. If you can find out who benefits from this, then you know who did it.
Pennsylvania, which is south of Pittsburgh. Senator Jay Rockefeller is familiar with that area of western Pennsylvania. He's joining us on the line, Democrat from West Virginia. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Where were you this morning?
I was at a Democratic leadership meeting because of...
Hello, you're on the air.
Bill.
Yeah.
How you doing? Art from Connecticut.
Good.
Friends of mine from New York all called me, and they happen to be brother firefighters there that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Who were on the scene almost immediately.
They lost a lot of...
And unfortunately, a lot of their comrades are probably gone in this.
Yes.
police and fire rescue people and stuff,
Yes.
and that's part of the game. That's what they do.
Quite a lot of them, as a matter of fact.
And you don't like it and you hate to hear about it, but that's what they do for a living. That's what they're committed to. So
Yeah,
it's like you and I in the war. You do what you're supposed to do.
that's right.
Anyways, all of a sudden I'm hearing the knee-jerk reactions.
Yeah.
As I think you might or may not have touched on because I wasn't listening to everything you had said prior.
Oh yeah, even when it's not on the air, it's in my earphones. I'm listening all the time.
The knee jerk. We got to do something about this.
Yeah, we got to fly a
We got to
flag.
start. And I'm saying to people, watch and see if you don't start having to hear people saying, "Well, we'll give up something for something."
Yeah.
The same old Hegelian dialectic, you know.
You're absolutely correct.
That.
And you've been hearing them tell us. They're telling
And
us.
you not just yourself. I've been listening to you since the first day I ever went on the air, and I fully agree. After I do my research with you, that this is what it always happens.
Yeah.
Give you a problem, and then you scream and yell out enough, we'll solve the problem. But at what cost?
Yep, that's
The
right.
cost is going to be some of your freedom.
The cost is.
I told my wife, I called me, she says, "How long before the roadblocks start?" I says, "Well, you're a little premature, but don't put that too far on the back burner."
No, she's not premature. There are already roadblocks up
Oh,
there.
they do that now with
all over
traffic
all
stops and
over
stuff,
the no, they're up right now all over the country. There's roadblocks.
Oh yeah, you can't. I don't imagine you can do a lot of flying around right now.
No, I'm not talking about flying. I'm
Not
talking
about in trucks or whatever.
talking about roadblocks.
Oh sure.
There are roadblocks on the highways all over the
When
country.
I heard that the air traffic is grounded
Mm-hmm.
and that harbors are now sealed up,
Yep.
especially New York, that port's sealed up, and now they have military ships at the ready at the New York seaport and every place else, Seattle and every place. Well, that's martial law, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. Yeah. We're under
And
martial
they
law.
can scream and yell. Nobody's going to say it is because no one will even recognize it.
Well, you notice the president has not come on the air and made any kind of a statement or tried to alleviate the fears of the American people, because if he does, he has to tell the truth, and he has to tell them that he's issued a declaration of martial law. He doesn't
And
want
I
to.
know
He
that
doesn't
he
want to
does.
do that for a
Yes,
lot of
and
reasons.
His one statement you made was, if at best, wishy-washy to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't anything of any great something that you would put down in the history books. You know.
No.
But we'll have to see what comes, what he says later on, and I'm more interested to see what the Congress people start spouting.
Oh, they'll be introducing all kinds of laws and bills and stuff and things that they'll start taking freedoms away real quick.
And I'm also looking, as you just mentioned, to see down the road who comes up the winner in this. And I'm not talking about the militarily, because that's not even the point.
Yeah. Whoever benefits,
either politically or economically.
Yeah. Whoever
Somebody's
benefits,
going to come up with a jackpot.
whoever benefits from this is the culprit.
And considering that most of the world's business revolves around that area, I'm interested to see what businesses all of a sudden become very, very well-to-do out of this for some reason. And it might lead you to find out, it's the old follow the money deal.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm very surprised. I see Mr. Weiner let you on for all the time you want, and I appreciate that. I thank him for that. And I just happened to turn the station on, not expecting to find you of all people.
Well,
I thought it would be later tonight as usual.
He didn't let me on. I didn't ask to be on. He called me.
I'm sure he told you to get on.
And asked me to get on. And
Well, I'd rather have you there than some of these talking heads, because I'm listening to Brokaw, Jennings, and them, and I got to turn them off. I just can't. I'm not going to become addicted like the OJ thing.
I know what you mean. It gives you kind of a nauseous feeling, doesn't it?
I get a little. I have to take a Tums or something after I watch him for 5 minutes.
Especially Ted Koppel. I can't even stand to look
Well,
at that.
Ted Koppel's a papa's ass to begin with, and
Yep, you're right.
and Peter Jennings and Brokaw are no better.
Ted
They're more interested in how they are perceived to be rather than what's really going on.
Ted Koppel is the guy that if he had attended my high school, he would have been the kid most likely to get his ass kicked.
Every day.
Every day, that's right.
Well, like every recess or every lunch period.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, thank you, Bill, and keep up the good work.
You're welcome. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
calling.
my friend.
Once again, the number is 520-333-4578. Anytime you call, we will immediately go to the phones, no matter what we're listening to, because everything from here on out is going to be repetition. Now, if you haven't figured that out yet, just keep watching your TV. What you're going to see is a repetition of everything that happened this morning. They're going to be feeding you information that's going to make you emotional, that's going to tend to brainwash you. to be able to understand that things are never going to be the same again, and get you all worked up in order to understand, number one, that things are never going to be the same again, number two, to accept it, number three, to ask for it, number four, never complain about it when they take your freedoms away. That's what the media is going to be concentrating on for the next 3 months. Good evening, you're on the air. Or I should say good afternoon. I'm so used to saying good evening because of our evening broadcast. I hope you'll forgive me for that.
Hey, Bill. Been listening for years. First thing I did when I heard about it was I ran to your webpage, saw that you were on the radio, been listening all day long. You're right. You called this many years ago. And it never ceases to amaze me how their plan sort of plays itself out.
Yeah.
You know, we all knew something big like this was going to happen. You've been saying it for years. I have recordings of your shows going back several years. I've played them for people, and here we go.
Yep. And
it's very, very sad. It's just awful. These people care nothing about human life. They just care about power.
That's true. Very true.
That's what it's about. Well, keep up the good work, Bill.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
You know, and you might want to call Alan Weiner and thank him for doing this.
I will do this. This is fabulous. I can think of no one better to sort of follow this along with than you, sir.
Well, it's what Alan said this morning. When he called me, he says, "Bill, you predicted this a long time ago." He says,
Yep.
"You're the one." He said, "I want
Yep.
you on the air." And
I agree.
he said, "When you're ready, just call us and we'll put you on immediately." And I couldn't do it right then and there because I was involved with my militia duties and my responsibilities to the country and to other patriot leaders. And once that was taken care of, then I called and they put me on the air immediately.
Alan's done a great service.
Alan's done a service way beyond what most people even suspect that he has done, because I'm telling you right now, freedom of speech in this country does not exist except on WBCQ.
I agree. It's a terrible day for our country.
Yep.
It is.
Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578. If you'd like to call and give your comments or opinions on what's going on, we'll go right to the phone immediately. Good evening, or good afternoon. I keep doing that.
Hi, Bill. Any UPS going?
Yeah, you know you're on a worldwide broadcast. All over the world, Norman.
Oh, really?
This is my UPS driver, ladies and gentlemen, all over the world. This is Norman. No, I don't have anything.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Hey, do you have any opinions on what's going on this morning? Now's your chance to tell the whole world.
I just think it's a cowardly act.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, sure do. It's sad. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Norman.
Take care.
You too. That's my friendly UPS driver who always calls, and you see, he doesn't have to do that. He calls to find out if I got anything to go so he can make sure that he's here, and there's nothing to go today, because there would have been, but I've been doing my duty since 5 o'clock this morning and haven't done any UPS things. So that was Norman. You all got to hear from Norman, and he's a great guy. He's been our UPS driver for years, and I mean literally years and years, long time, and he's wonderful. So there you go. I'm sure he was shocked to hear that he was on worldwide radio. But he'll have a story to tell to his family when he gets home tonight. 520-333-4578 is the number. If you want to call, the minute that we see the phone is ringing, we will go directly to the phone, no matter who you are, where you are, what you want to say. Just keep your comments confined to what happened this morning. You can do one of two things. You can tell us how you feel about it and what you think about it, or you can report to us something that maybe the listening audience should know, but has not heard from me or from anyone else. And that will be appreciated. Will not accept rumors, will not accept you telling me what you got in an email or read on the internet or got from some fax that somebody sent you. That's absolutely a verboten, which is German for forbidden. It's not allowed on this broadcast. Good afternoon. I finally got it right. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Bill. I was surprised to see you on this afternoon.
I've been on for, it's almost 3 hours now.
Yeah, well, welcome to the socialist state of New York, the other end of New York. I just wanted, I talked to you before a few times, and I just wanted to say that that it's obviously a well-coordinated situation when you can have 4 planes attacked at the same, hijacked at the same time. There's no amateurs.
Yeah, not only well-coordinated, but well-financed, well-trained, well-timed, well-targeted. This is no amateur job.
No, that's right. And the other plane, I guess, apparently has gone down somewhere near Johnstown, PA, from what I hear.
Yeah, its flight path was projected to fly over Camp David. Now, whether Camp David was the target or it was going to fly over Camp David and go to some other target, nobody really knows.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. I'm anxious to see now what's going to come out of this, what kind of attacks, what kind of rights we're going to have to give up to feel safe.
3 days ad nauseum.
Yeah, and I've watched the one tower collapse. It's hard, they showed the plane. They actually had a video of the second plane hitting.
Yeah,
and they also said that prior to this, that they were warned. The flight from Boston to L.A., someone called in and said they were being hijacked, and 2 of the stewardesses or attendants, I'm not sure whether they're male or female attendants, had been stabbed to death, and that they were breaking into the flight compartment. This came over about a half hour ago. It was out of a broadcast out of, I believe, Oregon or Washington, where someone there apparently had a phone and had notified the officials there someplace, American Airlines or wherever, United, that they were under attack inside the plane.
Yeah, there's been several reports that that people on the planes had called other people and officials and had told them that they were hijacked and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How much of that is true and how much of it's fabrication, or whether it's all true or whether it's all fabrication?
Exactly.
We just have no way of knowing.
But I watched the tower collapse, the top of it, and it's a little difficult to believe that the plane did that. I mean, certainly it was on fire.
Well, the plane absolutely did not do it. I can
exactly.
tell you that
it
sure.
looks like there may have been. I wonder if there had been secondary charges. This thing is so well coordinated; they were planning to go off.
Yeah, there were explosions, and New Yorkers heard the explosions just before the building collapsed, and then the building collapsed straight down, as if the explosives were placed and wired by a professional bringing down demolition team.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, this is part of.
They fell straight
these
down.
Are pros.
Yeah, they didn't fall over. They fell straight down in themselves.
That's correct. They collapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it appears
it's a professional job, by golly.
Yeah, that was no amateur that coordinated. This is quite a coordinated plan to be able to do that, and just wonder what happened with the fourth flight if it didn't make its target. Something went wrong, but obviously. If there were internal charges, this was extremely well coordinated.
Something obviously went wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of flights have what they call an air marshal on board. That's a federal agent who was a United States Marshal, who's designated as an air marshal, who fly on American flights to protect the plane against hijacking.
That's correct.
And terrorism. And so there may have been an air marshal in that plane who may have succeeded in killing the hijackers, or at least causing enough of a disturbance where the plane crashed before it ever reached its target.
Yeah.
Or there may have been some brave passengers on there who attacked the hijackers and caused the plane to crash.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever going to know because there are no survivors.
That's true. We'll never know. This will be another one of the unsolved mysteries. But at any rate,
but if they can recover the flight recorder. And if they ever release it to the public, then we might find some acts of heroism there.
Yeah, well, that's the key. Will they allow it to be?
I have no idea.
Yeah, but at any rate, the next thing I'm sure that we'll hear is, as you talked about, it reminds me a bit of the MIA POW situation. Where we wrap ribbons around trees and wave the flag as if that's going to really make a difference.
As if that's going to do any good.
Yeah, exactly. I never got tied up into that, and I'm a Vietnam-era vet, and I feel sorry for all the guys that left. But I'm sure that they never were retrieved, but I'm sure that the powers that be could care a flying, you-know-what, about how many ribbons we wrap around a tree.
That's right.
It's just a question. It's what it's a sympathetic.
You know what that stuff does?
Yeah, I know what it's done.
It makes Americans feel good in their impotence to do anything actually about it. It gives them some feeling that they've done something. I tied a ribbon around the tree. I've done something to bring the POWs home.
Mm-hmm.
I've done something to remember the people who died in the World Trade Center building. It's not about the victims. It's not about the POWs. It's about themselves feeling better, because there's really nothing else that they can do.
Yeah, it's a feel
good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I did something, and I'm not going to take that away from them. If they want to tie ribbons around trees, it's okay with me.
Well, that's the way I feel. If it makes you feel good, go for it. But it really is doing nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, you're not going to be any more or less American if you don't tie a ribbon around the tree.
That's true, and you're not going to be any more an American if you put a flag on your porch.
Yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to call in and say, that we're listening to you here in New York. And I've spread the word, got several people with shortwave, some of them down south of me here in Cuba, friends of mine that are retired, that are listening to you on a regular basis and think you're doing a hell of a job.
Well, thank you. Thank you very
appreciate it. Stay on, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, we're with you. Take care.
I'll try. I'll be here, as long as necessary. Thank you for calling. If that's all night and all day tomorrow, if that's what Alan Weiner wants me to do, then that's what I'll do. If he calls up and says, hey, Bill, I think that's enough, then I'll go off the air. But I think Alan's right. Somebody needs to be here that will tell you the truth, not stroke you, not play upon your sentimentality or your emotions, not work you up into some useless, futile hysteria, not prepare you to accept all the draconian laws and executive orders that are going to come out of this. You need somebody who will tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. And unfortunately, and I'm not too pleased with this fact, that just happens to be me in this whole world. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Bill, this is Rick.
Hi.
Michigan.
Hi, Rick.
I was just I just feel empty about the situation in New York.
Rick, can you put the phone right in front of your mouth and talk a lot louder?
I'm just kind of feeling empty about this situation in New York, and what I was trying to get through was, why did, in the first bombing of the World Trade Center, who picked that building? Was it that blind terrorist, or was it somebody in our government?
Well, in the first place, that blind terrorist leader was made a terrorist leader, was given the funds and trained to be a terrorist leader, and to be able to train terrorists to operate by the Central Intelligence Agency. And that all came out in the trial. And they were brought to this country from Afghanistan after they became, after they had defeated the Soviet Union. They were brought to this country as a reward. They were monitored and followed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation all the time. The Federal Bureau of Investigation knew everything that they were doing. Members of that organization were reporting to their FBI handlers every single day. There were tapes made by some of these informants who were working within the cell where the informants were trying to convince the FBI not to allow them to use real explosives, because they didn't want anybody to get hurt. They wanted to put inert ingredients like beans or something in there instead of explosives. And the FBI ordered them to use real explosives, knew the exact day that they were going to plant them, and go in there and detonate those explosives in the World Trade Center. And believe it or not, the only thing that prevented them from bringing the whole building down, because they were going to park that truck right next to and right up against one of the main supporting columns of the World Trade Center building, which would have acted like a shape charge and could have brought the building down. Now, I don't know if it would have brought the building down because it's only one supporting member, but it could have if that was one of the major supporting members, because it's a huge building. And they didn't do anything to stop it. They allowed the bomb to be detonated, and over 1,000 people were killed or injured during that attack. And those tapes were transcribed and run in the New York Times. It's a matter of record. It's not conjecture. I'm not making this up. It's fact.
Well, I understand understand all that, but I would.
And the FBI and the BATF also knew, and the Oklahoma City Police Department, and the governor of Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma City Bomb Squad and Fire Department all knew that the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building was going to be blown up. They knew the exact day, they knew the exact time, and they allowed it to happen.
I understand that too, but I want to get back. Who picked the building?
I have no idea.
It never came out in the transcripts of the trial, do you?
No, not that I know of. I have no idea who picked the building.
That's why I just can't figure out why they picked. I mean,
well, if you're going to do a terrorist act, if you want to make a big impact and scare the hell out of people, you want to create the most damage that you can possibly create. The World Trade Center towers employ over 50,000 people between the two towers. Plus, at any given time, there could be another 10,000 tourists and visitors and delivery people and people just conducting business in there who aren't employed, or maybe even more. I mean, I'm not a terrorist, but if I was a terrorist, that's the kind of target I would pick.
Okay.
As an American patriot, I would never pick any of those targets, even if the United States government had declared war on us and we were really at war. I would never attack any of those targets.
No.
None of them. It's senseless. I would attack targets that would further our cause, that would help us win a war of restoration of constitutional Republican government. And I wouldn't attack ever unless we were at war.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
You're welcome. So as to who chose the target, I have no idea. But, putting myself in the place of a terrorist leader trying to pick a target, those are perfect targets. Lots of people work in the Pentagon. Lots of people work in the World Trade Center towers. It's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. When you attack the Pentagon, you attack the nation. The nation. Not the traitors in the nation. You're attacking the nation. That's why no American patriot would ever attack the Pentagon. You attack the World Trade Center towers. Why would an American patriot waste time attacking the World Trade Center towers and killing all those people that work there when that's not going to further their cause at all? They just wouldn't do it. It's a no-brainer. You want to know who did it? Figure out who benefits. That's who did it. Whoever benefits is the culprit. I don't know who that is yet, but I'm telling you right now, whoever it is the culprit. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Bill, it seems to me, Dave calling, I'd like to make a comment. It seems to me that this is too much of an intricate plan not to have been a superbly coordinated style Oklahoma City style bombing by possibly the same planners. I'd like to know your comment on maybe 1 through 3 or something, 1, 2 things that would be a long-term implication for us Americans.
Well, I've already given you that. It's an attack upon freedom. It's an attack upon freedom. You watch. In the next few months, you're going to see the Bill of Rights go right down the tubes. You're going to see things implemented in this country in the name of safety and security of the American people that is going to be draconian in nature and will actually be an attack upon the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And you may see a lot of attempts to get people to finally agree to disarm the American people, even though we had nothing to do with any of this.
Worldwide implications, do you see anything happening there?
Yeah, we're going to attack either one or several foreign nations who have traditionally harbored terrorist organizations, and it's going to look like we're going after them seriously, but of course we won't, just like in the past. Like when they fought the Gulf War, they never took out Saddam Hussein. They've always known where, here's all this speculation that Tim McVeigh and Terry Nichols and the guys that blew up the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City actually had help from Osama bin Laden. Yeah, right. Timothy McVeigh was able to find Osama bin Laden and talk to him and make an agreement and reach a contract where he was going to come over here and help him blow up the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. But nobody in the intelligence community or the military or law enforcement can ever find Osama bin Laden. Although they have all this intelligence, they always know what he's doing and what he's planning. Have you ever noticed that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, well, they're full of crap. They've always known where he is. They know where he is today. If they wanted him, they could have gone and got him a long time ago. They're not gonna, because he helps bring us closer to world totalitarian socialist government.
Do you see the same...
Plus, he was also created by the CIA. He was one of those leaders in Afghanistan that the CIA trained and sent in advisors to help train his people to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. We created the guy. He belongs to us. We're probably still financing him.
Do you see the same people involved on Flight 800, Oklahoma City, and this?
No, Flight 800 was totally different. I told you what Flight 800 was.
Okay.
The Clinton administration made an agreement with Iran to where they could send one of their submarines over here with a surface-to-air missile and shoot down TWA Flight 800 or some other plane. It just happened to be TWA Flight 800 in retaliation for the civilian airliner that the USS Vincennes, one of our missile ships over there, shot down by mistake. And it was to prevent Iran from sending terrorists over here to do what we've seen happen this morning. It was a tit for tat. We shot down your civilian airline. We killed a lot of your civilians and loved ones and relatives. And if you'll agree not to send terrorists to this country and blow up our cities and attack us on our home soil and make the Clinton administration look bad, we'll let you bring one of your submarines over here with a surface-to-air missile and shoot down one of our airliners, and we'll cover it up for you. That's exactly what happened.
Bill, do you see this as the beginning to a series of things happening sequentially, days, weeks apart across the U.S.?
I don't know what you mean by days or weeks. I don't know their timetable.
Yeah.
All I know is they have to do certain things to accomplish certain goals that will lead to the implementation of the regional areas of the New World Order and the establishment of a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. I know these things have to happen. I just don't know what their timetable is as to when exactly it's going to happen. I don't have a crystal ball.
So Bin Laden's a fall guy for this when it's...
Bin Laden is a creature of the CIA. It was created by the CIA.
Yeah.
It was financed by the CIA. It was trained by the CIA.
But this planning today and carrying out of this was domestically based, evidently.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows who was flying those planes. Nobody knows who the hijackers were. Nobody knows who they came from, except maybe people in government who are not telling us.
Or the planning, because there were so many bombs, you say, that brought that straight down.
Let me tell you something. If the CIA or the FBI had no indication and no advance forewarning of any of this, then they were part of it. Because this took too long to plan, involved too many people, was too well coordinated and carried out, involved too much training, and you know, you can't do that.
Is this going to wake America up, or is it going to go down like,
No. Aren't you listening? Go to C-SPAN or CNN. Listen to the callers. They're as stupid as ever, even stupider.
Yeah. I'm sorry about this, yes.
Yeah, I am too. Very sorry.
You, Bill.
But you listen to the callers. Just listen to the callers.
Yes.
If you get any good feelings from what these people are saying, it will just shock the hell out of me.
I hear you. Thank you very much, Bill.
You're welcome. Yeah, if you want to know what's going to happen, listen to the callers calling in to the major media. You'll hear the stupidity of the American sheeple, their ignorance. They're already calling for their own enslavement. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill. Did you hear something about Fox being able to get in and meet with Osama bin Laden and interview him?
Yeah.
How long ago was that, do you know?
I don't know, a few months.
Months, and this was at the same time that there was this massive manhunt supposedly underway by
yeah, but Fox Television managed to get in and interview Osama bin Laden, but the CIA can't find him. The FBI can't find him?
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah, and the other thing that's really irksome is there's
Timothy McVeigh found him and got him to help blow up the Alfred P. Muir Federal Building? Give me a break.
Right.
The entire machination of the United States government, all of their intelligence assets and organizations, and the military, and the law enforcement, and the FBI, and all their spies, they know everything that Osama bin Laden is planning and saying, because they always release it to the news, but they can't find him. But Fox News gets right in there and gets an interview right under their nose. Give me a break.
Right. We're in a commercial break now, Bill. Did you know that?
Pardon?
We're not live.
You're not live? Oh, I didn't know
You and I
that.
are not live right now.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't even know you were calling from WBCQ.
Yeah, I just wondered if you could maybe bring that up off the after I get off with you. Just
Well, you should have called, you should have done it while I was on the air.
well, I didn't know that they were going to cut you off when they did.
Well, I'm sorry, but...
My other question for you was, Chuck Hagel is apparently the spokesman right now. He's one of, I think, only 2 members of the Senate who were invited to the Bilderberg meetings the last couple of times. And I think that's very important that people realize that connection and make that connection.
Yeah.
So he's been splayed all over CBS. In fact, he was just on there just a minute ago talking about how America has.
Oh yeah, they'll have all the.
changing.
They'll have the Council on Foreign Relations spokespeople and the Bilderberger spokespeople and the Freemason spokespeople and they'll all
but it's
be.
just amazing. Hagel was not even considered a senior senator in any way, shape, or form until he started going to the Bilderberg meetings, and now he's like the chief spokesman for all this.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Just incredible. Okay, I'll get off the air, but please do me a favor if you can, if you get an opportunity, tell people about this.
Well, I'd rather you call back. You don't have to. You don't have to tell them you're from WBCQ. Or you can if you want to, and say, "Hey, I'm on the staff at WBCQ, and I was just listening to you, and I think these points ought to be brought up."
Okay.
Okay.
Good enough.
But
thanks.
give me about 10 minutes because
Sure, okay.
I got to go to the bathroom.
All right. Okay.
I don't want to soothe anyone. I just want to say that this act, I don't think was an act of God, but that we should all pay attention to this act, because if God does decide to punish this nation, it will be much worse than this.
Thanks for the call. You have been seeing these pictures over the course of the last couple of hours, but we're going to show it to you again from New York 1 as the second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. This is what had happened just past 9 o'clock this morning. We will continue with your phone calls. Alameda, California, go ahead.
Start off by giving my prayer for the victims and families of the victims in the bombing. I'm a Jew, and I have a lot of Muslim and Arab friends, and I have a real concern that there's going to be a backlash against Muslims and Arabs, and I really am praying that people can really see each person as an individual and understand that these terrorists are, not normal people. They believe that they are superhuman beyond mortality, and I just want everybody to pray for peace. It's the most significant thing any American can do right now is pray for peace and pray for the victims, and that's all I'm asking for.
Bonners Ferry, Idaho, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm in Idaho, and I just want to say that the entire region here, we have a tendency to be isolated. We are just overwhelmed, and our hearts really go out to the people there. And I just want to say personally that I will support Bush if he does try to take, real heavy action against people who do this. I pray to God that we find the people who did this, and I really believe we need to start taking, an active stance on borders. I'm about 10 miles from Canada, 20 miles from Canada. We don't have any problem there, but it's still overwhelming to me, and the only thing I can think is that we really need to start concentrating on our society in general. The rules have changed. We need to get that through our heads.
Thanks for the call. Next is Port Orchard, Washington. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, caller.
Hi.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to that lady who called from California. She had a lot of Muslims and Arab friends, and she said we should view everybody as a person. Absolutely, we should view everybody as a person, but we have to remember that Muslim religion is not like Christianity or Judaism or Buddhism for that matter, because it says if you kill anybody who does not believe in Allah or Muslim religion, you're going to heaven. Imagine the population of 5 countries who all wanted to be in heaven and wanted to take us with them. As far as I'm concerned, if you see a green flag in front of any home in California, Port Orchard, anywhere in the United States, bomb it. Because if you don't bomb them, they'll bomb us.
Thanks, Raleigh, North Carolina. Go ahead, please.
Yes, my comment is about please do not keep releasing any...
What do you mean, thanks? Did you hear what that guy said? He said, thanks. She's telling people to go out, and if you see somebody who's got a green flag on their porch, you're supposed to bomb them, and this clown says thanks. Is this...
any other attacks. Also, I want to let people know that this is not what God wants for anybody. This is man's responsibility, and God has nothing to do with this. We should believe more in what God has to offer to us, and we should keep helping each other. And we have to thank also this country for all the opportunities that this country has brought to many other people from many other countries. And that's my comment, basically.
Thanks for the call. We're going to show you what New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani had to say about 25 minutes ago as he met with reporters, and we'll come back with more of your reaction.
And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Pataki for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then
Jerry's comment, folks, our democracy and the rule of law, the two are incompatible. Democracy has nothing to do with the rule of law. The rule of law occurs under a constitutional Republican government. A democracy depends solely upon the will of the majority, which is always a tyranny against the minority, whoever and whatever the minority might be. You hear this stuff all the time. This is not a democracy. It was never intended to be. It's a constitutional republic. Nowhere in the Constitution for the United States of America will you ever see the word democracy. It's not in there. However, in Article 4, Section 4, it guarantees to every state and every citizen a constitutional Republican form of government. In fact, it doesn't even say constitutional. Guarantees to every state a Republican form of government. Guarantees. So what is all this democracy stuff, huh?
For the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties.
Well, we've already heard all this, folks, and I'm not going to go through it again. It's a bunch of baloney. I can guarantee you, absolutely guaranteed, that between the Pentagon and the two towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, there's at least 10,000 dead. Listen to me very carefully. There's at least 10,000 dead. Over 50,000 people are employed in the Twin Towers, or were employed, I should say, in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And at any given moment, there's thousands of tourists in those buildings, and delivery people, and pickup people, and people who are going there to visit other people, or who have appointments there, who work and live somewhere else altogether differently. That you could probably say that this morning there were probably in excess of 60,000 people in those two buildings. So when I say 10,000 dead, I'm being very conservative. You also have to take into consideration that when those buildings collapsed, there were hundreds of firefighters, police officers, emergency medical technicians, just citizens who went there to try to help rescue people during the attempted evacuation of those buildings, and hundreds, maybe 1,000 of those people higher than that. And for every person killed, there's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 that were injured, wounded, maimed, whatever. I hate to say it. I don't like to say it. It's a terrible, terrible thing to even contemplate, but nevertheless, it's the truth. And you'll see when the final figures come out, my figures will probably seem paltry in comparison, because I am being very, very conservative based upon the numbers that we know were in the building and that we can estimate may have been in the building in addition to those people. And there was no warning when the explosions went off and the buildings collapsed. No warning whatsoever. They came down, and anybody that was in there, I'm not going to say that none of them survived, because God in His infinite mercy sometimes sees fit to work some wonderful miracles. But I can say that most of them are dead. Most of the people in those buildings, when they finally came down, are dead. 520-333-4578 is the number. Anytime that anyone calls, we will go directly to your call, whether you're calling to report some new information or whether you're calling just to tell us about your feelings and what this means to you or portends for the future, or whatever you want to talk about. But please keep it to what happened this morning. Whenever you call, we'll go directly to your call, regardless of what else is going on at that time, unless there's some breaking news that all of a sudden crops up that we didn't know about before. We'll finish that, and then we'll go to you. So the number is 520-333-4578. We're broadcasting worldwide on WBCQ, The Planet, 7.415 megahertz worldwide shortwave radio. And if you, wherever you're at in the world, you can receive this broadcast if you have the proper radio and the right antenna. And we're also broadcasting here in the Round Valley on 101.1 FM Eager, just for the process of bringing the news of this terrible tragedy to the people here in the Round Valley. And once this is all over, 101.1 FM will go back off the air again simply because I can't afford to operate it anymore. The only reason I'm doing this today is because there are so many people in this valley who would not get the truth or the news unless they were listening to this broadcast, because they're at work. And while they're working, they can turn on the radio and listen, but they can't do television, can't do a lot of other things. And you know, even if normally they couldn't, I think today they could. I think most employers will understand and probably will want to hear what's happening also. So 101.1 FM is on the air today, maybe all night tonight, maybe tomorrow. Once the bulk of this, or what people really need to know, is finished, it will be off the air again. Senator Chuck Hagel, who's not a real big wig in Washington, D.C., and nobody ever paid much attention to him until recently. He was invited to attend the Bilderberg meeting. And that makes you a big wheel in the world, by the way. And now, all of a sudden, on CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, Senator Chuck Hagel is there just about every 10 minutes telling everybody that this changes America forever. Nothing will ever be the same. This is going to have major effect upon all of the citizens of America for the rest of their lives. And he's not talking about emotionally. He's talking about your rights, your freedoms. He's telling you. He's warning you in advance that he and others of his ilk are going to strip your rights from you. They're going to change the definition of freedom. And nothing is ever, ever going to be the same in this country. Even though American citizens had nothing to do with it, they're going to pay for it with their freedom, with their rights. That is, if you accept it. If you accept it. Me, I don't accept it. You already know that. I won't ever give in to tyranny. I won't bow my knee. I will not kiss the ring or kiss anything else for that matter. Absolutely will not do it. So, that's the name of that tune. Lots of other stuff is going on here. You're gonna find out what this means, but it's going to take a period of time, folks. If you've been listening to my lectures and my talks before I ever went on the air, and if you've been listening to the Hour of the Time on the air since May the 4th, 1992, that was our first broadcast, you know I predicted everything that has happened, and I predicted what the consequences would be. And I hate the fact that I'm right, but I am right, and you all know it. If you've been listening to me, you know it. And this is one of the things that I predicted. And gosh, I wrote about it in my book. I told you there would be a terrible terrorist event. The government would go underground. And, you know, if you read the book, you know the rest.
Jennifer Steinhauer, please. Just a housekeeping.
Just heard Governor Pataki of New York admit that New York State is also under martial law, which it probably should be, to deal with this emergency, when he said that he, by governor executive order, suspended the primary elections. He admitted that the state of New York is under martial law, even though there's been no official declaration. You see, elections, even primaries, are dictated by law. You cannot change the law unless you suspend the law. And the only way to suspend the law is to declare martial law.
Is normal, so the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers that they come in? Or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do?
There's something very strange about what Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki have been telling us this morning. The firemen, the EMT, the police officers, the people who are trained professionally to operate these kinds of rescue and emergency efforts are now going to be relieved by the National Guard, and the National Guard's going to take over completely from these people, and that doesn't make any sense because these firemen and police officers and emergency medical technicians and doctors and nurses and all of the people, police officers who have been on the scene, many of whom were killed, have only been working for just a few short hours and by no means could possibly be totally exhausted or worked out. And when the National Guard comes in, they're not trained to handle these kinds of things. They're trained to maintain order and perform military types of tasks. So why are they telling us, see this, I don't understand, why are they telling us that they're going to completely relieve all of the civilian fighting personnel, police officers, emergency medical technicians, all of the people who in their normal everyday job are used to responding to and dealing with these kinds of emergencies, not as vast or as terrible or as catastrophic as this, but that's their job. And now they're telling us that, as you know, they've mobilized the National Guard, and the National Guard's going to relieve all these people and take over completely all of their duties. Now that to me is highly suspicious. I think it's wrong, and I am very, very worried that that's being done because these people are under military order, and if they talk about what they see or what they do or what they find, they can be immediately arrested and locked away in a military prison like forever because they don't have constitutional rights. And that bothers me. The civilian firefighters and police and all that, when they get in there and start investigating and uncovering stuff, I know what they're going to find. And it looks to me like somebody doesn't want them to find this stuff and report about it, so they're going to put the military in there. Even if it is the National Guard of the state of New York, still the military. They're still under military law. They have no constitutional rights. They can be silenced and gagged, and whatever they see and whatever they remove and whatever they uncover, they can never talk about because they can be immediately arrested by the military police and locked up for the rest of their life. It's that simple. The military can do that. The military can do that. Military personnel do not, as a matter of course, have the protections that the civilian population has under the Constitution. So, hate to tell you that, but you know, what other reason would he have for relieving these people whose job it is to deal with these kinds of disasters, who are the most trained to deal with these kinds of disasters, who are the best people to deal with these kinds of disasters?
Your phone calls, McKinleyville, California. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, my name's Mark from Rose City, and all I want to say is my heart bleeds for the innocent people murdered. All I can say is that the greatest fears of the entire Middle East have just been realized, and that just happens to be the unleashing of a United States as one to eliminate these gutless murderers. You'll get yours, pal. You know you will. Thanks.
Judge, jury, and executioner. This clown has no idea who did it. And I guarantee you, if there was somebody from the Middle East living next door to him, he'd be over trashing their house or beating them up or shooting at them or something like that. This is a sickness.
Forward from it. The flags around Washington now moving to half-staff. The Capitol has been shut down, which explains why the flag remains at the top over the U.S. Capitol, but over the Russell Senate Office Building and the Dirksen Senate Office Building, the flags have been lowered out of respect for those who have been killed and injured today. The chairman of the Democratic National Committee, there have been some calls on this, has issued a statement. By the way, the Democrats were scheduled to meet in Miami for the annual fall meeting. That has been canceled because of today's events. And Terry McAuliffe saying that there are no partisans today, only patriots. As leaders in your community, I know that you will join your fellow citizens to demonstrate our solidarity as America and its people and express our sympathy for those Americans whose lives were taken today. We want to share.
Did you hear that, folks? More hypocrisy. After the Oklahoma City bombing, patriots were vilified. Patriot was a dirty word. Patriot was the worst thing that you could ever think of, and nobody in this country wanted to say that they were a patriot because of the way that the press crucified patriots in this country. And now they're saying, we're all patriots, right? We'll see how that will change in the next few days.
15 minutes ago, Fox News reported that Barbara Olson was one of the hijacked airplanes aboard and was killed. I saw her on Washington Journal on Sunday, and I will miss her very much, as will all of us. She was on with Bill Press, taking your calls on Sunday's Washington Journal. Also from Reuben Patterson, the idea of using commercial planes to attack American targets is straight out of Tom Clancy's book, Executive Orders. Another view said that if we respond to this tragedy with hate, we will only encourage more of the same, from Fred Murray. And first, from Bill Fortness, saying, I want to send out my condolences to the survivors and family members of the deceased. And second, let us also show that a missile defense system and all the money that it will cost will not stop such attacks. And finally, one other comment says, is anyone really...
No, it won't. But for the fool that wrote that, it might stop an attack that will eventually come, not today, but eventually, from Communist China. And since they have allied themselves and made such a strong alliance with Russia now, and you watch, communism is coming back in Russia. It's going to be the same old boogie stuff all over again. And eventually, if we don't succumb to the New World Order, if we don't agree to become a part of this socialist world government, we will be attacked by Communist China, and because of their alliance with Russia, maybe by Russia also. And we do need a missile defense for that. So many people don't want us to be defended. They destroyed our defenses that would have prevented these attacks from happening this morning. For instance, when I was in the military, when I was in the Air Force, there could never have been, these attacks could never have been carried out. As soon as these airplanes were hijacked, they would have had Air Force fighters escorting them. If they had attempted to carry out the missions that they did this morning, they would have been shot down right out of the skies, and that whole thing would have been coordinated by the North American Air Defense Command, which doesn't operate in that capacity anymore. You know what they're doing now? You know what they're doing now? They're shooting down missionaries in South America because they mistakenly believe that they're drug planes. That's what's happened to our military.
Idaho Falls, Idaho, good afternoon.
Yes, I just wanted to make a couple real quick points. It doesn't, just because this accident happened in New York and so many people were killed and injured, it doesn't warrant an unconditional support of President Bush or his policies. We know that policies in the past have led to these sort of situations. And also, it's impossible to recognize, or it's pretty obvious that the military couldn't have responded very adequately. The conventional military could have responded very adequately to these attacks.
Thanks, caller. Next, St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon.
Hi. My prayers goes out to all the innocent children today are not going to have any mothers or fathers.
Thanks for the call. Corn Road, Texas. You're next.
I would just like to say that I'm a teenager here in Conroe, and it's really scaring a lot of us, and we don't know what to do. And so I'm praying for everyone there in New York who are essential to it.
Thanks, caller. Next, we're going to go... Actually, let me just share this information with you from the Associated Press. The President Bush is returning to the White House, according to a spokesman. Again, the President coming back to Washington. We are showing you coverage from not only stations in Washington and New York, but also the CBC in Canada. We'll show you how they are covering the events up there.
In the event, there are more attacks planned, and there is a plan to attack the leadership of the United States. Clinton saying that in an interview just a short time ago.
All right, Henry.
But we have no word whether he's returning to Washington or what his destination is, Peter.
Okay, that's great. Bush said to be leaving then Omaha, and what is clear, we don't know where he's going, but it's clear that they're keeping him on the move. He never seems to be in one place too long. He was in Louisiana for a couple of hours at most, and he now was been in Omaha for the last couple of hours. We're now being told, just being told now, that he is now on his way back, or is about to be on his way back to Washington, coming in from Omaha, and we'll have
Virginia Beach, Virginia. Good afternoon.
Yes, I'd just like to say that there's a time for peace and a time for war, and I think we need to declare war on some of these little piss-ass countries and eliminate the problem at the head, and not just fight the war and then leave the man in power and nobody there to take his place. If you eliminate the head honcho on all these little piss-ass countries, and then they say the enemy you know is worse than the one you don't know, well, then if we don't like the one we don't know, we'll eliminate him too. Just knock them all off.
Oh, there's another, big, intelligent, really neat, guy with lots of brains. He's already decided that Saddam Hussein did it. And he's all angry because Saddam Hussein wasn't killed. Hey, gang, where do they come from? I mean, why can't people use their brain? Nobody knows who did this yet. Nobody knows who's responsible. But if you listen, keep listening to these callers, they know.
Please, talking about security around the perimeter of the U.S. Capitol.
We took the measure to evacuate the buildings. This is the first time we had a mandatory evacuation of the Capitol and the House and Senate office buildings. We took this precaution to ensure that...
That's not true, folks. It happened during the War of 1812 when we fought the British again. In fact, they burned Washington, D.C., and everything was evacuated. So, watch out what you listen to. This guy works in Washington. He should know the history of the city, but apparently he doesn't.
We're providing them the information we can on a timely...
And I think it's all over. I think that's it. I think that all you're going to hear and see is just repetition from here on out on all of the communist news networks. You're just going to see it played over and over and over and over again to whip you up into this frenzy to where you want revenge and you think you know who did it and, well, I mean, my goodness, everybody listening was here, for Waco, Ruby Ridge, the Oklahoma City bombing. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill, it's Alan.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Just reporting that you're on the frequency of 17.495, and in another...
Wait a minute, let me write that down. So we're not on 7.415.
Well, you were, and we kind of preempted you accidentally for another programmer, Jim Cedarstrom's Financial Survival 2000. But in about, exactly at 5 o'clock Eastern, which is in 12 minutes from now, you will be back on 7415.
Okay, what are we on now? 7?
All right, you're on 17.495, but only till 5 p.m. Eastern. That's only for another 12 minutes.
Okay.
And then, so at 5 p.m., you're going to be back on 7415, and we'll keep you on 7415 as long as you want to stay on the air.
Okay.
So that's what's going on here.
Thank you, Al. What do you think about what's happened today?
Well, being a New Yorker and being someone who has been to the World Trade Center numerous times, once with my father, knowing that a lot of people died, seeing the images on television, I'm shocked, I'm frightened, I'm really saddened that any horrible, evil coward out there would elicit such a heinous, hideous, satanic act. And you know, my greatest personal fear is really what you've been talking about. Is I hope that as Americans, when something like this happens, yeah, we have to get together and we have to realize that it has been an attack on our system and our freedom and our rights, our freedom to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, our freedoms to live and work peaceably in a law-abiding country. And it just scares me, and I hope that we band together as free Americans, and that we uphold all of our rights as strong as possible, and fight this enemy, and make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, and do not do it at the price of any of our personal liberties, because if that happens, then it'll just be worse, and it'll open us up to more devastating things in the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Well,
and I'm just shocked, and you know, I mean, a lot of people died today, and a lot of people died
much more than anybody can imagine.
No.
You were up there, right? I've been up there once.
Yeah, I've been up there several times. The World Trade Center. See, people don't realize this. The World Trade Center is there are thousands and thousands and thousands of trading offices. You know, businesses dealing everything from legal to financial to whatever.
Yeah.
But the structure itself was one of the engineering marvels of the world. I mean, it was something that when you went to New York City, yeah, you go to the Empire State Building, you go to the World Trade Center, you go up to the observation areas, and you're just in absolute awe that we as human beings can build these beautiful monuments and working structures. I mean, you know, the World Trade Center was a working office building where lots of people were going, of all denominations, all kinds, all colors, all languages, were going to work peacefully.
Yeah.
And to see it this morning just to be destroyed, and I'm saying to myself, you know, what's the reasoning here? I mean, why? I mean, how could anyone that even claims to have any allegiance to God or Allah or whatever could even conceive of doing anything like this?
No, and they wouldn't unless they thought they could benefit. And there's nobody who is sane who would even in their wildest dreams think they could benefit from this, unless they could blame it on somebody else. And in that manner, benefit.
It's just, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but it's just an act of unimaginable evil.
Yeah, it is.
I feel that the United States has to maintain our liberties, maintain our rights, but has to be strong, look at this in a mature way.
But that's not the official policy of the United States government. The official policy of the United States government
doesn't do that, then this will never end.
Yeah. Well, they'll pretend to do it, but they won't. The official policy of the United States government is to bring about world government. It was the United States government that created the United Nations.
Well, I always thought, I know I'm playing naivety here, but I'm doing this just for conversation.
Yeah, but I know what you're going to say, and I always thought the same thing.
I always thought the United States government was here to protect the people of the United States.
Yeah, that's what I always thought also.
And if they do not protect the people of the United States, and that doesn't mean taking away our liberties.
Yeah.
Because we are a free people, more than capable of protecting our liberty. We're more than capable of doing it.
That's correct.
We can do it under law, and we can do it and ensure that this kind of thing does not happen.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What do you feel? How do you feel the U.S. should respond when they find out exactly, which they will, who is responsible?
Like I believe they should have responded many, many years ago. For instance, do you believe in your wildest dreams that Fox Television could go and find and sit down with and interview Osama bin Laden, but the vast network of our intelligence community, supported by the billions and billions of dollars in their black projects and their spies and their eavesdropping apparatus, can't ever find him? Yet they always seem to know and leak to the press what he's planning and what he says and what he's doing and where he's going to strike next. Do you believe that? I don't believe it for an instant.
No, I hear what you're saying. To be honest with you, I don't know why these evil entities, these evil things, I can't call them human beings. I just don't know why these evil people are still in existence. I really don't.
Well, I was going to say I don't either, but that's not true. I do. It's because the vast majority of people are so trusting, so innocent, so ignorant, and in most respects absolutely stupid, that they actually fuel these people. They without even realizing it, support these people, enable them to do what they do because of their ignorance and their stupidity. And as long as the wolf can put on sheep's clothing and get into the flock, he's going to eat the sheep.
Now let me ask you this: do you think that something like this could have happened, say, 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago?
20 years ago. Let me tell you something. As long as NORAD was in existence and operating in the manner that it was intended to operate, it could not have happened. Absolutely could not have happened. But NORAD no longer operates for the purpose that it was created, which was to protect the continental United States, Washington, D.C., and all military targets from attack by any aircraft in the air from whatever source whatsoever, from the command post and the DEW line that operated across, up in the Arctic to protect us from.
Because my question is,
it could not have happened. That's
my answer. I've studied military and aircraft, surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm an engineer, and I've studied radar.
Well, this wasn't surveillance.
And I mean, how could all of these aircraft be flown as literally bombs into major buildings in the United States without being detected and intercepted?
Because, Alan, we don't have any defense anymore. NORAD is no longer dedicated to protecting the continental United States from air attack, which was its original purpose and function. It now monitors all kinds of little aircraft flying around South America and Central America and coming across our border for the purpose, the so-called purpose, of interdiction of drug runners. That's what NORAD does today.
Do you think that's going to change?
I think it better change. If it doesn't change, then we know that nobody wants to prevent this kind of thing. See, if NORAD had been operating for the purpose that it was created, this could never have happened. Those planes would have been shot out of the sky.
Now, because to be honest with you, that's what's shocking to me. Being that I have read military history and I have, from a technical standpoint, I mean, we're supposed to have this incredible technology and this incredible surveillance of our airspace, mainly by radar.
Yep, we do.
And, I mean, there is definitely time to plot a path from Boston to New York City, damn it, of an aircraft that's been taken over and hijacked.
That was supposed to be flying somewhere else.
Right.
And I'm telling you
why, I'm saying to myself, okay, someone's playing kamikaze with an American, jetliner filled with fuel bound for the West Coast, and how could we not be defended against this?
Well,
when people have been talking about this for eons. I know you've been talking about it.
Yeah, we used to be, and we should be, and I'm telling you right now that every radar center, every ground control center in the United States monitors every flight that's in the air.
Absolutely,
and
with precision.
No flight takes off without all of these people knowing where they're supposed to be going.
And there's always a predicted course of where they're going to end up.
Yeah. And so these flights were being monitored from ground control and radar operators all over the United States, and they all knew that these planes had deviated from their flight plan and were not going where they were supposed to go. They all knew that, including NORAD, because every flight over this country is monitored from NORAD. Every flight. And when they knew that, they knew that something was wrong, and they did absolutely nothing about it, which means, in my personal estimation, my personal opinion, that they're just as much a part of that terrorist act as the terrorist who
Well,
who did
it's scary. Okay, one plane slams into the World Trade Center,
Mm-hmm.
which is scary enough as it is.
Yeah,
But then a second one,
yeah.
several minutes,
And they were still talking about it.
gets through.
Yeah, and they were still talking about it could have been an accident.
I mean, I thought we are able to scramble our jets, our defensive fighter jets, in a moment's notice.
We used to be. When NORAD was operating as the North American Air Defense Command, now they're operating as South American drug interdiction people. They are no longer operating as the North American Air Defense Command. We don't have a defense anymore. We haven't had for a long time. We don't have a strategic air command that can retaliate in case of an atomic attack upon this country. We don't have the means right now today to defend ourselves. When we committed our Air Force and our military forces to the Gulf War or to the attack upon Bosnia, we left ourselves completely without any defense whatsoever. And I'm not the only one who knows this. Communist China knows it. Russia knows it. Every government in the world knows it. I mean, we have just absolutely destroyed our ability to defend ourselves.
Well, I'll tell you, as I said, by the way, we're back on 7415. Ladies and gentlemen, this is WBCQ. We have the hour of the time, which will be running on WBCQ throughout the day and night, as long as Bill can hold up. And Bill and I are just discussing, of course, what's been happening, the attack on the United States, the attack on freedom by some nameless cowards so far,
and they are named. What do you think about all these people that you hear on C-SPAN and CBS and CNN who want to go and destroy whole countries, and they don't even know who did this?
No. We first have to know thy enemy, and then we can react. We first have to help people that have been slaughtered and senselessly killed in this.
What do you think about these Palestinians who are shown on television celebrating wildly and dancing in the streets and waving their flags? And
I think they're just lost souls, and I think that people have to be very, very, very careful with the mainstream media in not to have themselves fanned into a fury.
No, I'm glad you said that, because that's the purpose of showing that. That's the purpose.
I mean, showing a group of Bill, you know this. No matter what happens on the world, and no matter how heinous it is, you can always find a group of people that will support it.
Yep,
it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, support
it's human nature.
Support it, or be happy about it, or celebrate it, even though they themselves might never have done such a thing. It might make them happy if somebody else did.
Absolutely. So seeing images like this to good Americans out there should mean nothing. What should mean something to people is that this nation has been attacked cowardly, ruthlessly, evilishly. I don't know if that's a word, but I can't think of any other words to use.
It doesn't matter. We all understand exactly what you mean.
Freedom has been attacked. Freedom has been attacked, and that is the number one thing.
Yes.
And our liberties are on the line. Our rights are on the line. People have to realize that. We need good, qualified information. We need to know who is responsible, why, and then as a nation, because remember, we're supposed to govern by, the Republic is supposed to govern.
Yeah.
So we need to sit back and decide what we're going to do, how we're going to retaliate, and as I said before, personally, to make sure that something like this never happens again. Because as we were talking before, ladies and gentlemen, before we got back on 7415, as an engineer, I am absolutely astounded that not one, but two major jetliners were able to smash into a building in this country. One got away with it, fine, but another one was able to do that. We have radar. We're supposed to have the most advanced technological warning systems on the planet. We're supposed to have aircraft that can be scrambled in a moment's notice to protect us, and this hasn't happened, and I'm scared, Bill. I am.
Well, you have a right to be. I'm scared too, for many different reasons, not just for this, but because, well, you've been listening to me for years. You know why I'm so concerned about this. Number one, it points out the fact that we don't have a defense anymore. There used to be a defense. Communist China is watching this. They have made no secret of the fact that they would love to rule the world and destroy this country and just, be the kings of the earth. And so have the communists in Russia and what used to be the Soviet Union, which, by the way, hasn't disappeared. It's just waiting there like a sleeping tiger, waiting to jump up and go at it again. And Vladimir Putin has made this great alliance with China and has been rattling swords at us now. So we're going back toward the Cold War again. And the only answer, truthfully, is for us to join in their efforts to create a one-world totalitarian socialist government that will at some future date, deteriorate into communism, which is their whole goal, which is the goal of Marx, is the goal of socialism. And there are many, many people in power in this country who want to help them bring that about.
Well, I hope and pray that nothing like that ever happens, because all it will do is eventually, because as you know, if you read as a student of history, any totalitarian government or regime or group of people will always fail and eventually destroy itself.
Yeah, not only that, but it will create civil war in this country. I predicted it for
the
many
only
years.
way that I feel people can prosper anywhere is if they are free.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Any attempts to enslave or intimidate or foment a tyranny over people ultimately results, it may be hundreds of years, but the ultimate result is revolution. And revolution, if you've ever studied the history of nations and of the world, is the most terrible thing that you can ever contemplate, because there is absolutely no morals or rules or laws or anything, saving grace of any kind during a revolution. It is just a terrible, despicable time. Wars are better than revolutions. Wars between nations that have laws and principles and ideals are much better than revolutions, which have none of those things. And until some kind of order is established, anything can happen. And so those are the most terrible things that you can contemplate, is any kind of revolution, which is why I absolutely oppose such a thing. I do support a restoration, but I absolutely oppose any kind of armed insurrection or revolution of any kind whatsoever by anybody, period.
Well, I hope and pray that we make all the correct decisions in the ensuing days and months ahead. There's one fact that is true. I don't think any American will ever be the same again. There's been an attack on the United States. There's been an attack on freedom, and I think we have to, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, as they say. Mm-hmm. Look at what's going on, make the right decisions to ensure that this republic continues to survive and remains the freest country on earth, which it is, and that the evils that have been committed today are punished and prevented from ever happening again. That's what I hope and pray for.
I'm going to make a prediction, Alan, and you know my record on predictions. I'm going to predict that within 72 hours, the United States launches a major attack against not one, not two, but probably 3 different countries in the Middle East, which they, I believe, will blame this series of attacks on, whether they were involved or not.
Well, I don't know, Bill. As I said, I hope and pray that we make the right decisions. And if we start attacking people that did not have any responsibility, or then we'd be no better. We would be no better than what has happened to us.
That's true.
So
but
I think
I
am praying that our president and our leaders are. It is astounding to me that in this gigantic intelligence community that even something like this could have even got on the drawing board. But you can't finger point. A lot of people are dying right now as we speak because of this.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you that
I hope we make the right decisions, and I hope that
when those buildings collapsed, 10,000 people died.
I know.
Minimum. And you know.
And it will be months before they even can get into digging into a lot of it, because.
Can you imagine how terrible it must have been to be up there on the top floors, and how hot the flames must have been for people to actually leap voluntarily out of the windows from the top of the towers of the World Trade Center buildings?
I know.
I mean, that alone makes it very hard for me to breathe.
I know. Well, we're all sick. I mean, I'm sick to my stomach. And I think we all should be. And we all should be praying and feeling love and compassion for those who have given their lives, because we stand up to these totalitarian menaces, because we try to be Americans, and we try to cherish liberty and everything else. And I mean, it's just sad. I mean, as I said, I hope we make the right decisions. I hope we use our technology and our, quote, intelligence to exactly find out who is responsible and take the appropriate measures. Anything less would just be an abomination against those people who have died, those people who are dying, and those people that will be dying in the coming days. Because a lot of people, one thing they haven't mentioned, a lot of people that have been poisoned by the smoke, the dust, the asbestos in the air, the electrical insulation. I know what these smells are like because I've been in it.
Yeah,
there are people that are walking wounded now. They might they'll be sick for a long time. Many of them will perish from the inhalation of these horrible things. I mean, I've seen the images from New York. It looks like the pictures I've seen of the Blitz bombings of London, but worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible, and I know, and I pray that America will make the right decisions and will ensure that nothing like this will ever happen again.
Now, well, be careful when you say that, because you might activate Congress to legislate draconian laws to try to make sure that it doesn't.
No, punishing American citizens by taking away our freedoms is not the answer.
No, but that's
finding out who is responsible.
That's going to be
and
one.
Bringing them to justice is.
Yeah, but that's going to be one of the proposals, and I mean just one. There's going to be a whole lot of proposals in Congress and in the executive branch. There's going to be executive orders. There's going to be some laws introduced, whether they'll be passed or not, I don't know, that are going to be designed to take our freedoms away to prevent somebody from doing these kinds of things, and we're going to suffer for it when we didn't have anything to do with it.
No, that's not the answer. That's always the gut reaction. It's like what happens when somebody gets shot with a gun. They immediately try to take all the guns away, and that's impossible. And the major fact is the guns didn't kill anybody. It's the people behind them.
Yeah, and
you have to find out why these people do it,
right,
and then you have to find out. You have to, as the old saying goes, you have to nip it in the bud before it happens.
And let me ask you this, Alan, and I'm being very sincere. If you think I really wanted to kill you, if you think I didn't have a gun, do you think that would stop me?
No, of course not.
No.
You can kill people. You can pick up a hammer and kill somebody.
Yeah. If I really wanted to kill somebody, I would kill them, and I wouldn't need a gun. You could take all the guns in the world away. If I really wanted to kill somebody, I guarantee you, because of my personal makeup and my dedication to do what I set my mind to do, the person's dead. Period. Doesn't matter how I do it. And I wouldn't need a gun.
No, don't punish the American people by taking their freedoms away.
Yeah.
Don't punish the American people by making it more difficult for us to travel, for us to exchange information, for us to speak freely. Don't do that. We are not to be punished. We need to find out who's responsible and stop them. And honestly, Bill, it goes back to when this happened. When Tim Tron called me up and said, because I got about 9 o'clock or 9:30 or so, and he said, "Turn on the television." When I saw this, I was horrified, but I was not surprised.
Yeah.
And and the thing is, I know that millions and millions of other people, and people in government, and people in security, are also scratching their heads now and saying they're not surprised.
Yeah.
And that is the tragedy.
Yeah, it
They're
is.
not surprised that this didn't happen, or rather, excuse me, they're not surprised that this has happened. And now the question is, okay, we're vulnerable, we've been attacked, it's a state of war, what are we going to do?
And
And again, punishing the American people by limiting their freedoms and what this very country it was founded on is not the answer.
But let me make another prediction, too. There's going to be no open airport and no air travel in this country for at least several days, because they don't know how many of these people were sent into this country, are originated in this country, who are pilots whose job is to get on a commercial airline, hijack it, take over the plane, and crash into an American target. Do you realize the dilemma facing the people who are going to make the decision as to when they're going to open the airports and allow planes to fly?
I know, it's scary.
It's
terrifying. It's terrifying. It is. It's terrifying. But that's what terrorism, unfortunately, is about. And I feel people, yeah, we need to be cautious. We need to be careful.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things people haven't thought about. Let me ask you something else. With the security that we all know exists in all of our airports, how did these people get on airplanes with weapons?
I don't know. It's astounding. And it was done. It was done in 4 instances, all simultaneous.
Can you imagine that maybe in the future, to get on an airplane, you might have to submit to a strip search?
Yeah, but you know, Bill, the thing is, one thing I do know is just that it really is a question of volume. We have like an incredible number of flights going in and out of the United States and within the United States, thousands per day.
Yeah.
Plus, there are millions of people traveling in and out of airports.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you can't strip search each and every one of them. I mean, there's always a way to, unfortunately, slip a monkey wrench into the works.
The only way that I can imagine, with the security that I absolutely know exists in every airport in this country, that they could have gotten on those aircraft with weapons, is if those weapons came out of body cavities. There just isn't any other way.
You know, but
you have to walk through metal.
Like anything, if there's a way to circumvent something, people generally can figure out a way to do it. And it's because of the number of passengers and the number of it's just the sheer volume.
Well, what about if they determine that they're going to strip search every 10th person?
Still, I don't think personally, from a logistics standpoint, I don't think that would guarantee that this would never happen again. I think the only way to guarantee that this would never happen again is to find the people who are responsible and the organizations or governments or whatever that are responsible, and bring them to justice. I mean,
but Alan, that's not going to be what it's all about. It's going to be like the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing.
Well, if that's not what it's all about, then this will never end.
It's never going to end. I've told you that, and I've told the whole world that a long time ago. Hold on.
Okay.
Who is it? Okay, come in the front door. I'll be right there. It's Doyle. I got to go. I'm going to put on the thing. Sorry, Alan.
All right, Bill. Be well.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Time yet, but C-SPAN will be bringing you live coverage of that. And at 7 p.m. this evening, there will be a joint leadership news conference of the Congress, the House and the Senate, on the east front of the Capitol, and we hope to be bringing you that in...
Well, folks, I don't know about you, but when I heard that loud pounding on the door, my heart, sort of made a jump, and I reached over for my Mac 90 and was prepared to do battle. But it was my good friend, my brother Doyle. You all know Doyle if you've been listening to this broadcast for a long time. And Doyle's here, and I'm going to just give him the microphone, let him tell you, how he heard about all this and what he thinks about it, and how he's been going through the day with this hanging over our heads. So just give you another perspective. Doyle is my best friend. He's my brother. He's somebody that absolutely 100% dependable and reliable and wonderful and good and all those kinds of things. So you heard from Alan Weiner. You've heard from some callers. We're into 1, 2, 3, 4. We're into our fifth hour, the second half of the fifth hour of the broadcast since we came on the air on WBCQ to do the news today. So I'm going to turn this over to Doyle, and I'm going to go take a little break. So this is Doyle Chamley, folks, and, well, you got my introduction. You know who he is. Here's your headphones.
All righty.
So just, yeah, I'll bring you some more.
Thanks. Get my glasses off.
Okay.
Hello. Well, how did I find out about it? First thing this morning, Bill informed me about the news broadcast, so I immediately turned it on, and I was quite amazed at what I was seeing, and at the same time, I still had to get along with my daily business. So I took off, headed off into town. Now, we're talking a small rural town, by the way, where I would think, without any insult to anybody, I would think that the people would be a little calmer. Well, not so. I had to go by the physician's office to pick up a piece of paper he had to sign for some insurance type deals, and lo and behold, here's a lady calling her other half, I assume, because the reason I say that is because I didn't hear both sides of the conversation. At the same time, though, I was waiting in line because I wasn't getting helped. And she called the other half, and basically, well, not basically, she asked him to go get the children from school because we were going to be under a terrorist attack at the school ground. Thank you. Now, I felt this was very uncalled for. Number one, she's a professional, so everybody in the office is looking up to her. And number two, it creates hysteria. Now, we already once messed up big time and put the Japanese in war camps, so we don't need to be starting that stuff again. She, right there, stirred up a whole hysteria. People were leaving the office, going out to their minivans, their trucks and whatnot, getting on the cell phone, trying to get hold of the other half to go pick up the children, as she was, because we were all going to come under a terrorist attack. Then, the other thing I heard, I went around town, and just trying to help, I wanted to make sure that as many people as possible knew what was going on actively. So I went by the different medical offices, the post office, the bank, city hall, whatnot. Make sure they had a radio on, any way to keep in contact with what was actively going on at the time. I started hearing comments. For instance, at Circle K, a lady said, well, I think we should just go and kill them all. I said, well, who's going to kill them? Well, the military. So I said, well, have you ever been in the military? She said, no. I said, do you have any children in the military? No. I said, well, that's real convenient for you to say, having never served and have no family members that may get killed in the outcome. Then, going around town, I started hearing all the, well, basically, it must be the ragheads, or must be this, or must be that. Everything that I have heard today is based on race, and it is pitiful. Okay? We don't need to get in hysteria. If there is a certain country at fault, that's fine. But there are certain people that did it. It's not one race, not one creed, not one religion that did it. And it's absolutely sickening to walk around town or drive around town and stop at various places and find people saying, well, we ought to kill all the ragheads. Or it's got to be this, or it's got to be that. I've heard everybody blame known to man. Africans, Afghanistans. This is sickening. Hopefully, and I kind of doubt it, American people are smart enough to make a rational judgment. And I highly doubt the government is intelligent enough to do it. But I would hope that everybody would just get together, find who is at fault, and not a certain race or creed or country or whatever, and make the right decision. Because it's disgusting. And being in a town of maybe 3,000-4,000, I'm not sure exactly, maybe 7,000, I don't know. I can't imagine what's being said in larger cities or more race diversified cities. So I hope everybody keeps their head on their shoulders, and that's about all I can say.
Thank you, Doyle. Now you know why I love this man. And thanks for the lunch.
Hey, no problem.
I will.
Huh?
No, I'll go in and chomp down on it. Doyle brought me lunch. That's what we're talking about. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. This is Steve from Northern Maine. I just talked to Brigadier General Ben Parton.
Hi.
And Ben says that indeed planes loaded with jet fuel could create enough heat to destroy those very strong girders up high, and if one of several floors go, that it would have a domino effect. And in fact, what you have seen could have happened just the way it appeared to have happened.
Negative. No way.
Well, Ben Parton's a 31-year expert.
Well, he may be, but I've talked to architects. I've talked to explosives experts. It absolutely could not have happened. If it did happen, it would have only brought down the floors above the area where the plane crashed. It would not have ever resulted in the entire building imploding upon itself.
Any chance I could get Ben to talk to the people you're talking to so we can get that straightened out?
Well, I think Ben already knows it. I've talked to Ben before. In fact, we discussed this very very subject after the Oklahoma City bombing.
So you don't
talked to him, published his paper, No.
So you don't put any credence on what he's saying, or
how in the world? Now listen to me very carefully. If an airplane crashes in the top quarter of a skyscraper, which has been architecturally engineered for the stress and the strength that it takes to withstand an airplane crash, because they expect airplanes to crash sometimes into skyscrapers, how in the world would the destruction of the integrity of that floor of the building cause the building to fall in upon itself all the way to the ground? What it would cause would be the upper stories to fall in on that floor, period.
Yeah, I mean, both. When I listen to you, it sounds logical. When I listen to Mr. Parton, it sounds logical. But he's the one fella that I'm aware of who did the most of anybody to show us that Oklahoma City was a lie.
Yeah, but you also understand that he was a general officer in the United States Air Force.
Not at the time. He's retired.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I wasn't in the Navy at the time either, but at the time I was in the Navy and had access to Majesty 12 and Operation Majority. General Ben Parton was in the Air Force and had access to the same documents.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well...
You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I need...
But I'm telling you,
the Patriot community, and I put both of you in the same community.
No, you can't. Any general officer or admiral in the military of the United States of America has had access to those documents. They know what the plan is. They know we're going into world government. Every single one of them.
Oh, and he talks about that. He's opposed to it too. All I'm saying to you,
well, that's
Bill,
funny.
It'd be nice if we could get Ben Parton to talk to these architectural people.
That's funny that he's opposed to it when he's retired, but he didn't say a word while he was on active duty service and knew everything about it, and served the interests of world government.
Oh.
Now, do you
okay.
understand?
Well, you're the first person in the Patriot community who has said that Ben Parton is not trustworthy, and those are the types of things I need to know.
Do you understand the Hegelian dialectic?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I've written a paper on it.
Then you understand exactly what I'm talking about.
So
Ben Parton knows exactly what the official policy of the United States government is. He served as a general officer in the United States Air Force. Okay? He served the agenda of the New World Order, and while he was on active duty, never said a word against it, never warned the American people, nothing.
Good point.
What he said about the Alfred P. Muir building is absolutely true.
Okay.
But what he's saying about the World Trade Center is not true.
Is there any chance, can you give me a name off the air or somebody I can talk to? I'd like to talk to an architectural engineer who would be able to give me some light on this.
Well, what you need to do is find an architectural engineer that designs, as I have spoken to, Skyrise.
Okay.
I mean, not Skyrise, but
right.
you know what I'm talking about.
I'll find them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Find them, talk to them, and they'll tell you
okay.
that they know. And it's happened in the past. And they design these buildings to withstand crashes of airplanes, including up to Boeing 747 size.
Well, from a layman, that certainly makes sense to me.
Absolutely.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
520-333-4578 is the number. Hate to bust your bubble, folks, but you got to understand one thing. There is nobody that serves in any military force in this country, period, at the rank of colonel or above, who is not serving the agenda of the New World Order. Period. I don't care who they are. I don't care what they're saying after they retire. I don't care what they pretend to be. It's the truth. There's no way that they could have a New World Order. There's no way that the things could have happened in this country. There's no way that they could assign our forces to serve under the United Nations command, under foreign military command, unless those general officers and admirals were completely in line with the New World Order agenda. You better understand that. The military has been politicized. It's no longer an organization pledged to protect and defend the Constitution for the United States of America. It's a political organization serving the agenda of the New World Order. And that's the truth.
Building falling to the ground. It is very difficult to imagine anything.
I'm going to eat lunch now.
It all in this complex of 7 buildings. If you think back to the Canary Wharf bombing in the Docklands of London, for example, it was one bomb. One imagines that most of the damage was superficial, if you like, not to the structures themselves, to glass, to furniture. Looking at that scene this morning here in New York, it's hard to imagine anything surviving those 2 explosions.
Can there be any kind of rescue operation here, given what's happened?
I can't imagine that there will be any kind of rescue operation. It's absolutely impossible to estimate the kinds of numbers under that kind of debris. 50,000 people, as I say, work in those buildings. But one of the problems, it seems to me, and I was just alluding to it, is that the emergency services got there rapidly. There were hundreds of ambulances and fire trucks very, very quickly there. People assumed that the thing was contained. People assumed that there was a series of explosions quite high up in the buildings, and realized quite late, if you like, that actually the thing wasn't contained and the engineering couldn't cope with the force of those blows. So there will be high casualties from the initial attacks, but there may well be casualties from later. I don't know if the lifts were working or not, but I imagine there would have been people who simply couldn't have got down those 110 stories after the attacks. So, as I say, the authorities are now very, very wary indeed. They have structures barely standing amongst the 4 that are now remaining. So I would imagine that they're standing back and trying to make engineering assessments of what can be done. Meanwhile, in the rest of the city, there is an eerie calm here. I'm on Times Square. It's normally one of the busiest parts of this city. You can see it now. There's virtually nobody there. It's normally blasted with adverts. They've, by and large, been turned off. That's partly because the city's been closed so that ambulances can get from the World Trade Center to hospitals, but it's also because people have simply gone home. There wasn't panic when those bombs went up. People were very orderly. There was fear in their voices. Their eyes were getting moist, but people weren't really screaming like you think they might have been screaming. But they've now had, 9.5 hours to think about this thing, and these things do take time to actually sink into your brain. There's a bit of anger about. The American networks are talking about, they're using captions like "the attack on America." They're using the words Pearl Harbor quite a lot. They're talking about incidents galvanizing action.
Okay, Stephen Evans in New York, thank you very much indeed. We're joined now as well by Tom Carver in Washington. Tom, what have you been hearing from the American government just in the last hour or so?
Let me tell you what's happening is that George Bush is due to be flying back here, will arrive back here, we assume, within the hour. He's been at an Air Force base in Nebraska, where he's been convening an emergency meeting of the National Security Council by phone. His Vice President, Dick Cheney, is down in what they call the Situation Room underneath the White House with Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor. A number of steps have been taken. The borders of America have been sealed off. The National Guard has been alerted and activated in certain places. And around the world, American forces have been put on the highest form of alert. Later tonight, once George Bush gets back here, he will be making a television address to the nation to obviously try to restore calm and confidence in government. In these moments,
ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the voice of BBC.
Turn to the president.
Right.
Congress seems almost irrelevant and indeed has been evacuated.
Tom, we can see, we're just watching pictures now of the damage to the Pentagon. Are you clear as to the extent of that?
No, I'm not. No, I don't think anyone is. You may be able to see behind me that the smoke is still burning as I speak from the Pentagon. There's a full-scale emergency going on just across the river there, where firemen are trying to dig out the dead and the wounded from the Pentagon. Basically, we understand what happened was that the plane slammed right into the base of one side of the Pentagon and brought all 6 stories of that side of the building down. There were a number of very senior naval officials based in that area. We don't know as to the casualties, but obviously it's going to be quite a few.
Tom Carver in Washington, thanks very much indeed. We're now joined by Orla Guerin in Jerusalem. Orla, there significantly hasn't been universal condemnation of this attack in the Middle East, has there?
Well, the reaction has varied from country to country. We have had condemnation from countries like Syria and also from Iran, although in Iraq, joyous music has been played on state television. I suppose the response that most people have been keen to see is what came from the Palestinians. Now, we had what appeared to be a very genuine statement from a seemingly very shocked Palestinian leader, Yasser Arafat. He appeared to be just as stunned by these events as all the rest of us. And he said that he was deeply saddened that it was completely unacceptable, and he offered the sympathy of the Palestinian people. We had various militant Islamic groups, Palestinian groups, rushing forward to say that they were not involved, to deny any kind of connection, although they also did argue that, in effect, the United States was reaping what it had sown, that it was paying the price for its own policies here in the Middle East, which had caused so much anger. We also did have some limited scenes of celebration, quite shocking scenes in a way, but they were quite small scale. We had some people out on the streets in the West Bank town of Nablus and some here in Jerusalem. But to put that in its context, this was limited. It was not spontaneous mass rejoicing across the West Bank and Gaza. Most Palestinians appear to have been in their homes, glued to their television sets, just like most people everywhere, watching these events unfold with horror. And I think that very many Palestinians will be hoping...
Did you hear that, folks? The BBC told the truth. The American press is showing a handful of people who rushed out on the street and rejoiced and celebrated, making or trying to make the entire nation believe that all Palestinians approved. And the truth was just told on BBC. It's not true.
Gerhard Schröder in Germany, and he's just been talking to Vladimir Putin in Russia. The idea being to try and coordinate some kind of international response to this kind of terrorist outrage to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Earlier this evening, he was also chairing a COBRA meeting, which is the kind of contingency planning meeting of senior ministers to look at all the different measures that need to be taken in this country in terms of responding to what happened in the United States. And after that meeting, he emerged and made this statement from within Downing Street.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Now, after that very strong statement of support for the United States, he also outlined a number of measures which are going to be taken in this country. He said that security was going to be stepped up at every level. No flights would leave.
Regardless of what I'm back. Well, folks, Doyle brought me an Italian sub sandwich from Arby's, which may not be the best food in the world, but I got to tell you, I have had no breakfast and no lunch, and I was starved. He also brought me a huge Coke and some French fries, and while that may not be the most healthy food in the world, when you're starving, it sure is good. And I got to tell you, I wouldn't have made it if he hadn't brought me something to eat for the rest of the afternoon and evening. Well, you heard the news from BBC, and it certainly was a different viewpoint than the news that you hear normally on the communist news networks in this country. So, like before, the phones are open 520-333-4578. 520-333-4578. We're interested in your comments, observations. You may have some news to report that we don't know anything about, and if you do, we want to hear from you. And no matter what we're doing or what we're broadcasting, as soon as the phone rings, we will put you directly on the air.
Right now, I sat through a lot of...
Afternoon, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill. How you doing?
Good.
This is Jim from New Jersey.
Or I should say as good as can be expected.
I have a somewhat different slant on this. I am absolutely outraged at the way the media is treating this.
Good for you, so am I.
We have two of the biggest buildings in the world that were deliberately destroyed by terrorists, and they're just treating it like the big story of the day. If you notice one thing they don't do, they do not interview anybody who is outraged, who is screaming for blood. All they're doing, I just got done watching the ABC News affiliate. They have tips for how to talk to your child about this.
Well, I don't know about the rest of the networks, but CNN is not guilty of that. They've been taking calls. They haven't censored them. One woman called in and told everybody in the country that if you see somebody with a green flag on their porch, you're supposed to go and blow them up.
Amen.
What do you mean, amen?
But what they're doing is, we live in a video world. Watching this is, just like playing a video game. Oh, well, it blew up. My wife's company was on the 90th to the 91st floor.
They have trivialized the whole thing, and they're reporting it as if it's a normal, everyday occurrence, and it doesn't mean anything. I guarantee you at least 10,000 people died in the collapse of just those two buildings.
Yes, you're putting into words what I'm too frustrated to describe. It's almost like we had Hurricane Floyd, or we had a tornado. I'm screaming at my TV set. I mean, these people are they're automatons.
Yeah, they are, and they don't show any. Here's what really bugs me. They don't show any emotional involvement whatsoever.
You're
None of them.
absolutely right.
They don't care. They're just sitting in their chair, doing their job. They're not affected. It doesn't bother them. They're not emotionally upset. They haven't expressed any kind of anything that I would consider proper for humans to exhibit in the face of such a thing.
They have no patriotic identity. And if you notice, our people are all over the world, in over 100 different countries, our troops. And if they do go ahead and declare martial law, which they probably want to do, who are they going to bring in to do it when they run out of National Guardsmen? UN peacekeepers?
Well, of course. Have you ever read the Geneva Convention?
Yes.
You know what it says?
That the UN has the final authority.
No. It says that if any of the signatory countries are experiencing internal unrest, that all of the other signatory countries are obligated to provide military forces to put down that unrest.
Right, yeah, it's been a few years. It's coming back to me. I'm just totally outraged, Bill, that, we call ourselves Americans, and even the people I work with, we had some auditors in today, and my boss was all worried about that. I said, you know your country was just attacked, and you're worried about going in here and counting units? I just absolutely cannot fathom that people think it's another news story. The sheep have not only had their country stolen in the past 3 decades, they're now having it blown up right under their noses, and they don't even give a damn.
This is a product of years of indoctrination by television and Hollywood. How many buildings do you see blown up every time you go to the movie? How many people do you see killed? How many people do you see destroyed? How many people do you see murdered? How many people do you see maimed? How many people do you see just blown away all the time on television and in the theaters, in the movies? So after you've witnessed this hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times, after a while it doesn't mean anything.
And how many references did you see to the movie Independence Day?
When?
In the news, they kept bringing up that movie Independence Day, where
I
guess they blew up the Pentagon or whatever.
When?
Oh, what? When were the references made?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard them this morning several times.
What was the reference to Independence? What's that got to do with the World Trade Center bombings or the Pentagon?
I guess they considered it in the same realm that you have Hollywood showing special effects blowing up the Pentagon or the White House. It's like, yo, people, this is real. This is happening today.
But I still don't understand what that has to do with the movie Independence Day.
I think it's just the fact that they kept bringing up that scene in the movie where it was destroyed, almost trivializing it, comparing what happened today to something Hollywood produced.
I missed that completely. I didn't see it, and you're right. If that's what they did, that's exactly what they were doing, trivializing it.
Real people died in that building. Real Americans died.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a war over in the Middle East. They came to our soil.
Now wait a minute. Back off with that crap. Who came to our soil? You don't know who did this.
Well, I guess I just have my suspicions, Bill. I'm
now,
sorry.
You still don't know who did it. Maybe I have a suspicion that you did it. Maybe we ought to bomb you. How about that? Just because I got a suspicion that it was you. How about that?
Well,
is that fair?
No, that's
is
not
it
fair,
right?
Bill.
Then stop it right now. Who the hell do you think you are? God, I can't stand it. Who the hell do you all think you are? Who the hell are you? You're not anybody I know. This is not the America I grew up in. Who the hell are you?
In all American interests and to embrace the struggle against Israel.
If there is an attack on Kabul, folks, it can only be coming from the United States of America. I guarantee you that. And it will be because either the United States government believes that Afghanistan and our Osama bin Laden, aided by Afghanistan, is responsible for the attacks in this country. None of us know who's responsible yet. Nobody has told us. Nobody has proven it. Nobody has been tried in court. Nobody's been convicted. All I can tell you is my prediction is coming true. We have now attacked the first country that allows terrorist cells and groups to exist within their borders, and I think there will be more.
Long overdue step, quite apart from his culpability for this crime, or these crimes, I should say, this day of crimes. He is an enemy of this country. He has unleashed attacks against American citizens and property in the past, and there's no doubt, whether he did today's events or not, he would be up to it in the future, and he should be stopped. And those who are...
You've got to muster as wide as possible an international coalition, and you've got
Now, let me ask you something else, ladies and gentlemen. If the United States government and all of its intelligence agencies had no warning, didn't know that these attacks were going to occur, or who was going to mount these attacks against us, and there are no survivors from the attackers, the people in these planes who actually made these attacks, if there are no survivors, how do they know who did it? How do they determine that they should bomb Afghanistan or anybody else? 520-333-4578. If you have the answer to that question, I would sure like to know it. 520-333-4578. Nobody knew these attacks were going to occur. Nobody knew that anybody was going to do this. Nobody survived from the teams that made the attacks. Why are we bombing Afghanistan if, and I'm asking if because I don't know for sure that we're doing it, if we are in fact doing it? And who are we bombing? The people who planned it, who carried it out, are innocent civilians who live in the city of Kabul. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
How do they know that the planes were hijacked?
Because this is what they tell us. They tell us that some of the passengers or crew members made calls on their cell phones and said that the planes had been hijacked.
I heard that part.
Also, the planes took off from airports with passengers on board, bound for a certain destination, and changed course to the place where they crashed into their targets, which indicates that they would have been hijacked.
Do you know that you're not allowed to make cell phone calls on the plane?
I'm not allowed to do a lot of things that I do every single day. And that's not true because airplanes have cell phones on board that you can make calls from.
Well, they're not cell phones that are different. It's the
It doesn't matter. You can still make a call from them. A lot of airplanes have one of those phones in the back of every seat so every passenger can make it.
Yeah, but those don't interfere with the navigation.
Who cares about interfering with the navigation? You asked me how they knew the planes were hijacked. Passengers on board made phone calls.
And what did they report?
They reported that they were on a plane that had been hijacked.
And what does that mean?
Goodbye. Where did he come from? What do you mean, what does that mean? Either a crew member or a passenger aboard a plane made a phone call to somebody to report that they were on a plane that had been hijacked. What the hell do you think it means, dummy? Where do these people come from? Who is that guy? God. Please, dear Lord, protect me from the idiots of the world. 520-333-4578 is what does that mean? Oh. I've got to slow down and relax because the repercussions of my recent stroke are now affecting my tongue and my jaw, and it's getting very hard to pronounce words. So I'm going to take a little break. We're going to go back to the mainstream media and see what's going on. I will return. Any time that you call, I will break in and answer your phone call. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
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 Hello, is this...
I've said good afternoon. I've also said hello twice. Now, do you want to
I'm sorry?
talk? Do you want to talk?
I'm having a real hard time hearing you. What?
Well, goodbye. I can't do anything about your phone connection, folks. There's nothing I can do about that. Get a better phone is all I can tell you. 520-333-4578 is the number. If you call, I'm going to answer the phone. If you're there and you want to talk, then please do. But I can't play games with you. If you can't hear me, I don't know what to tell you. Get a better phone connection, something. But we can't play those games with the telephone still. Okay? If I say good afternoon, you're on the air, then you're on the air. Saying hello over and over and over and over and over again won't cut the mustard. Okay, folks, please try to do some cooperation. And if you call in and you can't hear me, then hang up and try another phone. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Good afternoon, William Cooper.
Yes.
Howdy, my name's Dave Mitchell. I can't help but oh my, it's very terrible what's happened today. Of course, there were some things that you had mentioned in some past conversations with some other individuals that had struck. Let me turn down this thing. That had struck me as well when you had mentioned the idea that maybe the terrorists or whoever they were had infiltrated the airline by actually smuggling weapons on board at point of entry.
How else could they get on an aircraft and
Well,
enforce their will upon the crew?
Sure. Well, the thought occurred to me that that employees of the airline could have actually planted the weapons on board these planes in advance of today's attack.
That's pretty hard to do because not just passengers are searched, but airline employees are searched, and the aircraft themselves are searched before anybody's allowed to get on board.
Right.
And for 4 planes to be able to pull this off is an incredible feat in light of the actual security that exists in all of our airports today.
Exactly, and that's the point I'm making. For 4 flights to actually be used as a guided missile, and obviously under an organized and obviously planned attack such as this, certainly couldn't be executed by individuals haphazardly attempting to simply board a flight.
No, not at all.
Armed and chance having their plan thwarted.
It's a very complicated plan. The people who carried it out were well trained. They knew exactly what they were doing. Not only did they know what they were doing, but they knew the exact course to fly the plane to hit their target. They were well trained. Everything was coordinated almost, within a few minutes of each other.
Certainly.
And it took a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of planning, and a lot of time to make this actually happen.
Right. That's why it leads me to believe that possibly guns had actually been planted on the planes in advance.
Well, you may be right, but that's conjecture, and none of us can say. And I don't like conjecture anyway, because conjecture is, it's just a bunch of people sitting around, and if we had 100 people call in, we'd have 100 different conjectures, and what does that mean?
At this point, it really is all conjecture. At this point, true. But who knows? But really, the situation that's occurring here, oh gosh, is I'm really speechless. It's bringing tears to my eyes every time I think about it. But
Again, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say about the whole situation other than
you're
pray for everyone and all their families that have been hurt.
You're not alone.
It's really despicable, though, that what I'm hearing about as your conversations continue with other individuals that call in about actually having their coworkers or seeing people working that really have no conscience or second thought about what's occurring here. It's kind of disturbing that our public has been so desensitized.
Anybody who watches television all the time and goes to the movie regularly is desensitized. None of this means anything to any of them. Period. And that's the truth.
Right.
If you go out and walk around town tonight, you'll see people who are oblivious to the whole. Doesn't mean a thing to them.
Now, what you had mentioned earlier about the buildings not being able or not actually being susceptible to...
They're engineered and built intentionally to withstand crashes into the buildings by major commercial airplanes.
Right. So it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense how in the world these buildings actually imploded upon themselves, because, I mean, my gosh, if you've watched these demolition crews at work, you see how they go to work and how they strategically place all of the explosives so that building does fall down, sure.
And these planes did not hit any of the main structural members at the lower levels of the buildings. They hit at the upper quarter of the buildings, and of course it would affect the structural integrity of those floors. But you'll notice that the structural integrity of the buildings were so sound that where the airplanes actually crashed into the building did not cause the upper levels to collapse into that floor.
Exactly.
So how would it cause the entire building to collapse?
It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense at this point, does it?
It not only doesn't make a lot of sense, it's absolutely impossible. The way these buildings are designed, engineered, and built, they are built to withstand, because they know from past history that airplanes run into these high skyscraper buildings.
Well, sure.
And so it's engineered into the buildings to withstand the crash of a modern airliner.
Well, yeah, and as they launch this investigation, I would certainly hope, but of course this is probably beyond realism, but I would certainly hope that the investigation would start at home as far as what has actually occurred. But
they're already short-circuiting that. Have you noticed that Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki of New York State are replacing all of the emergency workers with National Guard troops? And who's better qualified to be on the scene and to work and rescue people and treat people, the National Guard or the fire department, police department, EMTs, medics, and people like that?
Right. Couldn't agree with you more.
So what's the purpose of replacing them with the National Guard?
To circumvent any realistic investigation as far as what happened.
Not only that, but to maintain silence, because National Guard members are under military orders and they don't have the protection of the Constitution.
Right.
Once they're activated, they come under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which says if you're given a direct order to keep your mouth shut, you better do it, or we lock you up forever.
Yep. Certainly don't need any stories spun about any ATF or CIA involvement.
Or discovery of secondary explosions in the building that may not have blown up like they did in Oklahoma City, and then later denied that they found, although there are hundreds of witnesses that all saw and heard and watched them remove secondary explosives of a military type from the Alfred P. Muir Federal Building.
And certainly, and right after that happened, immediately after that building exploded, the media coverage was somewhat uncensored at the time. and a lot of information was leaked out as to what had really had taken place, along the lines of, as well as like the John Does.
Yeah.
That
and then when the government took over, the media
washed it.
Reports stabilized and presented only one official explanation, and never talked about any of those other things ever again.
Yeah, and of course they certainly cleaned up the wreckage in a heartbeat as well.
They didn't clean it up. They completely destroyed it.
Yeah.
They destroyed all evidence, all wreckage. Every remnant of the building was demolished, picked up, carried to a site, buried under the ground so you couldn't even get to it if you wanted to, and then they put a fence around it which says United States government property, keep out. If you go into this place, you're subject to so many years of prison and $10,000 fine, and so on and so forth.
And then, of course, the blame is directed at private militias.
That's what happened.
I mean, that's the same thing that happened back when Hitler was in power over there in Germany. He pulled the same thing and
but also
blamed it on the private militia.
There is no such thing as a private militia.
Right.
Period. The militia consists of the whole of the people, all of us. There's no private militia. Private militia is not a militia, is unlawful, and actually constitutes a gang. So I reject your private militia.
I understand. So I've been watching things on your site and keeping up to date on occurrences and things like that. You seem to be very perceptive and intuitive as far as what what's actually happening in the world today. What do you think or expect to come of this as time progresses?
The death of freedom.
Yeah.
The death of freedom.
That's a pretty tough cookie to swallow, but I think you're right.
Most people will have no difficulty swallowing that pill.
Well, yeah.
They will not only welcome it, but if you've been listening to CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, they take calls from people, and people are already asking for it.
Well, the best slave you can have is a slave that doesn't know they're a slave, first of all. Secondly, when you are indoctrinated through our school, government-controlled school system, of course, you aren't enlightened to the freedoms that you are supposed to have guaranteed by the Constitution. But as time has progressed, we've seen these liberties that are entitled to us whittled down to virtually nothing. And on top of that, if people don't know what freedoms they have, then they're certainly not going to miss them when they're gone.
That's right. Absolutely correct.
Well, I really appreciate your time, Bill. And it's been a very great pleasure meeting you. I'll keep in tune and keep listening. And my heart, I just would like to say my heart goes out to everyone and all their families that have been affected by this, indirectly or directly. You would think that it would affect everyone of our nation, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that just don't register.
They don't get it. Thank you for calling.
Well, got to pray for them too.
Thanks for calling. Pray for everybody, folks. Please include all of these people. I've heard so many people call in and say, my heart goes out to all of the family members of these people who died today. Let me let me sort of straighten that out. My heart goes out to all the people who died, who were wounded, who were maimed or injured, and all of the family members, friends, and relatives, and co-workers and acquaintances of all of those people who are going to be affected by this. And I would ask that we all of us, fervently I mean fervently and repeatedly, pray for these people. And pray for our nation, please, because we need those prayers. And if you have a couple of extra seconds, say a prayer for me, because I need it too. And I always, every night, say a prayer for all of you. So it's reciprocated. Whether you do for me or not, I always do for you every single night. And sometimes during the day, believe it or not. So 520-333-4578 is the number. And anytime you call, we will go directly to your phone call, no matter what we have on the air at that time.
Mr. Barak, you wanted to say something about that?
It's what happened today just added to the need to have at least a theater and maybe trans-regional missile defense system against rogue countries like Iraq and Iran.
It wouldn't have helped today.
It wouldn't have helped, but this event emphasized that there are certain countries in the world, North Korea, Iraq, Iran, maybe Gaddafi, maybe one or more else.
Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Bill.
Yes.
I just wanted you to know, I didn't know if you heard that there's explosions and bombs going off in Afghanistan right now.
Yeah, we've already talked about that.
Oh, okay.
But that's rumor that's been put out on the news. There has been no official announcement by the government or anyone else. And in fact,
CNN's showing scenes from Kabul right now.
They are.
Yeah, burning.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for that input. Appreciate it, folks. If you find out something that we're not airing, give us a clue. We're not monitoring CNN. We're monitoring C-SPAN. So we don't know what's happening on these other networks. When you call in, when I ask you questions, when I'm looking for verification, don't get angry because you know that we don't air rumor on this broadcast. So I'm going to ask you how you know and where you found out about it, and so that we know whether or not your report is legitimate or not. And I have to do that. If it upsets you, I'm sorry, but I have to do that. I have to know if you're, a scam artist just calling in, telling some lie or spreading some rumor or reading off a fax machine, or if you actually saw it on the news and which news you saw it on, and so on and so forth. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper.
Yes. Hello.
Tony from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hi, Tony.
I'm talking real loud. I can barely hear you, but just as long as you can hear me, that's what counts.
I can hear you fine.
Good. Here in Cleveland, they seem to have the downtown area pretty much closed off. There is, I can't say a real big emergency. The way that the mayor described it, he says, I'm not declaring a martial law or anything of that sort. He says, but he said, I'm going to keep the downtown area clear. Nobody's basically allowed down here unless you have...
That is martial law, my friend. See, he has no authority to do anything like that unless he suspends the normal law. And the normal law says citizens have the freedom to move wherever they want to move. If he restricts their movement, he has, in effect, declared martial law.
Well, yes, I have to agree with that. I have to concur with what you're saying. And the way he put it forth, it's that he was telling the residents here in Cleveland that, is pretty much stay in your house. Don't go anywhere. And matter of fact, the Cleveland Public Schools are closed tomorrow. All the Catholic schools are closed tomorrow. The government buildings downtown were all closed up. The state offices were closed up. The Governor Taft was on TV giving his condolences to everybody involved, directly involved, the ones who were killed. He wanted us to give support to Red Cross. Commendable things that all Americans should be doing right now, offering prayers for our country as well as those Americans who are lost. They have been pointing fingers. I have the TV on right now, Channel 8 here in Cleveland, and they're showing that Ben, I can't even pronounce this guy's name, I'm so ticked off, but they're implicating him Some folks at work today were all
Are
irate.
are you talking about Osama bin Laden?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And some folks at work today were irate. They said, well, we should go over there and bomb them. I said, well, you don't know they are the ones responsible.
Yeah, how do any of these people know who did it?
Well, where we are at work...
How does the government know who did it if they didn't know that it was coming, or who planned it, or that it was going to happen, and nobody survived amongst the attackers?
Exactly. Well, I guess you might say it's another form of mind control through the idiot box, where they put these little bits and pieces of misinformation out there that gets the wheels in the heads of the people moving around.
Well, we don't even know. We don't even know if it's misinformation. Osama bin Laden may be responsible.
Well, yes, that's true.
Or maybe one of the people that's responsible. There might be a lot of people responsible. But the fact that I'm trying to get across is that nobody knows that.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And if Osama bin Laden is the one who did it, why are they bombing innocent civilians, men, women, and children in the capital city of Afghanistan?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, it is, especially after they condemned whoever did this in this country for killing innocent civilians, men, women, and children.
Of course, it doesn't
apply to us, does it? We can do whatever we want.
Because
we can go over there and bomb anybody we want. We can kill innocent men, women, and children who didn't have anything to do about it, didn't know anything about it, didn't care about it, would never in their wildest dreams have ever done such a thing. But if it's true that we're bombing the capital city of Kabul, that's exactly what we're doing. We are murdering men, women, and children who had nothing to do with this attack.
Well, that's correct, and
even if they're...
I mean, gee, look what they did in Bosnia, for God's sakes, over there where they bombed churches and killed women and children and set a precedence where they can go into a sovereign nation, irregardless whether or not it was communist or not. That man Milosevic was elected by those people, and if they wanted to stop a genocide of sort, like the Clinton administration claimed, then why in God's name did they go to Africa, where they had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people being butchered and murdered?
Millions of people. We're talking Rwanda. How come they allowed the genocide to occur in Rwanda, where millions of people were murdered, and instead we go to Bosnia and bomb that whole country because some people are, supposedly being displaced from their homes?
Well, another interesting thing is I haven't, there's a lot of interesting things, but when the mayor gave his announcement, and I'm taping all this stuff, like our forefathers said, for posterity, history, and, but when I watched this mayor, as well as the governor, and as well as a news clip that I had seen earlier this morning on CNN of our president, I didn't see any great emotion in these people. No. I mean, to the extent that, hey, you attacked us, whoever this was, and I didn't see, the way I would probably be pounding the podium, and I probably wouldn't be overly irate to the point where I'd look like a madman, but I would be justified in my...
They claim that this is their professional demeanor. But I say this, whether they're professional or not, whether this is their occupation and their profession or not, whether it's the way they make their living or not, you cannot help but be affected by this. And you couldn't help but say some of the things that I've said and other people have said during their broadcast that makes you a human being and connects you with the terrible tragedy that has happened to all these people. But these people, you watch them and it's like they're reporting that, last Sunday there was a Girl Scout picnic in Central Park.
Yes, this is what I'm referring to. I understand what you're saying about the professionalness of their office and so on and so forth and how to act properly, but in this great magnitude of a disaster, there is just like you're saying, it's like they're reporting something that's a common everyday occurrence, and the people are desensitized by
not only the
programs
people,
and-
but those people. I mean, how could they get on the air and present the persona that they're presenting, which shows that they're not emotionally or mentally affected by what's happened at all, in any way, in any manner, unless they're totally desensitized and have no feelings about it whatsoever. Because even if it's their profession, I mean, their emotions have to show through.
Well, it's almost as they were expecting it, or it's an orchestrated event. But, wasn't there allegedly five planes?
Well, listen to me. Don't pay any attention to all these rumors. We've heard that there was 5, we've heard that there was 6, we've heard that there was 7, we've heard that there was 8.
Okay,
But
well, on this end of the...
only 4 planes are accounted for.
This end of the country, we were told that, of course, I haven't had access to the CNN stuff because I don't have cable. It was
Doesn't
available
matter.
to me at work today when I had seen it. But
Only 4 planes have been accounted for, period.
Supposedly there was a plane on the tarmac at Cleveland Hopkins Airport that the FBI was investigating. They had the people come off and...
They may have investigated it, but it was not a terrorist plane. It was not involved in any attack. I'm sure these things are going on all over the place. Don't listen to rumors.
No, it's just being...
There was 4, period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, it's something that I dreaded. I knew something would possibly happen in the future just from research that I have done from the past incidents, and I was dreading this day. And my daughter called me. She said, "Dad, what do you make of this?" And I said, "You're getting closer to the implementation, full tilt boogie of the New World Order in this country."
Yep, that's right.
And like I've been telling the kids, I says, read. I says, I may not be right all the time. I says, but you can read and may find that what you're reading is wrong, but you're not going to find that out until you read something else and documented things and so on and so forth. And they're starting to think a little bit about this, and it's a shame that you can't let children be children. But I want them to be aware, because when I'm gone,
the future belongs to them.
Yes, correct.
Therefore, they must know what their future is going to be.
And some of these guys at work and the women, they think I was nuts when I started talking to them about this stuff. And a couple of them came into my department where I was at, and they had a couple of them had a funny look on their face, and they said, "You know what, Tony? You must have known something because, what happened?" And I said, "Well, I gave you information to read. I told you what to look for. I don't know everything. I don't know nothing really, but I feel like I know more than the average guy out there, and I feel that's a shame. I was coming home the other day, walking my son home from school. I had a day off. We ran into a couple kids from from another school on the other side of the neighborhood. A Japanese motorcycle went up a street with a real sharp, ear-piercing exhaust. I put my finger in my ears, and I looked down at one of the kids, and I said, "Boy," I said, "that thing will hurt your ears." And he says, "Oh," he says, "you must be one of them Harley riders." And I said, "Yeah, I have one." He said, he said, "You ride an American bike, huh?" And I said, "Yeah." I says, "Actually, mine's an older one." I says, "It doesn't have all the foreign stuff on it like the new ones do." He says, "Well," he says, "America?" I said, "Yeah, America." I says, "You're an American, I'm an American. It don't make any difference what color you are. We're all Americans." And he looked at me real funny and puzzled. Now, by this time, 4 of his buddies were walking up the street and leaving him there with me as I had stopped in front of our house and continued our conversation. And he looked at me and said, "Well, that's from California." I said, "California is in America." And he looked at me, he said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." At that, he ran up, turned around, he looked at me, he says, "Thanks, mister," and he ran up the street, and he's telling his buddies, he said, "I just learned something. That man back there told me we was Americans." And my son's 10 years old, he looked at me, he shook his head. And I couldn't believe it. Now, this young boy looked to be about 14, 15 years old. And in all sincerity, he didn't know he lived in America. And it was beyond sad, it was pathetic. And I could not believe this. I just, and this is what our children, well, not mine anyway, but a lot of them out there have no perception of where they live.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, that's true. It's like somebody comes up to me and says, I'm an African American, or I'm a Polish American, or I'm an Irish American. And I say, fine, go back to Africa, go back to Poland, go back to Ireland. Because in my eyes, you're either an American who came, or whose ancestors came from those places, but it's an absolute impossibility to be an African American, an Irish American, or a Polish American. You're either an American, or as far as I'm concerned, you're a subversive son of a bitch, and get out of my way.
Correct. I know I stopped on the way home to get a couple packs of cigarettes, and I talked to a black fella that needed a light. So I gave him a light, and he looked at me, shook his head. He said, "What, man?" He said, "What do you think?" And I said, "I'll tell you what I think." And we stood there for about a half an hour, and I told him. And I touched on the same subject that you just mentioned. Now, when my grandfather came over here from Hungary in 1889, he knew what was going on over there in the old country.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted his family to be free. And he came here to this country, settled in Cleveland in a neighborhood that was predominantly Hungarian descent.
And the most important thing to him was to eventually be accepted as an American.
Exactly. You know
now
what?
there's people in this country,
Because
they don't
people
want to
ask
be
them-
an American. They want to separate themselves and be a Polish American,
Yeah.
or an Irish American,
Well, people used
or
to
a
ask them-
Russian American, or an African American. And it's all baloney.
People would ask him when they heard his accent, and they said, "John, what are you, Hungarian?" He says, "No, I'm an American.
Good.
I'm an American. I come here from Hungary. I bring my family here, and I raise them here." He said, "I'm an American citizen."
Good for him.
And this
I
is
would
part of the Hegelian dialectic, divide
Yeah.
and conquer.
Yep, I would have liked him a lot.
Well, he worked till he was 74 years old, till the company found out how old he was, and he said, "John, you got to retire." He said, "What am I going to do now?"
I can guarantee you I would have liked him
He
an awful
passed
lot.
on when he was 86, and he had a stroke while he was shaving. And my uncles are all in the military, and my kid brothers still are. And we have. It's amazing that some of the people in this country, and I'm directing all this to the people that are listening in this country that have ancestors that go way back in this country before my ancestors were here, who have, or so they say, more of a claim here than I do, but they don't have an inkling of what it's like to want that freedom and to taste it, like my grandfather did, like my father, and like I do. And by God, I'm not getting hauled off to no internment camp, and they're not taking my house, and they're not taking me, because I know what's in store.
And deal with
Sounds to me like, folks, we already have a war upon them. If the accounts in the press are true, on the major media, if those accounts are true, then we are actively, right now, bombing, murdering, killing, destroying a lot of innocent people in the capital city of Kabul in Afghanistan who didn't know anything about the people who planned these attacks or carried them out. But we're killing those people. Men, women, and children. Murdering them right now. And I got to tell you something. If my government orchestrated a terrorist attack on some other country, and I didn't know anything about it and didn't approve of it, and that country launched attacks and murdered my family and murdered me and murdered my neighbors, what's the difference? Those people in Afghanistan, in the city of Kabul, who, if the reports are true, if we are bombing them, then we're murdering people who had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with what happened in this country this morning. There's a big difference between bombing the Kremlin and bombing some city in Russia if the Russian government does something against this country. And I'm just using that as an example. So, take it as you will. I know many of you will be angry with me because I'm not in concert with your bloodlust. You see, I think the ones who planned it and carried it out and who did it are the ones who should be punished, not a bunch of people who live in their country, who didn't know anything about it, who would not have approved of it, whose permission was not sought. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hope you do, because I know that the people who are being bombed, who are being destroyed in Afghanistan right now, as I'm speaking, if the reports are true, and at this time I think that they are, I have reason to believe that they are, had nothing more to do with what happened in this country this morning than you or I.
Nation, and I'm really concerned about what's going on over here.
Well, the counselor to the president said earlier today that our military bases were on high alert. Did you see any of?
Gentlemen, this is so much crap I can't stand it. This Senator Bob Graham is full of it. The watershed in this country was April the 19th, 1993. Another watershed was April the 19th, 1995. This is just another one.
To protect the citizens of America in this new reality.
Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Tim. I just got into town. I've been gone for 4 days. I was wondering if you're going to broadcast your show on the air in Eager.
It's on the air right now in Eager.
I don't know. I mean,
it's been on the air since 9:30 this morning.
I just got a phone call. Amazed. Okay, good. I'm going to turn you on right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Not as a peripheral potential. In order to do so, we must reacquire the intelligence capabilities which we have lost, beginning with the human intelligence. We no longer can rely, as we did during the Cold War, on machines as the means by which we gather our information. We have to have human beings who are diverse to represent so that they can properly infiltrate the diversity of our potential adversaries. They must be human beings who are skilled particularly in the new technologies that they are going to have to be able to apply in order to provide effective human intelligence. And they're going to have to be more numerous in order to cover the number of potential areas of threat. We also must make an investment in rebuilding our ability to eavesdrop on the rest of the world. For many years during the Cold War...
Ladies and gentlemen, the number is 520-333-4578. And we're interested in your comments, your feelings, your response to what's happened today, and any information that you may have that I have not already reported, that's not rumor, it's not what you got off of some email or fax somewhere, that you either are an eyewitness to or that you have just watched on your local television or heard on your local radio that has not been reported either on this broadcast or any other broadcast. 520-333-4578. I understand that most people are in shock over this and probably are just beside themselves with what to think or what to even imagine. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. How are you?
Good.
I'm John. I'm calling from Miami, Florida, and I did hear a local broadcast down here about a comment was brought up about if the militias were involved in this.
Who said that? I knew it was only a matter of time.
No. This was on one of the local radio stations down here, sir.
That's what I'm asking. Who said that?
I did not get the name, but it was on the AM dial. I forgot what the man's name was. I usually listen into that radio talk show quite often. But they were talking about the crash all day today, but I did happen to catch that. And another patriot here in Miami that I spoke with earlier today told me the same thing, that she had heard incidences like that over the radio today on the local radio station.
Yeah, well, I can assure you and everybody in Florida that no American patriot or American militia organization had anything to do with any of this. And it's very easy to figure out. No American patriot would ever attack our own Pentagon. If American patriots were to attack anything, it would have been the United Nations building. So
I agree with you, sir. But as more reports come in on a local radio station here, I'll jot them down, and I'll be more than happy to call you. But I want to make a comment that does not have anything to do with this bombing. Former Attorney General Janet Reno is not going to run for governor of the state of Florida.
She not?
She is.
Oh yeah, we know she is. She made that
Okay.
announcement.
I didn't think you knew that, but I'll let you know. Okay.
Well, she made that announcement a week ago.
Okay. Well, I knew that, but I didn't know if you did or not.
Oh yeah, if anybody in the country does, it's me. Yeah, the wicked witch butcher barbecue artist of Waco. Yeah, we keep track of her.
Well, that's great. I keep track of her too, and I hope nothing terrible comes out of this situation up there in New York or Washington D.C.
Well, something terrible has already occurred. At least 10,000 people or more are dead.
Well,
and a lot more than that are wounded, maimed, or injured.
Well, what I meant was I hope no laws are enacted or any federal laws are made in Washington or any state or local laws are made in the state of Florida or any other state pertaining to terrorism or more gun seizures, anything of that sort. That's what I meant.
Well, I'm in sympathy with that. I agree with you, but I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Well, Mr. Cooper, I'm quite sure that we're headed towards a revolution in this country, but...
Nope, no revolution. Revolution is the communist plan. We want a restoration of constitutional Republican government under the law, nothing else.
I agree with you, Mr. Cooper, but...
Then drop that word revolution from your vocabulary right now.
Okay, I understand. I learn every day, sir.
Okay, that's good. As long as you learn, that's good.
Well, you have a very good day, and I will keep listening to your broadcast, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
520-333-4578 is the number. Drop that word revolution right now. All of you. Forget it. The plan for this country, as far as revolution is concerned, is a communist plan. I'm not a communist. I don't know about you. I'm an American. I believe in the law. The supreme law of the land is the Constitution for the United States of America. It is not in effect, has not been in effect for a long time. The government is totally outside its bounds. It is, in fact, a tyranny. And if we do anything, we must accomplish a restoration of constitutional Republican government under the law. Nothing else. Nothing else. Period. Anything else is beyond our duty, beyond our capacity, is beyond the law, is beyond right, and we can't be beyond those things. We must stay within them. 520-333-4578 is the number. As soon as you call, I will put you right on the air.
Personnel from other Department of Justice agencies are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are surviving.
I hate to say this, ladies and gentlemen, but the people who carried out these attacks definitely were not cowards. They perished in the attacks. They, in effect, committed suicide in order to carry out these attacks. I wish people would stop being such hypocrites and liars. Tell the truth. You know, geez, it's bad enough. Why do we have to stoop to all of the things that we hate in order to find out what the truth is? And in doing that kind of thing, we never find out what the truth is. What we do is perpetuate the lies. These people who carried out these attacks were not cowards. They may be despicable. They may be evil. They may be terrible people. They may be terrorists. They may be subversives, but they certainly were not by any definition cowards.
Physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs.
Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Hey, Bill. This is Bart.
Hey, Bart. Thanks for calling. What's going on with you?
Well, we're just stocking up on some stuff, gassed up our cars just in case, and got some cash, and just kind of seeing how things are going. We're ready to get out if we have to.
Have you been paying attention to the? Have you been watching what's been going on the major communist news networks?
Yes, I have, up until about the last hour.
Yeah. What have you heard? Some of the comments that some of the people have made that I don't know about you, but they've disturbed me. Have you heard any of those comments?
Yeah, the one that totally got me back is, first of all, right away they started talking that it's terrorism immediately, and then they started saying that it's Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, how do they know that?
Yeah, exactly. How do they know?
All the people who hijacked the airplanes perished in the attacks. They claimed that they had no warning, no knowledge of anybody was going to do anything like this. So, and we're hearing on the BBC, especially, that the United States is now bombing Kabul, which is the capital city of Afghanistan. And I guarantee you the people that are on the receiving ends of those bombs had nothing to do with any attack in this country. They're just men, women, and children who live in that city going about their everyday life like people here would be doing. Did you know anything about that?
Yes, I heard some reports about that, and then there's some conflicting other reports about it being an armory that's on fire and launching, and what looks like missiles and demolitions of ammunition in an ammo dump. And so right now we have no idea what's really going on.
Yeah, well, that was my point that earlier that they're reporting that this is what we're doing, and if we're doing that, then we're doing the same thing that the people in this country did this morning. And if we're not doing that, why are they reporting that we're doing that?
Right.
And how would we know that it was Osama bin Laden or anybody else? But that's what the major news networks are telling us. If you could, Bart, could you just take about 10 minutes or so and explain, where you were this morning and what happened, how you found out about it, what your reaction was, and what your family has done, because of it, and just your reaction all day long, if you can. I would appreciate that.
Sure, not a problem, Bill. Basically, actually, I was woken up by a phone call by a friend who said, "Hey, you need to turn on the news and check out what's going on." And I did immediately. And this was when it was just one plane had hit the first tower. And I immediately got on the phone and started calling a few other people and informing them what was going on. And some of my reactions immediately were, "Oh my God, how can something like this go on?" And I was half upset, half angry, and actually, in total, in disbelief, but then also understanding that it's very, very, possible and it would make sense as to according to certain people's agendas. And it's still kind of like a dream. And I live in California, in Southern California. I know it's very, very different for the people who live in New York City or on the East Coast. Being on the West Coast, we're as far as you can get, as far as in the continental U.S. And so here, I remember when I was getting gas for our vehicles at the gas station, there were, everybody was listening to the AM stations, listening to the radio, to the news as far as what was going on, and it was kind of a dreamlike state. People were all quiet and very reserved and just kind of walk around, not in a zombie-ish, but just kind of, not knowing what was going on and how to really react. Very, very strange mode and mood, and it's starting to, I guess, get a little bit better now as far as normalcy. We noticed that many of the gas stations that we pass are unusually heavy with people in line to get gas. One of my good friends, Stephen, went to a place here called Major Surplus, which is a surplus store that carries a lot of, ammo cans and MREs and food and whatnot. And there was a mad rush, a big, huge mad rush there. And not surprisingly, there were off-duty police officers who were stocking up on goods. There were regular citizens. There was just a lot of people who were there. Are you still there, Bill? You took a break. Okay. Here in California, it's actually a slightly overcast day. It's actually kind of warm and muggy, and very different from the original shots that were shown in New York at the towers when it was a crystal clear day. And I was just kind of, the thoughts were going through my head originally of like, oh, I really hope that this isn't the dreaded day that is to come, that some of us really never wish will come, but most likely will eventually one day. Hopefully it is not today, and this isn't the start of it as an excuse for the government to declare martial law or to instigate additional security measures, quote unquote. So here, I'm kind of glad that things have kind of seemed to have stabilized somewhat, and I'm praying and hoping that nothing else will happen, anything more that will happen here in the United States. I was very concerned that there would be a bomb or some kind of event that would happen here in Los Angeles, which would then trigger, additional just, more things that make it hit the fan, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. I'm back.
Okay.
Hey, Bart, in your travels around today, did you hear people making comments? What were some of the comments that you heard?
Most of them were just from average people, like at the bank and such, just going like, I can't believe how many, people, probably are hurt or were killed, and people doing these, mindless acts, and I know that other people are saying, we should just go and get all these terrorists and get rid of them all.
Who did they blame it on?
It's always just them, terrorists. Originally, one of the persons who immediately right after it had happened was just saying we should just go and kill them all and just round them all up and just go get them.
Who was he talking about?
He's just talking them, the terrorists. He this was before he started coming out with them being possibly being Arab or being Osama bin Laden group or anything like this.
I wonder how he would react if I thought he was one of the terrorists.
Exactly.
and people were going around saying that we ought to round him up and just eliminate him.
Yep. And but people, and then they say, oh, don't worry, the government will find out who it is, and they'll get them, and George Bush isn't going to let them do this and do that, and you know, it's a lot of talk and not too much thought.
Well, that's real strange because Osama bin Laden was created by George Bush when he was head of the CIA, and the Afghanistanis were fighting the Soviet Union, and George Bush's CIA recruited Osama bin Laden, trained him, helped him recruit his terrorist cell members, trained them on how to make bombs and blow things up, financed them, gave them money, and supported them. And Osama bin Laden is a creation of George Bush.
That's right, and that's why I was just mentioning to Janelle, my wife, saying like, well, here we go. As soon as I heard them start talking about Osama bin Laden, and that's who it was, and you know, we're going to go get him, and it was like, well, here's the next Hitler, here's the next Saddam Hussein, it's the next, you know, figure to blame it on for all those sheeple.
Yeah. Yeah, in the New World Order, in the absence of a Soviet Union, you have to have an enemy to blame things on.
That's right. If there was a plane that was going to come and kamikaze the federal building.
If experience is any indicator, they would have shot each other, or some innocent civilian whom they mistook for an American patriot.
Yeah. And you know, even at least there are some people who are kind of using half their brain, saying, "Well, shoot, if they could hijack 4 airplanes in one morning, you know, all at the same time, and do this kind of you know, event, if they were quote unquote terrorists, you know, because it's like, well, then what are all these security measures that you have to go through at the airport for?"
Yeah, exactly right. And that was going to be my next question. How did these guys, Bart, how do you suppose they got on these airplanes with weapons and were able to hijack the airplane and carry out what they carried out this morning?
I could only speculate, and you know, most of it would lead to either somehow, you know, some way of getting someone on the inside of either ground crew or flight crew or somehow like that. I doubt that they would, you know, send someone in as a normal passenger and try to go through the normal security measures. But that's why it's pretty much a joke.
Well, it is. It always was a joke. I mean, those of us who understand what security is really all about knows that if somebody really wants to do these kinds of things, inconveniencing the public and the passengers and the people who pay to ride on these aircraft is certainly not going to prevent it. It never has, and it never will.
That's right.
It's an attack upon freedom.
That's right.
So, well, this morning nobody knew exactly what was going to happen or what was going to come out of all of this, and we still don't. We do know that martial law has been declared nationwide, and the way we know it is that all government buildings in Washington, D.C. were evacuated. The government literally went underground to Mount Weather and other underground command post facilities. A regiment, full regiment of United States Army troops were deployed in Washington, D.C. The border between the United States and Canada and the United States and Mexico have been sealed. All airports and shipping ports have been closed and sealed in this country. No aircraft anywhere are allowed to take off or land except for military aircraft. All international flights were rerouted to land in Canada. And I could go on. There's lots of other things that have occurred. And that tells me that martial law is in effect all over this nation. The American people have not been given an official announcement that it has been declared, but it has, in fact, been declared by the President in secret and is in effect. What do you think about that?
I agree with you totally, Bill.
Yes. And see, it's totally unconstitutional and against the law for them to do all of these things without a declaration of martial law.
Yeah.
They've set up roadblocks. They have completely severed some interstate and national highways. And it's a very dangerous atmosphere that exists in this country right this moment.
Yes, they've closed off many of the main streets and parts of the freeway that are in a radius of the airport, Los Angeles International Airport, for one that I know. Definitely all of LAPD and sheriffs have all been on full tactical alert. The anti-terrorist team of LAPD was deployed immediately.
Deployed where? That's when they say, we've deployed the anti-terrorist team. Well, really? Where did you deploy them? Who are they deployed against? Or are they standing around some donut shop waiting, to be deployed? How do you deploy somebody against an enemy that doesn't exist?
Yeah, they're supposedly going around looking at, cruising around, I guess, checking out potential terrorist sites.
Oh, you mean they're checking out chicks, huh? That's what they're
like
really doing.
Driving around and driving down the alley like in the old cop shows and see someone breaking in someplace.
Well, I used to live in LA. I know what they're doing. They're driving around looking at chicks. There's nobody to deploy them against. What are you going to deploy them? Where? What? There's no terrorists in LA.
It's the guy with the big red T-shirt.
What are they doing? Doing drive-bys on gang members?
Yeah, I'm a terrorist. You're looking for me.
Oh, gee. Well, that gave me a little bit of humor. They've deployed the anti-terrorist unit of the Los Angeles Police Department. Never mind that there's nobody to deploy them against. They can't find a terrorist. They're out driving around looking at, pretty ladies is what they're doing. Looking for, a good donut shop. That's really what they're doing. I mean, what else could they be doing?
It's, there's police everywhere, and, we're just, as we're driving right now, we just saw 2 units in the last 60 seconds. And I'm going to say it's very weird, because where I live, I'm actually in the glide path for descent for landings for LAX, very far out from it. But it's very weird not seeing or hearing any commercial planes.
No planes. Actually, it's not just commercial planes. There's no planes flying, except for military and police planes. And I want to alert all of you listening. It is not good to be out driving around anywhere or doing anything outside your home when the police are out looking for somebody to shoot. And that's exactly what they're doing. They got itchy trigger fingers. They're looking for somebody to shoot, and you better stay home. All of you, everybody listening, stay home, go underground, disappear. Don't give them any excuse to screw around with you or to hurt you or your family. Because I'm telling you, you better listen to me. You know how these people are when they get excited. They kill somebody. And it's always an accident. So stay home. Disappear. Leave them alone. Don't mess with them. Stay off the highway. Stay off the streets. Stay out of the cities.
At Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, there was a spokesperson who came on stating that they, with their heightened security, they immediately started searching and investigating everybody, even people who would not originally be suspicious in normal quote unquote circumstances.
Yeah.
See what it was like, anyone who had a bag that was bigger than their hand, probably.
See what I mean, folks? And I'll bet you before the next 24-hour passes, there will be some innocent people shot by security or law enforcement or federal agents. Just because. I don't know who it will be or why, but I bet you it will happen. And probably you will never hear about it on the national news. And if somebody from the local level that knows about it doesn't call us, we'll probably never know about it. That's the way it goes, huh, Bart?
Yep. And I'm sure it's already happened. It's in this kind of atmosphere. The average public would let police do something like that.
Yeah.
You
That's
got to.
Good opportunity for some people they don't like to disappear, huh?
Yes.
How's Janelle?
She's doing wonderful. She's right here.
How's our baby?
Doing very well. Kicking, though.
Oh, really? I can't wait to babysit. You are going to let me babysit.
Of course.
Okay.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm tired. Tell you the truth, I've been behind this microphone doing this since about 9:30 this morning. And if Doyle hadn't brought me something to eat, I'd be just literally chewing anything in sight right now. He brought me an Italian submarine sandwich and a big Coke and some fries. And, I shouldn't have said Coke. Now I'm going to get a letter from Gene telling me how bad Cokes are for me because they've got sugar in them. You know Gene.
Oh, you're good at it.
I'm in big trouble, huh? I let it slip that I drank a Coke. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, say your prayers for all those people who were hurt, injured, and wounded and all that kind of stuff. And where's Janelle? Put her back on.
Okay, she's right here.
Janelle?
I'm here.
Hello, sweetheart. You want to tell our listening audience what your reaction to all of this that happened today was and what you thought and what you've been doing all day and how it's affected you?
Well, like Bart, it's very similar because Bart's my husband, so we were sleeping and we were awakened probably around 6:30 this morning by a phone call. And when we saw it on the news, it's like, oh great, I hope it's not the day that you were telling us that it was coming. So, looking at it, I was agitated, and that's why, and I was sad, and a lot of emotions were going through my body. So, I think the baby felt it, so it started kicking me all through this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a shame, and they kept saying it was a terrorist attack, from the very beginning.
Yeah. And they don't really know who did it or why. They have no idea, period.
No, but they said the right thing when, you turned on the news, it's like a terrorist attack, when we saw the first World Trade Tower go down.
Well, when I first started watching it, I was watching CNN, and they were saying that the first plane that hit the first tower was most probably an accident. And it wasn't until the second plane hit that I started hearing them making reference to a possible, and the word they used was possible terrorist attack, when, of course, at that time, I knew that both of those crashes were intentional. There was no possible about it. They were both intentional crashes and attacks upon this country. When did you get that feeling?
Probably when we were watching the news, and the other thing is, there's no way that a plane could bring down the World Trade Center. That's what they were saying. It crashed, and we can see the bomb. There was a bomb explosion.
Well,
or what we thought.
Yeah. Did you ever study hydraulics or pressure up on a cylinder or anything like that? Any kind of pneumatics or hydraulics in high school or college?
No.
No. Okay. Well, well, that's okay. I
don't remember.
That's all right. I'll talk about that later. But basically, what it is, if you have a hydraulic cylinder with a piston face that has like 3 square inches, and you apply 10 pounds per square inch, you're effectively exerting 30 pounds of pressure. It's 3 times 10. And so the impact of a jet, no matter how big it is, on one of those skyscrapers is absolutely nothing compared to the force exerted upon the entire building just by a 10-mile-per-hour wind upon the entire area of the building. It's absolutely impossible to even consider the fact that a plane crashing into that building could have brought it down. So, they're built to withstand hurricane winds, and because planes have crashed into buildings, in history, when they make these buildings, when they build them, when they design them to withstand the impact and the crash of a modern commercial jet into the building. And while it might demolish that floor and the floor above and below it, and cause extensive damage and fire and devastation and stuff. It will not, in your wildest dreams, bring down the building. It's incredible to even imagine that anyone could think such a thing in the light of the fact that the force of a hurricane wind, which they're designed to withstand, over the entire structure of the building, based upon the principle of pneumatics and hydraulics, if it can withstand that force, the force of the impact of an airplane is nothing compared to it. Absolutely nothing.
Bill, that's one of the things that I noticed is that when they keep showing the plane actually impact the building doesn't even shudder.
Yeah, it doesn't even shake. Nothing. It just, the plane just goes in and then the fire starts.
Right. And I think on one of the news channels, they were trying to explain that by saying that the jet fuel from the jets were burning they were so hot that they burned the steel that was supporting the rest of the structure above it, and that's why it collapsed. And I'm like, well, I'm not an expert, but I don't know if, jet fuel burning is hot enough to, take out the steel girders that hold up like the World Trade Center. But
yeah, not only that, but it's not steel girders. It's reinforced concrete. Steel reinforced concrete. That's just an incredible statement that they would make. And even if it did, let's consider that it possibly could. Let's just consider that for a moment. It might cause the floors above the area where the plane crashed to collapse, but it would not cause the entire building to collapse. And that's what happened. I mean, what melted the support system at ground level? Come on! Give me a break.
What's really interesting is that they always show the first building collapse where it appears that it falters right where the plane impacted, and then showing the top of the building, coming down on the rest of the building.
Mm-hmm.
But then, if I remember correctly, early in the morning, I only saw the second building fall down once. I only saw it play once, and it looked like it came down from the base.
Yeah.
And since
it did, and people in New York City heard an explosion each time each of those buildings collapsed.
That's what I figured. I haven't heard that, on the Communist News Network, but that's what's really interesting is that they only show that one building always going down. They never show, at least in all these repeats later on, hours after.
Yeah, and it's the building that's obscured by the other building. You can't really see it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't see the whole building. You just see part of it.
Right, and the second one, they don't show that one coming down all the time.
Yeah, that's right, because, they don't want you to see that one. But that's the most obvious. I mean, it collapses from the very bottom all the way to the ground. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Well, you just stay ready, Bart, because we don't know what's going to happen. We know that the whole nation is under martial law, even though they have not made a formal public announcement. And we don't know what the government's reaction is going to be regarding patriots and militia members, and we don't know what's going to happen. Based upon what's happened in the past, we can expect to be attacked, and they certainly did that right after the Oklahoma City bombing. The media and the government attacked patriots and militia members all over this country, and so we must be prepared for that. And you being one of our best members, had best do everything you can to protect yourself and your family. Okay?
Will do, Bill.
I love you.
Love you too, Bill.
Love you, Janelle. I love that baby.
Love you, Bill.
Hope to see you soon.
We'll give you a call later.
Thanks for calling, Bart.
No problem, Bill.
I really appreciate it.
We'll talk to you later, Bill.
Okay. 520-333-4578 is the number. That was Bart of Prepaid Legal fame. Many of you know Bart. And Bart just gave his report. Now let's hear yours. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
How you doing, Mr. Cooper?
Good.
Man, I was surfing and you took me by surprise. I didn't expect you to be on this early.
I've been on since 9:30 this morning.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'll be. I'm looking at this, and it seems like an hour after the attack took place. I've just turned on your program, so I don't know what your perspective is. I'm going to give you mine. An hour after this took place, the media immediately started demonizing the Muslims and the Islamic religion. And it seems like, in my view, we're going to get drawn into a war in the Middle East.
Well, I've said that for a long time. But, nobody in their wildest dreams who would you normally suspect would do something like this could possibly benefit from it. And so we need to look elsewhere. Whoever will absolutely benefit from whatever happened today in this country is the real culprit, whoever that might be.
Well, we both know there's been a war coming on in the Middle East for about a year now when the peace process broke down. And
well, the peace process from the beginning was a total sham. There's never been peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Not since the State of Israel. Before the State of Israel was declared. I mean, it took a while to take that territory and declare the State of Israel, didn't it?
Yeah. Well,
there hasn't been peace since then, and that's been probably before World War II. There hasn't been any peace in the Middle East.
Yeah. Well, there's a war going on inside Israel between the Palestinians and the Jews, and we've been hearing reports that surrounding Arab nations were making preparations to move against Israel, and it just seems like with this attack that we're going to be drawn into the Middle East on the side of Israel, and God knows what's going to happen. But I tell you what, Bill, I'm in St. Louis, and the price of gas right now is $5 a gallon.
You're kidding.
No, it's happening everywhere.
Why is it $5 a gallon? There's no shortage of gas in this country. Somebody's ripping everybody off big time.
It's taking place, from what I understand, all across the country. That gas price, I mean, cars are lining up. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, they're blocking the roads. Cars are lining up. It's like 1970s again.
Wow. Well,
yeah.
I heard that, and when Doyle came up, he said he went by the Circle K, and there were cars lined up, down the street a block away to get gas.
Yeah.
And that's very unusual for a little town like this. But in the face of martial law and the uncertainty of what all of this might bring upon us, I can understand why people want a full tank in whatever they're driving.
Yeah.
I always keep full tanks in everything, so I never have to worry about that. I couldn't put another drop of gas in any of my tanks if I wanted to.
Mr. Cooper, I get a feeling that, something happened today and that things are going to be different forever now. And
it's the end of freedom.
That's
freedom died today all around the world unless Americans are willing to stand up and resist whatever the government is going to do to make that a reality. And I guarantee you they're going to do a lot of things to make it a reality.
In my heart, that's what I thought. I didn't know exactly, but you know what? You're right. That's what I was feeling, is that freedom died today. And it's a sad day, and it just seems to me that there's something going on. I mean, it's just, I just cannot believe that it was Islamic terrorists that did this, Bill. I just, that's what they're telling us. That's what they want us to believe. So I just can't believe that's what it was.
I don't believe that's what it was either.
Take care, Bill.
But I don't know who's responsible. I don't know who did it. I'm not pointing any fingers because I don't know. I do know what the agenda is, and I know what the outcome of it's going to be. We're going to lose our freedoms.
I'm afraid you're right.
And in many ways, we already have. Every airplane in this country is grounded. All the airports are closed. For the first time in the history of this country, the border between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Canada are sealed. They're sealed. We have United States Army troops occupying the streets of Washington, D.C. The United States government has gone to its underground command posts at Mount Weather and in underground facilities. And I could go on and on. Several governors of states have declared martial law and called up the National Guard. You know what I'm saying?
I know it doesn't look good. You know,
and in light of the fact that they don't know who did this or how many more of them are out there waiting to hijack another plane and do it again, how are they going to open the airports and allow planes to fly? And if they do that, what kind of security measures are people going to have to go through to get on those planes?
That's another thing that crossed my mind today. Is I just had the feeling that this was just the beginning of if you want to call it terrorism or whatever. This is just the beginning. I just have a feeling that what happened today is going to happen again, and maybe things that are worse than that, because we know that biological and chemical weapons are in the hand.
I predicted all of this years ago. I wrote about it in my book. Exactly what I predicted and said would happen is happening, has happened. Every prediction I've ever made has come true, except for the one where I said they would not be able to try Manuel Noriega in an American court and sentence him to prison because, as the head of a foreign nation, he had diplomatic immunity. But they did it anyway, which means that the law really doesn't mean much to anybody anymore. They're going to do what they want to do.
Right. Yeah. You're right. You know, I'm waiting to hear some moron blame it on talk radio and Christian patriots.
Well, from what I heard, a previous caller called from Florida and said on Florida, on the radio, people are already asking questions about patriots and militias.
Oh, no.
Which is what I said when I first came on at 9:30 this morning, is that you watch, eventually, sometime today, somebody is going to start blaming American patriots and militia members. And the Second Continental Army, the Republic, has ordered its units underground, and all patriot leaders have been asked to take measures to protect themselves and go underground. And be very careful who you listen to. Don't listen to people like Alex Jones and the other great BS artists that are just out there to stir people up to do something that they shouldn't ought to be doing.
You know, I'm watching the videotape. I worked today, so I came home, and I'm just now watching the videotape of the towers going down. It just seems to me that they went down really fast, don't you think?
Not only went down very fast, but everybody in New York City who were near those towers heard explosions at the base of the towers, and then they collapsed all the way down the ground. I mean, airplanes can't do that.
Yeah. Take care, Mr. Cooper. God bless.
God bless you, too. Thank you for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. If you'd like to call and get in your 2 cents worth, let us know what you think. Let us know what you're feeling. If you know something that we don't know that is a fact and is not some rumor that you heard from your next door neighbor or got off some fax machine, we want to know about that, too. Good evening. You're on the air.
I'm a little nervous here, but I'd like to say a couple things. First, I'd like to ask you to speak a little bit with less profanity. It would be wonderful. But the second thing...
Whoa, what profanity?
Just the...
No, be specific. What profanity have I said all day long?
Well, let's see. I guess...
I can't hear you.
Like that.
Hello, I can't hear you.
Okay, let me get...
I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't...
We've lost you. You were loud and clear, and then you did something. I don't know what you did. Hello?
Hello?
Talk louder. Put the phone right in front of your mouth and talk loud. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's much better. Now, I want to know specifically what profanity you have heard me use all day long.
Well...
That's what I thought. You're a BS artist. I have never said one single word all day long that even remotely could be misconstrued by anyone as profanity. Goodbye. I am so sick of the people out there who pretend to know anything about free speech. And I have done broadcasts where I have intentionally said things that sound like profanity to gauge the reaction of the audience who professes to believe in freedom of speech but are not even remotely listening to anything that I say. Good evening, you're on the air.
Good evening, Bill. Zed, Connecticut. Sorry about the last two callers. Maybe people are so much in shock that they can't really talk straight. I'd like to talk a little bit about the World Trade Center.
Have you been listening to me all day?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have I said anything that even remotely could be misconstrued as profanity or obscenity?
I've been listening to you since since about 1:30 our time here, which would have been 10:30 your time. The previous hour I didn't get you, but that's neither here nor there. You haven't said anything nasty. Anyway, I'd like to talk a little bit about the World Trade Center.
Now it's up to nasty.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw it being put together in 1971. It was in the late spring in 1971. I was down on Varick Street, which abuts against the north side of the World Trade Center. And I took my father down there because I had a service call at the GSA building at 210 Varick Street. And we parked and watched them putting steel up in that thing. The building is constructed as almost a cube made of 24-inch I-beams. They're Corten steel.
Mm-hmm.
It is not reinforced concrete, as you've been mentioning.
Oh, but that's not... Here we go. Okay, why don't you back up and say what you just said all over again, because I missed it all.
Okay, Bill, no. The reason for the concrete is there is not for load-carrying capability. It is as fire protection.
I didn't say that it was.
Yeah,
I said
it's there as fire protection.
But it's there, and you said it wasn't.
But you wouldn't call that a building that was constructed.
I didn't say anything about load bearing. I said steel reinforced concrete.
Well, the reinforcing is there to keep the concrete against the steel, to keep the concrete from spalling off in a fire.
Doesn't matter. It's still a hard target, and it takes a placed shaped charge to cut it.
You don't need to tell me it's a hard target, Bill, because there was an article in Scientific American
about
15 years ago.
And what I want to know is, after I corrected your original statement that there was no concrete, now you're saying that there was. Why did you say that there wasn't when you knew that there was?
Well, the building wouldn't be regarded as a building constructed of steel-reinforced concrete.
Ah, but it is.
Well, it's concrete-protected steel I-beams.
That is exactly what steel-reinforced concrete is.
Well,
and it can also be concrete that's poured around or over or through and including steel rebar. Yeah. But I-beams are even stronger than rebar ever could be.
Oh, tell me, yeah, you're for sure there. But anyway, I'd like to talk a little bit about one article I saw in the Scientific American about 15 years ago. They had presupposed that the entire United States and all of its infrastructure would be abandoned by man, and what structures would still be left 5,000 years hence. There were three structures that they speculated would still be up: the World Trade Center, the Centennial Arch in St. Louis, and the Grand Coulee Dam. Now, does that tell you anything about how they built those buildings?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah, they think the only thing that would take the World Trade Center down would be either a tidal wave or eventually salt water getting into the basement and eroding the heavy concrete. Now, this is really reinforced concrete around the lower portions of the supporting girders of that building.
No kidding.
Yep. And should that happen, the building wouldn't collapse upon itself. It would probably simply tip over in a big wind when one side got stressed beyond its capability.
Yeah, people have no understanding of how strong these buildings are. If they think an airplane crashing into a floor of the building can affect the structural members of this building, then they have no idea about the force exerted on that building, which is so much more than the largest plane in existence today that could exert crashing into that building of just a 10-mile-per-hour wind over the entire surface of the building. The force is incredibly strong.
Yeah, well, an airplane is just aluminum, and aluminum will deform, and it won't exert much unit pressure on or negligible unit pressure on the steel.
No.
There is some possible damage to the steel, the steel's structural strength, because of the heat of the fire, but the fire didn't last that long.
And it would only occur where the plane crashed and where the fire, of course, was the hottest.
Precisely.
And that is not at ground level. It's up there on the top quarter of the building.
Well, I only got looking at the television after 10:30 this morning, our time here, and 5 times I saw the collapse of the building. And that thing looked like a classic controlled demolition.
Yeah, didn't it? I noticed exactly the same thing.
Everybody says, no, you're imagining things. I'm asking, where did the black smoke come from that came out all during the fall?
Yeah.
Controlled demolition with contact charges and slow primer cord.
Yeah, and it didn't fall over.
No,
it didn't collapse in some weird manner. It went exactly straight down.
Right. And people will say, well, the top floor collapsed on the next floor down, and that broke the next floor. Hey, that would destroy the floors, okay? But it wouldn't take the outside structure down. That structure is fantastic.
It wouldn't even collapse the building. It wouldn't even collapse the inside of the building.
I believe you there. I really believe you there. I think there's more to this. And what I'm afraid of is that nobody that has any knowledge and freedom to speak is going to be allowed to inspect that steel.
Oh, of course not. They've already called up the National Guard so they can give them a direct order to keep their mouths shut. And they're pulling all the people out who really know how to rescue people and take care of emergencies like this, which are the firefighters, the police, and the emergency medical technicians, and the other people who are trained specifically to handle these kinds of things. And the National Guard is trained how to perform as a military unit. But they're going to be sent in to relieve all these people, and all these people are going to be sent away from the building. So they're going to keep a lid on it with the military.
Yeah, very well orchestrated, I reckon.
Yep.
There was a picture on the internet of fairly close up from a couple of 100 feet of the remaining steel girders coming up. They look like they may be coming up as far as 100 feet above the ground. They're all standing up like rows of toothpicks. But the destruction of those girders stops at about 100 feet up. They're not straight. There's a little bit of deformation in them for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a very spooky situation, and I tell you, like everybody says, I don't believe anything's going to be the same after this in this country.
Well, they're telling us on television. They're already indoctrinating the American people into the fact that things are going to change, nothing's going to be the same. There's going to be a loss of freedom. They keep repeating this over and over and over again on all of the communist news networks.
We just have to pray for the Republic.
Well, I pray and reload.
And keep your powder dry and your bore clean.
Yep, you got it.
Have a good one for the rest of it, Bill. Catch you later.
You too. Thanks for calling. Oh, geez. That started out as a very confusing phone call. There's no reinforced steel concrete in that building. There's no concrete. It's all steel girders. And then later we got the confession, yes, it is steel reinforced concrete girders. Good evening. You're on the air.
How you doing, Bill?
Good.
It's Max from New Jersey.
Hello.
And I was with my buddy today who was an iron worker in New York City for 43 years.
Uh-huh.
And he worked at that building.
And what do you have to say about this?
He said, no way could that airplane have collapsed the building that way without bombs being put somewhere else.
Yep. Yeah, well,
I just thought I'd share that with you.
He's absolutely right.
And he worked there 43 years. He's 72 today, but he's sharp. And that's what he told me.
And he's an iron worker that builds those buildings.
He built buildings all over New York City.
Yeah. Did he work?
He worked on the North River projects that he worked on this. His name is Bobby Farmer. Good guy.
Did he work on the World Trade Center buildings?
Yes, he did.
All right. So,
that's what I'm telling you.
So he knows. Okay.
So, and he said, no way, Mac, could that airplane collapse that building.
Yeah, well, I know that, and he's absolutely correct. He's telling you the truth, and thank you for calling and telling our listening audience.
Okay, God bless you with yours.
You too.
Adios.
520-333-4578 is the number. It's exactly what happened in Oklahoma City. That truckload of fertilizer did not bring down that building any more than those airplanes brought down the World Trade Center towers. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Bill, it's Ken from Pennsylvania.
Hi.
Hey, I was just wondering, I was trying to think if the date is significant with anything. I didn't know if you reported on that.
Not that I'm aware of. Do you know of any connection with anything?
No, that's why I was asking maybe in your great wisdom that you might have known.
Doesn't ring any bells. September the 11th, right?
Yeah, I could see if they did it next Monday.
Yeah.
You know what that is, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, well,
That's
no.
all I had to say, Bill.
Okay.
Okay, God bless, and God bless all the people and, and their families out there that are suffering right now.
You too.
Okay, we'll see you. Bye.
520-333-4578 is the number. And you can call anytime you want to. But stick to the subject of what happened today, please. Good evening, you're on the air.
Is this Bill?
Yes.
On the Fox News Network, I heard the word Patriots.
Ah, they're already starting, huh?
Yes, they are.
What'd they say?
I can't remember exactly. I don't have it on tape, but it went something like this. It may have been Iran helping other Islamic organizations, or it may have been Osama bin Laden helping or working with Patriots. Something very similar to that.
I think it was probably Fox Network actually piloting those planes, blowing up those buildings. What do you think about that?
I'm ready to believe anything after Oklahoma City, Bill. And I have witnessed controlled demolitions of
I'm just
buildings.
playing turnabout. Don't anybody believe that. I'm not accusing Fox Network. I'm just showing how ridiculous their statement was, because I could make the same statement about them. It could have been Iran helping the Fox Network to attack this country and bring down those buildings and attack the Pentagon. What do you think?
Yeah, I see your point. Well, Bill, that's all I've got.
Okay.
And
Now,
if you need any help,
when you hear that kind of stuff on Fox News, why aren't all of you calling Fox News and saying, I'm an American patriot. I fought in World War II, or I fought in Korea, or I fought in Vietnam. I served my country in the military. I have worked for the government. I'm a good American citizen. I'm an American patriot, and I absolutely will not accept your vilification of American patriots.
Bill, in your opinion, what do you think we can expect next? What's their next move?
Loss of freedom, attack on American patriots and militia members. If they want to go that far, that's what's going to happen.
Operation Garden Plot?
Could be.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome. If you're a known patriot leader or member of any militia, or you're known to local law enforcement as a patriot, take steps to protect yourself, because that's exactly what could happen. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying it could. This is the scenario that could justify the government's doing whatever they want to do against anyone that they perceive to be their enemy, their political enemy. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill. This is Bob in Nevada.
Hi, Bob.
Howdy. I just wanted to say a couple things about how buildings are constructed.
Go ahead. First, tell us how you would know this information.
Well, because I work in the steel industry. I'm a steel detailer.
Okay.
And generally, buildings are constructed either one of two ways. One is with the steel structure frame, or one is with reinforced concrete. That is concrete poured around a rebar structure and frame. And they don't combine the two. There's not a structural steel type of construction that combines with the rebar concrete type. And what they do on the beams is they spray them with fireproofing. It's a lightweight synthetic coating that they spray, or a rock type coating that they spray onto the beams to protect them from the fire. And they don't use concrete. That wouldn't be a very efficient way of doing it because it's so heavy and you can't really make it stick to the steel beams. And when I saw those pictures, it's what I thought was happening there was that there was damage caused by the plane hitting the structure, and then the fire started heating the steel, and once steel reached a certain temperature, and it's not a very high temperature, I can't tell you exactly what it is, but it loses its strength and it just becomes very soft material. And as one of these floors would collapse, the buildings are not designed, they're designed to withstand specific types of forces, like you say, wind and earthquakes and things like that. But
They're also designed, and I happen to know this for a fact because I know some people who are architects who help design skyscrapers. And part of the design is to withstand a crash into the building by a large aircraft. And they do this because it's happened in the past and they know it's going to happen in the future.
Right.
And so that's part of the design of the structures to withstand those crashes and the resulting fires and damage that would be caused by it.
Well, it's what I was saying, though, as one floor comes down onto the other, the buildings aren't designed to withstand the upper floors coming down onto another floor. And I
but
believe...
that's not what happened.
Well,
I watched the buildings.
Once the fire weakened the members.
But that's still not what happened. I watched the buildings collapse, and they collapsed from the bottom down. The top didn't come down on a certain floor and then cause a domino effect through the floors down through the building. That's not what happened.
Well, the one that I saw, the collapsing started where the plane hit the building, and then it dominoed on down to the bottom.
Which building was that? The first one that collapsed?
I believe it was the second one, but I don't know.
The second one, I was watching that very clearly, and it collapsed exactly like a building that was being collapsed by a professional demolition team from the bottom. It just went down. The whole building just collapsed in upon itself.
Well,
and the first one. From the camera angle, the only camera angle that I've ever seen, it's mostly obscured by the building that remains standing, and you can't really see what happened there.
The only one that I'm referring to is one that started near the top, where the plane hit, and just went down from that point.
Well, you saw something that I didn't see, because I didn't see any of them do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't been able to watch a lot of it, but that's what I saw.
Well, they're showing it over and over and over again, so you'll be able to watch it again and again and again and again and again, probably for the next 6 months.
Right. But anyway, they can only design these things to withstand a certain number of forces, and I just saw that as just something way beyond the design capacity of the building, where one floor just the weight of that up the upper levels coming down on the other ones just sheared the beams, and it just went gained momentum all the way down to the bottom.
No, that's not what I saw happen.
But reinforced concrete is fireproof with a lightweight material, and they don't wrap rebar around the beams and columns and pour concrete over that. I've never seen that, and it would be way too heavy to just be a fireproofing method.
Well, according to the tour that I took of the World Trade Center building when I was in New York City, the main structural members were steel reinforced concrete. And if you'll remember, during the first attack on the World Trade Center building, they also discussed that the main structural members, where the van containing the explosives was supposed to have been parked, was near one of the main steel reinforced concrete structural members that holds the building up in the parking garage. That's on record. You can look it up for yourself. I did a lot of research about that. The only thing that saved the building from possibly coming down is somehow the van never made it to its intended spot where it was supposed to be parked and then blow up.
Well, then it's possible that the building was a steel reinforced concrete building, but that means that it wouldn't have had the I-beams and steel columns. It would have been rebar concrete. And usually,
I'm not sure about that. It could have been a combination of the two.
I've never seen that.
Did you work on the World Trade Center building?
No, but I've worked on big ones. I've done a lot of the work on the casinos in Nevada, down in Las Vegas, and the bigger buildings. And They will build the lower column sometimes out of reinforced concrete. But on that, but it's what I'm saying.
It always comes around to Bill Cooper was right. Thanks for your call. Jeez. You see, folks, I'm not kidding. I went to New York City. I took a tour of the building. They showed us, all of the stuff of the building. They talked about it. They told us how it was built. During the first attack on the World Trade Center building, it came out that the van was supposed to have been parked right next to a steel reinforced concrete main structural member of the building, and the reason that they speculated the building did not collapse when the van blew up is that it never, for some reason, never made it to the place where it was supposed to be parked. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, Bill, Jack from Delaware.
Hi, Jack.
The only thing I could find that this date is significant, this is the anniversary of the overthrow of Salvador Allende of Chile.
Well, that wouldn't apply to anything that happened this morning.
Okay, well, just thought I'd throw that in.
Okay, well, thanks for doing that research for us. And,
right, man.
And letting us know what you found. Jeez. First guy that called, no, there's no steel reinforced concrete. And, because I stood my ground, because I know that there is, because I've done my research on the World Trade Center building, he admitted that there was. And then the second one said, yeah, they do. On the lower level, steel reinforced concrete. Good evening, you're on the air. Chicken plucker. That's what we call people who, dial the phone and then don't have the guts to stay on the phone and talk. 520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm fine.
Hey, I just want to...
something's wrong with your connection.
I just turned my radio off, and I almost dropped everything. Sorry to be so slow-moving. My dad's a structural steel engineer.
Yeah?
And I asked him, what do you think happened? He said it shouldn't have happened that way from the bottom up. And he said, however, he doesn't know that much about explosives. He has yet to really figure the whole thing out, but he said it definitely should not have happened that way.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he has 48 years of structural steel engineering.
And did you ask him if they designed those buildings to be able to withstand the crash of an airplane?
No, I didn't ask him.
You ought to ask him that, because...
it's just he says he's figuring it out, and he just hasn't figured it out yet.
Yeah, okay.
But he said it just shouldn't have happened that way from the bottom up, was his comment.
Uh-huh.
But for example, he figured out the Lowe's Motor Speedway bridge collapse. So he'll eventually, I know, figure this out.
Okay.
Yeah, just thought I'd throw that in.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it was very odd to see a deserted mall at 4 in the afternoon.
I bet it was. I mean,
I took a picture of it.
That's got to be spooky, especially for a woman.
Yeah, it was. It was. And in fact, I get your meaning even better now. And I'm going to carry my video camera around tomorrow, just in case.
Okay.
Just in case. And I think that would behoove a lot of people to do that live in a large city.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm going to move on. Let someone else get on. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
And by the way, folks, my comment was not a dig against women. Men just aren't shoppers. Women are shoppers. Men aren't shoppers. When you see men in a shopping mall, they're usually there to take a break, eat some lunch, or they're going there for a specific purpose, or they were drugged there by their wives or their girlfriends. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. Boy, I tell you, I live out here in New Jersey. It's tough getting through. Most of the phone lines are down, and I'm calling on my cell. But, Bill, I couldn't agree more. When I first watched that film this morning, that video of that building coming down, it reminded me, my father-in-law said the same thing, like a demolition explosion.
Yeah, it's like the bottom dropped right out from under.
Exactly, Bill. It was just like it rolled, like when you see stadiums go down when they knock, or old buildings. We said to each other, my God, I said, the bottom part of the building looked fine, and all of a sudden, boom, it started rolling.
Yeah.
Like it was the explosion was coming from inside.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just another Oklahoma City job. Of course, the planes, that's, but yeah, I agree, Bill. Those planes couldn't have taken that building down like that.
No way.
Absolutely. Okay, Bill, look, I'll let somebody else get on.
And especially both of them.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just
Exactly,
it's a
yeah.
perfect demolition of two huge, tremendously strong towers that were built to withstand forces that you can't even imagine. And you're trying to tell me that an airplane took them down?
Yeah, no way, Bill.
No way. No way. Didn't
No,
happen.
take care.
You too. Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. By the way, you're listening to WBCQ, The Planet, 7.415 megahertz, international shortwave radio. Good evening. You're on the air.
Bill, Bud, New Jersey.
Hi, Bud.
I saw these repeated videos on television, and the way I saw it was, and I'm not an expert on buildings or anything else, but I do know about gravity. But what I saw was the top part of the building coming down and pushing the rest of the building down under it. I did not see a collapse starting from the bottom. It looked to me like that plane burned enough and heated up just enough to destroy something in that space that was on fire to weaken something. Once one piece is weak, then the rest have to pick up the strain, and I don't know if they could do that. Maybe two pieces weaken at the same time.
Well,
but then that large volume of the many floors that were on top of that open space, they have a lot of weight, and that stuff just slid down until it hit part of the rest of the solid part of the building. But the rest of the solid part of the building couldn't take the impact of that large hunk, that 1/6 of the building or whatever fraction of the building pushing down and pushing the rest of it all the way down. And I did see the top moving, and I did see the bottom not moving in one of the videos of whichever building that was that I saw at that time. Now, maybe the two buildings went differently.
Are you ever going to take a breath?
Okay.
When you call, you gotta give some. You gotta have a dialogue. You know, don't call my broadcast and try to hog the whole thing. And I'm going to say this again. That's not what I saw. What I saw was the whole building start moving down, and the plane, of course, crashed into the building and was burning. And there was a big hole in the side, but it didn't go all the way through. And if the top was going to collapse, it would have collapsed where the fire was the greatest and where the hole was. It would have toppled over, not fallen straight down. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. Just want to make a quick point. I just thought of something. Today is September. I don't know. Somebody might have brought this up already.
Well, hold on. The president's speaking, and I got to put him on the air.
Distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
Well, I don't know how much.
We're going to return to telephone calls, reaction to the president's address. And
I don't know how much of that we missed. I looked out the corner of my eye and I saw that the president was giving his talk, and so I went over. It looks to me like we just caught the end of it. Good evening. You're on the air.
Bill, Tommy from North Carolina.
Hi, Tommy.
Bill, what I saw today, and I was watching earlier this morning, was that a jar, and then the top started falling down due to the bottom, being dropped out from under it.
That's exactly what I saw.
And then that will cause a chain reaction, will bring everything down on top of it.
Yeah, that's
just like a demolition. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt.
That's okay, but that's exactly what I saw. Exactly what you just described is exactly what I saw.
Yeah, and where these people are getting at the top came down first, I don't understand that, because that's not what I saw.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right,
and thank you for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. Now, if we missed the first portion of whatever the president said, would one of you please call and tell us what it was that he said? Good evening, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Listening to Global News earlier in the day, CNN affiliate, coincidentally, but they were talking to somebody involved in the construction of the Twin Towers that said they were designed to withstand a 707.
That's exactly right. They're designed to withstand a modern jet aircraft flying directly into the side of the building and burning and doing all the destruction it can possibly do. They have to do that because planes have flown into these buildings throughout their history. I think about 3 planes have flown into the Empire State Building over the time that it's been standing.
Right.
And I remember, I don't know which building it was, but a B-25 bomber flew into the side of a building. I remember another time that a B-24 Liberator bomber flew into the side of a skyscraper. None of these buildings fell. And they all...
There was a brief speculation on the news today as to why it came down just from a plane crash when it was supposedly supposed to have been designed to withstand this kind of thing. But I heard it once and never heard it again.
Yeah. Well, it's all speculation, including what we're talking about. All I can tell you is what I saw. And I saw that building just collapse upon itself.
Well, I've watched on the Learning Channel, demolitions, and they're taking down buildings, and some of them they can't take down. They have to remine them a second time to take buildings down because they're so well engineered.
It's not easy to bring down a building, and it's really hard to make it collapse exactly straight down upon itself, and that's the art of demolition. Because if you do it wrong, it'll fall over and crush, a whole bunch of buildings, right. That it falls on. And they can't allow that to happen. Listening to a very, very, very elongated version of the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper, the most dangerous radio host in America. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, just want to make the point that today is September 11th.
Yep.
9/11, 9/11.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I just popped in my head. It might be nothing, but...
Yeah, well, I don't think it is. I mean, they're not... They're into symbolism, not jokes.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, brother.
Okay. Thanks a lot. There may be some tremendous significance to this date that we're not aware of. I'm not aware of any. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hello, Bill. This is Phil in New York.
Hi, Phil.
I just have 2 things I wanted to mention to you, Bill. First of all, September 5th through the 17th of 1978 is when the Camp David Accords took place.
Oh, yes, that's right. And one of those planes may have been headed for Camp David.
That's right. And the 11th is exactly between the 5th and the 17th.
Well, now that's very interesting because that could make sense if, and only if, the people who did this are somehow involved in the Middle East conflict.
Or if they want it to look that way.
Or if they want it to look that way, that's exactly correct.
And I have an article here. It's only 3 sentences, if I could read it, by the designer of the World Trade Center.
Go ahead.
It says, architects who designed the World Trade Center expressed shock that the 110-story towers collapsed after being struck by a hijacked passenger jetliner. The World Trade Center was completed in 1976 at a cost of $350 million, and one of the towers had survived a 1993 attack by terrorists in an explosives-filled van that killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000 others, United Press International reported. Lee Robertson, the project's structural engineer, addressed the problem of terrorism on high-rises at the conference in Frankfurt, Germany last week. Chicago engineer Joseph Burns told the Chicago Tribune, Burns said Robertson told the conference, quote, I designed it for a Boeing 707 to hit it, unquote.
Well, I rest my case. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome, Bill.
I really appreciate that. I told you, folks. See, I don't make statements unless they're true. I just don't. You know me. If I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know. If something's speculation, I'll tell you it's speculation. They designed these things to withstand the impact of a modern jet aircraft. Big passenger-carrying airliners. Good evening. You're on the air.
Actually, Bill, the feed went down.
Pardon?
I'm not getting anything on 7415 anymore.
You're not?
No. I'm getting some sort of dance music or something on the radio now.
Well,
it went dead about 45 seconds ago.
Okay, let me call them and find out what's going on.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Bye-bye.
calling. Well, I don't know. They may be doing a commercial. Will somebody from WBCQ call me if you can hear me right now and tell me if I'm on the air? Because they may have gone to a commercial or something. You know, they have to pay for the operation of the station. And so every once in a while, they just go to a commercial and, don't tell me or you or anybody. They just do it. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
The WBCQ lost your feed. But anyway, I would like to say...
Okay, then I got to hang up on you and I got to get it back.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye. Sorry, folks. I'll be right back. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. This is Tom over here at BCQ.
You lost the feed.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to call you right now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right, what number you want? Never mind. Okay, lost the feed. Here we go. I'm calling WBCQ right now. Okay, gotcha. And we should be on the air now. Uh-oh. Yep, we should be on the air now. So if you can hear me, call me and tell me if you're listening to WBCQ. Number's 520-333-4578. I need to know if we're back on the air. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yep, you're back on. That was a caller that called a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead.
Loud and clear. No, I already made my comments, actually, but...
I really didn't hear what you said because I was concentrating on the fact that we weren't on the air.
No, I had called about the global
weren't...
TV report in Canada, that the 707...
Oh, okay. You weren't the last caller then. You were the one before.
No, that's right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was getting calls while we were off the air, so you probably don't know that. Okay, thanks. 520-333-4578. Now we're back on the air. If you'd like to call and put in your 2 cents worth, man, I can't believe this. The problem that I'm having with my speech because of the stroke that I had, it got real bad earlier today, and I was struggling through it and, going to the other feeds and sort of giving myself a rest. And I'm still having a problem, but not as bad as I was, and I'm talking much more, so seems to be being alleviated somewhat, which I'm very, very happy about. Good evening, you're on the air.
Good evening, Bill Cooper. How you doing?
Good.
The
turn your
last caller,
turn your radio off right now.
I told my kid I'd have to do that. He wanted me to turn it off. The last caller you had, he said he was gonna say 3 lines about the structure of the Trade Center buildings.
Yeah. What did you lose?
We didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't hear that? He read from a newspaper article or a magazine article. I forget which it was. It was either a newspaper or a magazine article where the actual structural designers and architects of the World Trade Center building actually stated that they were absolutely shocked that the buildings collapsed because they had designed the building to take the full impact of a crash of a Boeing 707. That's a big airplane.
Yeah, it is. All right. I guess that's about it.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot.
Now, if nobody heard that, I can ask him to call back and read it again, and maybe he should do that because I think you all should hear it.
This was something that was said today?
It had to be said today because they were expressing shock that the building collapsed.
Well, it probably
That
wasn't-
the buildings collapsed.
Probably wasn't out of a newspaper then, would it have been?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I think he said that he was reading it. I'll tell you that.
I thought he said that too.
Well, he might have been reading it in a New York paper.
Maybe he wrote it down.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay. So
All right, thanks.
if you're out there, call us back and tell us again what the source is and read it again on the air. Thank you for calling. 520-333-4578. Everybody else, don't call. Let's let that last caller call again. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. This is Phil in New York. I was the one that called before.
Okay. What was the source of that quote?
Well, I'm reading it to you off of Newsmax.com. And
Okay.
while they don't give any credit for the article, the way the article reads, it looks like it's from the Chicago Tribune.
Okay, but Newsmax is a credible online newspaper. It's like Veritas.
That's right.
And they're very good. In fact, they're one of the ones that that we use to refer you to some stories that we don't carry, on our site. So go ahead. The source is Newsmax.com, which is an internet newspaper, and he's reading it right off of their copy. Go ahead.
Right. They posted this at 4:34 this afternoon, Eastern Time.
Okay.
It reads, architects who designed the World Trade Center expressed shock that the 110-story towers collapsed after being struck by a hijacked passenger jetliner. The World Trade Center was completed in 1976 at a cost of $350 million, and one of the towers had survived a 1993 attack by terrorists in an explosives-filled van that killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000 others, United Press International reported. Lee Robertson, the project's structural engineer, addressed the problem of terrorism on high-rises at a conference in Frankfurt, Germany last week. Chicago engineer Joseph Burns told the Chicago Tribune. Burns said Robertson told the conference, quote, I designed it for a Boeing 707 to hit it, unquote. And that's the article.
Okay, there you are, folks. And that has to be Newsmax.com has posted that article from the Chicago Tribune.
Right, that's the way it looks.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. They're quoting the Chicago Tribune. They say so right there.
Right.
So that's where it came from, Chicago Tribune. And Newsmax.com. You can use either one of those because that's where you're going to find the story. Thanks a lot. Thanks for
You're
calling.
welcome. Have a good one.
Thanks for calling back. Bye. Yep, thanks for helping us out with that. 520-333-4578. So there you heard it, folks. Those buildings were built to withstand the full impact of a Boeing 707. That's a huge airplane. My God. What else? What else do you need to know?
Officials and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens.
This is Tommy Thompson from the White House.
Share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the president and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
I would be absolutely shocked if the government ever stopped operating. I mean, we would have to be wiped off the face of the earth. Why do they say things like that? Good evening, you're on the air.
Good evening, Bill.
Yes.
Bill, this afternoon on the internet there was an article that stated that Kmart was pulling all of their ammunition and guns from the shelf because of a notice they had gotten from the federal government and would no longer be selling ammunition or guns.
What notice did they get?
I don't know.
Well, the story is irrelevant without knowing what the notice was.
So, but I did call our Kmart store here,
Uh-huh.
and they told me that they had removed everything from their shelves this morning. And I didn't know if that was being reported anywhere else.
Why don't you call them back and see if you can get a copy of the notice that the government gave them? I suspect, because Kmart has tried to do this before, and they were severely chastised by the gun-owning public, who said they would no longer shop at Kmart. And Kmart was also sponsoring Rosie O'Donnell, who attacked gun ownership and gun rights, and they were going to pull all their guns and ammunition out then, and they were boycotted by gun owners, and so they fired Rosie O'Donnell and kept the guns and ammunition. So I suspect that it's a lie. I don't know of any notice that the government could give to a store that would make them stop selling ammunition and guns.
Well, I doubted the source when I read it, so I did call the Kmart to find out. And the one here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, had pulled all of their stuff from the shelves.
What you need to do is go to Kmart and make them give you a copy of whatever notice it was that the government gave them that they claim forced them to stop selling guns and ammunition.
I will do that tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And let me know what you find out. Thank you for calling. Yeah, just telling us that doesn't, why? Why would they stop selling guns and ammunition? Because the government sent them some kind of a letter or something. The government doesn't have the authority to make a store stop selling guns and ammunition. I mean, they just don't have that authority. They can make you conform to whatever regulations they want you to conform to in the selling of the guns and ammunition. If they can show you that there are legitimate laws that require you to do that. But they can't make you stop selling guns and ammunition. I mean, that's preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. And so we'll see. We'll find out. Somebody will track that story down and find out why Kmart actually is doing that, if they're doing it. 520-333-4578 is the number. Now, I recommend, ladies and gentlemen, that you stop watching the television now. In fact, you should have stopped watching it hours ago. Because the more you watch it, the more they're going to brainwash you into accepting whatever it is that they're going to foist upon us that's going to take away our freedoms as a result of what happened today. The more you watch them repeat that and keep brainwashing you with the fact that nothing's ever going to be blah, 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 the more you're going to be willing to accept whatever it is that they come out with. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Cooper. This is TJ calling from Central Massachusetts. I actually do still have my TV on, and I wanted to note this. All afternoon they've been showing the towers collapsing, and I just heard your information about how it didn't look like they collapsed from the top down, and I was going, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, they did go from the top down. They've stopped showing that footage now. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, why?
Because they don't want us to know that there's no way that just those planes could have brought down those towers.
Yeah.
They've stopped showing the footage. They keep showing the plane, the second plane, because they have that,
But they're not showing the buildings collapse anymore.
But they're not showing the collapsing anymore. They're showing the pandemonium in the streets and the dust coming down all the blocks down. And
you'd be absolutely amazed at who listens to this broadcast.
and so I was sitting here thinking, I was watching that, and the towers came down, from the. It looked almost like not necessarily the top down, but from where the buildings were damaged down, and then they fell straight down. And you're absolutely right. It looked like it was a demolition.
Yeah.
And they have stopped showing that immediately on TV. And this reeks again of what happened during the Oklahoma City, the Mira Federal building.
Yep.
And I remember that distinctly.
Mm-hmm.
I was in my college dorm room when I watched that. And during the course of the day, the story went from, there were 2 explosions, and then they stopped showing overhead video, and they started feeding us with the lines about the Ryder truck out front, da-da-da-da-da. The story's evolving right in front of our eyes, and most of us can't even see it.
Yeah, and the stories about the secondary explosives that were not detonated in the original blast, and I mean blasts, plural, that brought the building down, to that there was just one explosion and one charge, and that was in the truck, and there were no more. And that's all a lie.
And I also enjoy. Well, I shouldn't. I haven't enjoyed anything today, to be honest with you.
Me either.
Except the.
I did enjoy the sandwich that Doyle brought me, and I thank him so much for that. I was so hungry. That's the only thing I've enjoyed today.
The one thing that I did note, and I noted this to some of my coworkers. First of all, they immediately started to peg Osama bin Laden, who, you know.
Now, how do they know?
How do they know? First of all, this guy is.
If they know it was Osama bin Laden, they must have known that it was going to happen before it happened.
Well, there are some people claiming that he sent out a warning 3 weeks ago, but of course nobody can substantiate that. Nobody knows where he is, supposedly.
Do you believe that?
Fox need everybody to.
Fox News, just a few months ago, sent a cameraman and a reporter right to Osama bin Laden, sat down and interviewed him.
Right. How'd they find him, but nobody else can?
Yeah, and they claim that Osama bin Laden helped Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols bring down the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. How in the world could Terry Nichols and Timothy McVeigh find this guy when the whole intelligence apparatus of the United States government can't find him?
But there's just two more things that I want to bring up. And,
you see, I think they know where he is all the time, but he helps them.
Exactly.
All this stuff is leading us into world governments, taking away our freedoms. It's eventually going to cause them to justify disarming the American people. You wait and see.
Exactly. There's just two more things that I wanted to bring up. The first was, and I forget the name of the gentleman, but he's on one of the select intelligence committees. He was being interviewed, I think it was by Fox News.
Senator Allen.
Okay, that's who it was. And they mentioned, New World. They didn't say New World Order at all, but they mentioned that, we're looking at a New World situation kind of a thing. And one of the things that stuck out today was an interview with the two senators from New York, Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer. And I thought it was very interesting that Chuck Schumer said flat out, America cannot turn back from this. And that's a direct quote.
Yeah, well, you better listen to him because he's one of the biggest traitors and sleazy, stinking scumbag snakes that ever lived.
I saw that right away when I saw the footage of the hearings on the Waco Commission.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bill. God bless you, and I'm going to be sending in some donations to help out.
Thank you for calling.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Yeah, it was Schumer that said a flashbang is not a grenade, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself for calling it a grenade. Do you think our police officers would be throwing grenades into homes and houses? These are not grenades, they're flashbangs. I got news for you. You look at the crate they come in. I used them in Vietnam. They are concussion grenades. They are deadly. They will kill you. They'll blow your arms and legs off, and a whole bunch of other things. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, hey, Bill.
Yeah.
How you doing? This is Rick in Taunton.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah, I just called Kmart.
Yeah.
They said it was Kmart Corporation ordered that.
Ordered it for what? For what reason?
The girl didn't know. She told me to call back in the morning and speak to the manager.
Okay.
So you want me to do that?
Absolutely.
All right, and I'll let you know.
We want to know why.
Okay, Bill. God bless.
Thanks
Later.
for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. And I sound like I'm far away because I had to walk over and throw one of these tape wrappers in the trash. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hey, Bill. This is Bart again.
Hi, Bart.
I was just watching ABC News right now.
Yeah.
And they had a...
Are they blaming militia and patriots yet?
No.
Okay.
Luckily. They were discussing why the buildings came down so fast. And, and they were saying that structural and civil engineers were saying that they actually talked to the firm that designed the building, and they said that it was designed to take a hit, and it wasn't the collisions that took it down. That they were saying that it believes it was the fire from the jet fuel that weakened the structure, and then it took it down. Now, however, there's a third building that's in part of that complex called 7 World Trade Center, and it's a 40-something story building. It's a very short building that's next to the 2 Twin Towers. And actually, they asked, do you know why that building came down? And they said, no, we don't. And they showed real quick footage where you see the building just come down from, you can only see the tops of the buildings in the shot.
And it came down also.
Yes, it just comes straight down as if it was demolished. Yep.
Somebody blew those buildings up from the bottom.
Yeah, and if at the least.
No plane hit that third building, did it?
No.
And the other two didn't fall on it, did they?
No.
It just came right down, didn't it?
That's right. And what it looks like from what they keep showing the footage here is that possibly, I don't know if this is possible, but it appears that explosions might have been occurred at the same places where the planes impacted, because reviewing this footage that they keep showing over and over again, it does appear that the whole tops of the buildings do come down on the rest of the building at about where the planes impacted. But the third building definitely just came down, just straight down.
Third building came straight down. It's not connected to the other two.
Nope.
The other two didn't fall on it.
Nope.
It's a third separate building altogether, and it collapsed, and no plane flew into that.
That's right, and it went straight down.
Wow.
Didn't teeter or anything like that.
Well, you see, I didn't even know about that one.
I just learned about it right now. And
Were you running tape, I hope?
No. I just flipped it on. And
I hope somebody was running tape. What network was that on?
This is on ABC.
I hope somebody out there was running tape on ABC when they just showed that footage, because we need that. That's proof positive. There's no way that anybody can refute that those buildings were blown up and brought down intentionally if what Bart just told us is true. But we need it on tape. Somebody get that on tape for us, please. Gee, Bart, I'm glad you were watching. I know that was Janelle watching also?
No, she's not here right now.
Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping for another witness. So nobody could call in and say you didn't see that. I hope somebody else was watching ABC and saw that. If there is a third building that collapsed just like the other two did, no plane crashed into it.
Nope.
And it came down.
It's funny because the anchor right here on Channel 7, I just blanked out on his name, but he even specifically asked the civil engineer named John Magnuson.
I need you to talk a lot louder, Bart. I can't hear you.
The anchor even asked the civil engineer who was being interviewed, do you have any idea why the third building came down? He said, I have no idea. And also, they stated that people have expressed that they believe that someone like a civil engineer or a structural engineer may have been a part of this. And this person being interviewed said he sure hoped not, that civil engineers would be wanting to protect life, not take life.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. Give me a break. There's criminals in every occupation, in every profession, and somebody would have to know something about the structure of those buildings to do this.
Yes. And what's really interesting is that this civil engineer, John Magnuson, he stated that the towers were built in the 60s, and they were, at the time, of course, they were at the pinnacle of design, and they were built with major redundancy. Actually, the columns, he said, were 39 inches from center to center. So the columns were 39 inches apart, whereas in modern buildings, they're about something like 10 feet apart.
Uh-huh.
And so they're actually built very, very strong, and yet, level to the ground now.
Yeah. Did he talk about the structural, what they were made of? Reinforced concrete, steel beams, or what?
There was a report, there was an audio report by one of the reporters on Channel 7 that said that it was steel beams that connected all the floors to the quote-unquote skin of the building, which when those steel beams got to 1,500 degrees for an extended period of time from this jet fuel, then would have weakened, which then caused the top part of the building to collapse upon each other and then go straight down.
Yeah, that's all conjecture.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's, and again, that's certainly not what I saw. I saw the building collapse as if a professional demolition team had set the charges and wired that building and collapsed it, and it went straight down. It didn't fall over sideways or anything else. I mean, both of them fell exactly straight down. Do you know how hard that is to do? Yeah. Professional demolition companies that are hired to bring down buildings have to study the structure of the building for sometimes weeks or months, and place the charges very carefully to make sure that happens so that they don't damage any other buildings in the area. And sometimes they still damage other buildings. That's extremely difficult to do.
That's right. And, the way that I see it, it appears that, the plane's head doesn't even phase the building.
No, they don't even shake.
That's right. And actually, I just saw a new clip just right now while we were talking here that was actually from the ground level looking up at a person where in the background you can actually see the plane impact the building.
Yeah.
Like right above his head.
Wow.
And the building does not move whatsoever. So if there was an explosion, it appears that maybe it was in the planes themselves and set to go off right afterward, but that doesn't explain the third building.
No, it doesn't explain the third building. It doesn't explain how they came down all the way to ground level. It just doesn't explain it, and it's not going to.
Yeah, and if there is other witnesses who did hear the explosion, or we can get tape on that like we did with the Oklahoma bomb.
Oh, I'd love to be able to do that. Yeah. How did you like that tape we had on the Oklahoma bomb? You could distinctly hear 2 explosions.
That's right. Well, we had the seismographs on it, too.
Yeah, we had the seismographs, too. And the government still denied it all. That's amazing. Well, thanks, Bart. Are you listening to the broadcast?
I can never. I tried it again just for the hell of it. I can't pick you up here on the West Coast and where I'm at geographically with the hills.
Do you have a long line out?
Yes.
Wow, that's weird.
I can't pick it
You
up.
must be in one of those weird sinkholes or something where nothing just penetrates. Because we do have listeners in California.
Yes, and it's. I know shortwave and cell phones have nothing.
Shortwave is very strange. Yeah. It works in some areas real loud and clear, in others it's very difficult to receive, and in others, if you don't have the right antenna, you'll never get it, and if you do have the right antenna, it'll blow you right out of the house.
And in addition to that, where I am here, there's only one cell phone company that I get any signal. Everything else I get zero signal whatsoever, and I have to use cable. I can't use an aerial antenna for TV either.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay, Bill.
Thanks, Bart.
No problem.
Appreciate it
Okay.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
Well, there you go, folks. And I'll tell you right now, Bart doesn't tell lies. He's an eyewitness. He saw it on television. They showed the clip. There's a third building that also collapsed that was not hit by an aircraft, and no part of the other buildings fell on it. Over again, because I don't know if I missed something that you might have said.
Well, I've been surfing and watching the television, and just recently they have been replaying some of the video from earlier today, and especially the second tower. It shows this thing pancaking on itself starting from the top.
I've watched it over. I've got a television set right here in front of me. I've watched it over and over and over again, and this whole building collapses in upon itself
starting from the top.
Exactly as if it were demolished by a professional demolition firm that was hired to bring the building down.
Well,
that's what I see. I've watched it over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, the one I saw, I know that the building collapsed, pancaking on itself, starting from the top and coming straight down.
Well, that's not what I see.
Well, that's what I saw on the second one, because there's a tower, there's a radio tower or something on top of that, and that thing came perfectly straight down, and it was
the whole building comes perfectly straight down.
Well, that's true, but it started from the top. It didn't start falling down from the bottom. It started from the top.
Well, that's not what I see.
Well, then you need to get new glasses, Bill.
No, I don't need new glasses.
Well, you sure as hell do, because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, sir, but I do know what I'm talking about. Now, I didn't call you a liar about what you saw, and I'm certainly not going to let you do the same to me. I have been sitting here watching it all day long, and that's what I see. I have watched many buildings come down on purpose. And that's exactly what it looks like is happening here. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Bill, it's Linda.
Hi.
I just see interesting quote on the engineering website about the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And it's in relation to the previous bombing there a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It says on February 26, 1993, a large bomb inside a van in the parking garage underneath the World Trade Center was detonated, killing 6 people and injuring 1,042. the bomb was 1,200 pounds of urea nitrate, comparable in size to the Oklahoma City bomb, causing a tremendous release of energy with not a single place to go because it was all closed in. While the explosion created an enormous crater, where the parkade used to stand, the terrorist intention to topple the 110-story building was thwarted by Yamasaki's engineering skill. That's the designer of the building. Because of the load-carrying role of the exterior steel columns, and the foundation was unaffected by the blast.
All right.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and we have another quote from the people who designed it, who say that it was designed to take the full impact of a 707 commercial jetliner.
Yeah. Well, I was looking for that, and I saw this.
You'll find it on the Newsmax.com site.
Okay.
If you want to, get that. Also, we've discovered that there was a third building that also came down.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that all afternoon.
How did it come down? Because no plane hit it, and no part of the other two buildings came down on it.
Right.
Why did it come down?
Well, there's a fourth building that came down. I don't know whether you heard about that. There was the third one was another part of the complex there.
Yeah, it's about, according to what I heard, it's about 48 or some odd stories high.
Yeah, and the other one is a Marriott building.
Yeah, and it came down too.
Yeah.
Why did it come down?
I don't know. It just collapsed. Just presto changeo. It was on the ground, just like the other ones.
There you go. It's 4 buildings, folks.
Yeah. Magic.
Was it immediately adjacent to the World Trade Center buildings?
I'm not clear on that. It was. I'm not clear of where it was. I got the impression that it was like across the street from that third building that came. But I don't know. All I know was that it was the Marriott.
Wow. Well, that's incredible. That's another building that I didn't know anything about. Now we got 4 buildings down. One of which we know a plane did not hit, and no part of the other 2 buildings came down on top of it. There's no reason why that third building should have collapsed, and we didn't know anything about the Marriott.
Well, I'll watch the local news, but they're saying there's looting going on in New York now too.
It wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even surprise me a bit. Linda, did you watch the buildings collapse? Did it look?
I saw one of them collapse.
What did it look like to you?
It looked exactly like a controlled detonation. It was perfect.
Have you been listening to this broadcast?
For the past couple of hours, but I knew that when I saw the thing fall down, which was before I heard you on the air this evening.
So you saw what I saw.
Yeah.
Basically, it looks exactly to me like it was brought down by a demolition team that knew exactly what they were doing.
Exactly. Well, there's been other examples of buildings that actually had structural failure, like there was a walkway that collapsed, like in a dance club, something like that, and they collapsed like cardboard boxes, and they didn't just disintegrate like this building did.
No, and they don't come straight down ever. They fall over, or pieces of them fall out, or sides of them fall off.
Right.
But they don't collapse in on them all the way to the bottom like these buildings have done.
I know.
And if you look at the pictures, and I've only seen a couple of them all day long, when they show the base of the buildings, you can see what's left of the structural members of the building all cut at the same height. And that's about 100 feet above the ground, I'm estimating. I don't really know if that's the proper height because I don't have any perspective to measure it by. It could be lower than that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those.
So there we go. And now we got to find out what brought down the third building and what brought down the Marriott. I had no idea. I didn't even know about the Marriott, and until Bart called, I didn't know about the third building either.
Well, I'll see what I can find, and I'll send you something.
Okay, you're okay. Please, do that. And if you find anything out, before 8 p.m. tonight, call back on the air.
All right.
Thanks, Linda.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening. You're on the air. Hello.
Oh, Bill?
Yeah.
I can hardly hear you.
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Well, good. what I want to say, I don't think you people seen what I seen. See, that plane didn't actually hit that building. What happened was the fuel tank on the plane blew up before it hit the building. And then, if you look real close...
Wait a minute. Which plane are you talking about? The first one or the second one?
The second one. Well, both of them, actually. The fuel tank blew up, like in Flight 800. You remember that? Huh? Okay, and then if you look real close, there was a yellow Ryder truck drove by, and that's what blew that building up, see?
Take a hike. I don't know who that guy was, but I watched. I didn't see the first plane hit the first building. I don't even know if anybody's got any footage of that, but I saw the second one hit, and it flies right into the building. No fuel tank blows up before it hits. It's nothing like TWA Flight 800, and I have been watching all day long. It's right here in front of my nose, and nobody has ever shown any footage of any Ryder truck. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hey, Bill, this is Mike from Indiana.
Hi, Mike.
I guess how it's going because I know how it is. Anyways, I can second, I seen the ABC footage of that other building coming down.
Okay, was it hit by any of the other two buildings?
No, it really didn't appear that way at all. In fact, it was hours and hours and hours. In fact, it just happened at about dusk New York time. And when it came down, it came down, there's no doubt, from the bottom. There's just no doubt about it.
Well, there you go, folks. There you go. What's this about the Marriott?
Well, from what I understand, 4 buildings have come down, and then supposedly there's more that are structurally unsound, and they might have more coming down.
So they're structurally unsound from what?
Well, that's just it. I don't know, actually. I'm more or less, trying to listen to your program and just sort of just watching, the footage. I'm not trying not to listen so I don't get anything put into my head that I don't need.
Yeah, well, you don't need it, to tell you the truth.
Right.
And all you're going to hear for the next few weeks and maybe even months is this tremendous brainwashing campaign, and it's over and over and over how terrible it was and how many people lost their lives and how many people were wounded and how terrible it is and how it justifies what the government's going to do and who they're going to attack and the laws that they're going to pass, and it's going to be sickening. It's literally going to be sickening.
Hey, Bill, I just have a little statement. I've listened to you for many, many years now, and one thing that is not surprised me, but one thing I have to say is that when you say you predicted this stuff, you absolutely did. I mean, I remember reading Behold a Pale Horse about, a terrorist attack in the heartland. And I remember after that happening, you said it's going to go to New York or somewhere in the east, some big thing there. And I remember you also made a statement that always stuck with me. You said that, and maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's something to the effect of they wanted to bring down the World Trade Centers the first time, they didn't do it. And you said it wouldn't shock you if it happened again.
That's right.
And so, I mean, this stuff, I mean, and there's no doubt in my mind that you've been correct all along. So, and I'm sure I know you don't want to be. But
no, I certainly don't want to be. But if people would just listen to me and understand what the agenda of these globalists really is, and stop concentrate on trying to prove me wrong, but understand that if they don't get a grasp on this and stop it, they're going to lose their country, their freedoms, and everything that they ever valued forever. And they're going to be relegated to like third world status. If you want to know how they're going to end up living, go down to Tijuana.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that's about all I have to add, but, thank you for the good work. And I just want to say to the listeners out there, you've paid for a lot of programming tonight, and I know that your listeners supported now, so let me just say as a viewer to all the other viewers to definitely let's support Bill Cooper tonight because he's putting a lot on the line to be with us tonight and help us out.
Well, that's not really true because I'm here because Alan Weiner called me this morning, and he actually wanted me on a lot earlier than what I came on to do this all day long.
Okay, well, I just tuned in, so obviously that's something I don't know, but I still know your listeners supported. So. But
we still need the donations, and we still are listener supported, and we still don't have any money, and we need it badly. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, please send your donations, and I'm going to give you the address right now. It's HOTT, in care of 101.1 FM, P.O. Box 940. That's P.O. Box 940, Eagar, spelled E-A-G-A-R, Arizona. And this is the most important part, 85925. If you just put HOTT, H-O-T-T, and 85925, and, you know, somewhere on there put P.O. Box 940, it'll get here. And that's the truth. The zip code will get it right to my post office. The box number will get it in the box.
And I'm sure let's support Bill Cooper. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you for calling.
You have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, folks, I certainly don't like being right about any of this. I really, really do not. And I did make that statement. They tried to bring it down the first time. They didn't do it. I said it wouldn't surprise me. In fact, I think that they'll try again, and I think the second time they'll be successful. That's what I said. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello, Bill. About 21 minutes ago on ABC, they showed a close view of one of the two twin towers coming down.
Uh-huh.
The guy was, I'm guessing, about 2 blocks away, so the angle was right up at the building. And in spite of that view was quite clear in contrast to some of the rather ambiguous footage that they had been showing in some other shots, which were from further away.
Uh-huh.
Now, of that view, you could see the building. They're just taking a picture of the fires.
Uh-huh.
And then all of a sudden, you see this top part starting come crashing down and gradually going down the floors.
Uh-huh.
Now, I don't know whether that was the Tower 1 or Tower 2. I can't tell you that. But it was quite clear in that view. And then another view that they had showed right after that from a little further away. And it showed it that way also, and it was quite unambiguous that it started at the top. And the engineer who was on a little earlier than that, he said that the buildings, although they were made to withstand the impact of a plane, and obviously they did because they stood for another half hour. And although a 707 I don't think is bigger than a 767 that hit the building. Anyway.
Wait a minute. I don't know what the comparative size is between those two planes, but I don't think the difference is going to be substantial.
I agree with you. I don't think it is substantial. The building did stand for quite a long time, and the construction engineer said that the buildings are made to withstand fires, but not the fires of lots and lots of jet fuel in there, and he thinks that the jet fuel was burning at a temperature higher than the 1,500 or 1,600 degrees that the building at that height is designed for.
That could be possible.
And that's what he says.
Were you rolling tape on this?
Actually, I was rolling tape on CBS, and I have not watched CBS. I've been watching ABC because I'm rolling the tape on CBS.
If you have a tape of what you've just described, I'd like for you to send me a copy so that I can look at it, because I haven't. I'm watching C-SPAN 2, and they haven't shown anything like what you described.
What you need is a tape of what came across on ABC about 25 minutes ago. I don't have it. I've got CBS on my tape.
Uh-huh.
So I'm sure somebody probably has ABC taped.
We need another tape from ABC too, the one of the third building coming down, which I didn't even know about.
I believe those other. Oh, and one of those pictures of the tower coming down. I think the building, of course, is going down by gravity. It's not going to topple. No way can those things fall over. Gravity prevents that. They have to collapse straight down. Gravity only allows for that. And as they're collapsing down, I think the stuff is falling down on the inside, and then one of the walls falls outward and lands up to a block and a half away from the looks of it in the picture that I saw.
Wow!
Some hours ago.
I wish that you'd been rolling tape, because I would really like to.
Well, I don't know what's on my tape, so we'll have to see what's on that stuff.
Take a look at it.
Well, when I'm done taping.
Okay.
I got one tape filled and another one at 4-hour mark, I think.
Uh-huh.
But this stuff that came out from this building started a lot of fires, and those other buildings just could have been burned out on the inside and then came down. I don't know, but
I saw some other buildings burning after the two collapsed and all the dust and smoke and stuff cleared away. I did see some other buildings burning, but I don't know what they were, or even where they were in relationship to
They
the
never tell you.
to the towers or these other two buildings that we've been talking
And
about.
all these videos, they don't have a compass on them, so you never know which way they're pointed and what the angle is.
Yeah.
Okay, good night. I'll leave it for somebody else.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Folks, don't be surprised when different people who see the same thing see it differently. Now, if you don't believe me, it happens all the time. Ask any police detective who interviews witnesses of any bank robbery, murder, or anything else. Everybody sees something different. All I'm telling you is what I see right here on C-SPAN 2, and some other people have seen it differently, and some other callers have seen exactly what I've seen. Nobody has seen anything other than those two scenarios, so whatever happened has got to be one of those two. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill, Ken from Delaware again.
Hi.
The third building that came down, that was the number 7 World Trade Building. That was a 47-story building, approximately a block and a half, cat-a-corner away from number 1 World Trade Center. What they were saying was that debris from the collapsing buildings impacted that on the side, and then that caused that building to structurally fall. And there was a live interview on MSNBC when that incident occurred. I saw it, and it looked like you heard a rumble, like a constant rumbling noise. I don't know if I had tape running or not. I have to check the VCR whether it was on or not.
Did you see the piece of the other building hit this third building?
No, I did not see that.
But you heard somebody say that that's what happened.
That's what they said on MSNBC.
Okay.
And one other thing also on
See,
CNBC.
when Bart first told me about that, I suspected that maybe a piece of one of the two buildings that had come down had maybe hit that building and caused it to collapse. But Bart said it collapsed, like a long time later, and
it was several hours.
Yeah.
Several hours later. And they were claiming that the fire department said that building, the number 7 World Trade, was structurally unsound.
Okay.
And one other interesting fact, I was tuning across to CNBC. That number 7 World Trade building had an awful lot of ancillary offices that were connected to Wall Street located in it. That building is gone. Wall Street is not going to be open tomorrow.
Or maybe for several days. Okay.
Finally, and I don't want to hold it too long, I can get local New York radio, AM radio, here in Delaware.
Yeah.
There has been some reports of looting in the northern areas of Manhattan. And as I speak, they said the National Guard has been called into the New York City Manhattan Island, and they are currently patrolling the streets.
Yeah, the governor, Pataki, actually made an announcement on the air several hours ago saying that he had called up the National Guard, so we knew they were coming in.
Okay, let me let someone else get in, Bill.
Okay, thanks for your report on that third building.
I hope it helps.
Until Bart called, I didn't even know that any other buildings had collapsed.
Yeah,
I'm watching C-SPAN 2. I've been watching it all day long, and their coverage is quite limited, I believe, but because I'm going to them from time to time, I can't go to the other networks because I can't go to the other networks lawfully. Okay, but C-SPAN is publicly funded and receives part of the their money for operating expenses from the government, and that means I can use their feed if I want to, and so can anybody else.
There you go. Okay, have a good. Good night. Yeah, I hope we can have a good night. There you go. Let me let someone else get in.
Thanks for calling.
Right.
520-333-4578 is the number, and appreciate all your calls and all the information that you guys are furnishing. That's the way it's supposed to work. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah.
I wanted to call you and put my 2 cents in on that third building. I just seen it not long ago go down, and it went down pretty much the same as the other two did. It just went straight down.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why they would just go straight down. I thought the same thing as you, that
I don't either, because what a previous caller said, that's the only way that they can come down, and that's not true. You talk to these people who do professional demolition jobs to bring buildings down, and they'll tell you. I've talked to a lot of them. In fact, I used to teach underwater demolitions for the College of Oceaneering. I worked with demolitions underwater. I've talked to these guys many times to learn things and to become more proficient at what I know about explosives, which was initially taught to me by the United States Navy before I went to Vietnam. And they tell me that it's extremely difficult. It is not normal for a building to come straight down, and it's extremely difficult to make them come straight down.
Well, that's what I would think, too. But another thing I've noticed, all the shots, when they show you these buildings coming down, are a distant shot. It's not a good shot of the building. You don't see the bottom, and naturally, when the clouds come up, they probably could blast them at the bottom, and you would have never known it, because it would be all covered up by the debris and the smoke and everything from the thing coming down.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're right about that. Now, I've watched it over and over again all day long, and it looks to me like some professional went in there and brought that building straight down, right on itself. I mean, it didn't even deviate not 1/2 a degree from center line.
Well, the other thing that you have to worry about, too, is the fact, maybe it did happen, that it fell down on its own that way. But 3 buildings falling down that way on the same day? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, my friend. Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir.
520-333-4578. Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello. I saw the 3rd building come down on CBS in between 7:30 and 8 p.m. Central Time, which would be 6:30 and 7 p.m. Mountain Time. That was on CBS.
Okay. That's about 30 minutes ago, right?
Well, more like 45, 50 minutes ago.
All right.
I don't have a VCR, but I thought I would tell you that's what I saw, the 3rd building come down that Bart mentioned.
Yeah. And what did you see?
It was, first, they showed the 2 towers and the airplanes running into the towers.
Uh-huh.
Then after that occurred, they showed the 3rd building, which was a smaller one. It came straight down, and there was no airplane that ran into it.
Did they give any reason why that building would fall? A previous caller said that when the other 2 buildings fell, a part of one of those buildings flew over and hit that building.
I can't remember if they said anything, if there was any connection to the 3rd building or not.
Huh, okay.
But on the other side of this, if you fast forward, they'll introduce anti-terrorism legislation, and every congressman, or, the Masonic doctrine of Ordo ad Chao, on the other side, every congressman is going to be under the gun to vote yes.
Yep, that's right.
And all the networks are going to...
Yeah, and the sheeple will be screaming for it, and that CNN daytime talk show where they have this woman walking around with a microphone, everybody's sitting there, like a bunch of puppets, nodding their head, yes. They're going to be screaming for it, and talk shows all over the country, everybody's going to be calling for it. And
do you think there could have been, like, mind control people done part of this? Or?
I have no idea. I don't know who did it. I don't have a clue as to who did it.
But, in anti-terrorism legislation now, would they want to go all the way and go after the guns, too, and everything?
I don't know. They'll go as far as they can go. We know that from past experience. They'll go as far as we let them.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thanks for calling. Yeah, they will go as far as we will let them go. And, after this, when they start counting how many people are dead, and the tremendous loss and property damage and everything else, you can bet your boots it may be a long way. Good evening. You're on the air.
Bill?
Yeah?
Yeah, let me explain something. You know, they try to make us believe that that Flight 800 went down because the tank blew up.
Are you the guy that called before?
Yes, but let me explain this. They try to make us believe this. Bill?
I'm right here.
Okay. They try to make us believe. We know that plane was shot down.
Yep.
Okay. Then they try to make us believe that info bomb blew the building up in Oklahoma.
Wasn't an info bomb. It was an ANFO bomb.
Well, whatever.
Ammonium nitrate.
Yeah, sure. Everybody that knows anything, and I've been at this stuff for 38 years, but the news media tries to make us believe that all these things happened. Flight 800 was shot down by a missile. You know that, and I know that.
So you're telling me that you were making some kind of a joke before?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to show that if you believe whatever the news media is going to put out, that put this plane or put these buildings down, let's go along and believe that Flight 800 was shot down, was blown up from the tank.
A spark in the fuel tank.
Yeah, and let's believe that info bomb, even though some of the front pillars were still left standing in Oklahoma, and the ones behind it were severed. Let's believe all the bull that they tell us, huh? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I think most people already do.
Because, my dear friend, what I was trying to do is prove that we're being sold down the river. We have been for years.
Yep, you're right.
And it's done by the people who run the railroad. And it's about time the American people woke up. I've been called everything in the book for years.
And he's also being facetious about the people who run the railroad, folks.
Oh, God bless you, sir, for what you're trying to do. Because
well, thank you, and I'm sorry I missed your little humor back then.
Well,
but we were talking about such serious things. I wasn't listening for somebody to come on and tell a joke. That was the last thing I expected.
Well, it's not a joke, but if you believe the other BS they're trying to tell us, let's believe all the rest of it. You know?
Yeah, well, most people do. Unfortunately, they do.
But that's what I was trying to get across. But I thank you for your time, sir.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir.
520-333-4578 is the number. Boy, it's a long day for me, folks. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hey, this is Mike in Florida.
Hello, Mike.
I don't know if anyone caught this, but the fact is it took them a long time to come up with a casualty account.
Well, they're not going to have a complete casualty account for days.
Well, don't you think that's awful strange? That plane to me looked like a drone.
Yeah, I know, but apparently all four of these planes were hijacked and had passengers on them.
Yeah, I know that's what they reported, but the thing is they could have come up with that manifest within an hour. They never did until later in the day.
Well, sometimes they won't. Like, it took a long time for them to come out with the casualties from TWA Flight 800 and other planes that have crashed. Lockerbie, it was days before we got any list of casualties from that airplane.
Okay, I just wanted to put that input in
So
there.
it's not unusual.
Thank you.
To take a long time to come out with a list of people who died in a plane crash. Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. That's not unusual at all. For whatever reason, sometimes it takes a while. Maybe it's just to make sure that they're not releasing somebody's name who maybe wasn't on the plane. Sometimes somebody books a ticket and they never get on. Good evening. You're on the air.
Bill, it's Paul from Ohio.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, I was tuned in late to the program, and I was hearing about, I guess you're asking about why the building collapsed the way it did or whatnot.
The third building and the Marriott. We don't know why they collapsed.
Yeah, I just I don't have an overview of the layout, how the building is set up, but from what I've seen, it looks like the one side, the opposite side, they show a good side of the building, and you can tell the opposite side of the building is, sort of caving in, and everything is falling in. And I think maybe just, debris from the other buildings and, weakening the foundation and underground.
That could be. That was my first suspicion, and I asked if any part of the other buildings had fallen on it, and Bart said no. He didn't believe that it did. And then later somebody called and said that they were watching, I believe it was ABC, and they said that a part of one of the large towers that fell had fallen on this third building. But then we have also a report that the Marriott Hotel collapsed.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if some of the news programs showed an overview and just an aerial view of what happened. We're just seeing the ground view and side views. And I think on a related note, I'm a aircraft mechanic for one of the cargo carriers, and they told me not to come into work tonight. And I used to work for a passenger airline, and one of the major ones, and that security there at the airports are a joke. You could see how they could get knives or guns on the aircraft through the people who service the aircraft, and so I could see how they got control of one of them aircraft like that.
Well, they got control of 4.
Yeah. I mean,
4.
They could have done more. That's how stupid the security is.
Well, there must be something haywire, because every time I've been to an airport since they instituted all this stuff, it was a tremendous inconvenience and an insult to me to have to go through all that stuff. And of course, I wear a prosthesis, so I always set off the alarm. And they always want me to go over to the side and wave that magic wand around, and I want to stick it, where the sun don't shine. What I want to do with their magic wand. And, it could be embarrassing sometimes.
Yeah. I'm talking specifically, while the aircraft's at the gates there, the people, the back, going to the back door approach there, I don't want to go into details about it, but they, like I said, they put the passengers through hell, through security measures, it seems like.
Yeah, but you're trying to tell me that nobody else has to go through that.
Well, yeah, people who put service the beverages and food on the aircraft, they, it's
they just drive in and do it.
Yeah, I mean, no one's inspecting. No one's inspecting.
Well, I've suspected this for a long time. It's like a military.
It's very, sure they have to have an ID to get on the airport, but after that, no one's checking their clothing. Lumping boxes. It's a joke.
It's like to me, well, I was in the military for a long. I was in the Air Force and the Navy, and security in the Air Force and the Navy is also a joke.
Yeah.
If once you know about it, you could get in and blow anything up that you wanted to, and it's real simple. Although the military thinks they've got it locked up tighter than a drum, it's just not true.
You got time for a quick question?
Go ahead. I've been here since 9:30 this morning. I guess I got plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay. With the now they're pointing fingers at Bin Laden and his associates.
How do they know?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm not questioning you.
Yeah.
I'm questioning them. How do they know? How can they make these accusations when they have no idea who did this? If they do, then that means that they knew about it before it happened.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that they could know that it was some particular individual after it happened when all of the people who perpetrated it are dead.
Yeah.
Unless they knew about it beforehand.
Do they have the technology to track down somebody like that?
Let me tell you, I don't believe in they could tell me until their noses turn purple that they've never known or been able to find Osama bin Laden, and I don't believe it for one single instant. I think they're lying. Because Fox News, when they wanted to interview Osama bin Laden, they just went right straight to him.
Right.
Now, how does that happen?
Yeah. I was wondering, do they?
How could they even contact him?
Yeah. Do they?
And you're telling me that the entire intelligence structure of the United States government can't find the guy, and Fox News just waltzes right in?
It seems to me he's like their token boogeyman, to...
Well, they got to have one. Read the report from Iron Mountain, and you'll understand the whole concept of why they always have to have an enemy for the population to focus their anger on.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and let someone else on.
All right.
All right, bye.
Thanks for calling. Yeah, read the report from Iron Mountain, folks. You'll begin to understand a lot more once you've read that little treatise. Good evening. You're on the air.
Oh, okay. Finally got through. Yeah, I was talking with a guy this morning about how the buildings were coming down.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the towers. We didn't know about the other buildings then. And he was saying that they were constructed as temporary structures. They're only supposed to last 100, maybe 150 years.
Which structures?
The towers, the world.
Well, that's absolutely not true.
Well,
that's absolutely not true. I can tell you that they were never built as temporary structures. They were built as permanent structures.
Well,
and you can't build a building that high that might be subject to hurricane winds and crashes of airplanes and all kinds of things like that as a temporary building.
Because of the metal fatigue and the tubular structure of it, that it would cease to be safe after a certain number of years.
Well, that could be absolutely true, but they were never built to be temporary structures.
Well,
they were built to be strong and last for a certain number of years.
Yeah, well, okay. When I mean temporary, I mean a couple hundred years or something.
Well, that's certainly not temporary in
Yeah,
my
but
book.
it's not as
Temporary is like, maybe a year or
It's
something.
not as permanent as the pyramids either.
Well, of course not.
Okay, but he was saying that when they put it up, they had an idea about how they were going to take it down. And he's an engineer and I'm not, so I can't tell you much more than that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that what he told you it sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
That nothing, especially of that size, unless it was built like the pyramids, could be expected to last forever.
Yeah.
And I can testify, because I've been up there at the top, that just on a normal day, the top of that building swings back and forth.
Yeah, and the wind.
And it scared me. I mean, it was spooky.
Yeah.
It was spooky. And they've got a place where you can walk out, and it's like glass, real thick glass, and you can look down. It's like you're standing on air. Yeah. And you can look right straight down at the street, right below your feet. And I'll tell you, I had to get off of there real quick.
Yeah. I chose not to go up myself.
I had to get off of there real quick.
Yeah.
That really was an experience that I did not like.
Yeah. I got another thing I wanted to talk about, too, was the cell phone calls from the people on the hijacked airliners.
Uh-huh.
Including Barbara Olson calling her husband the Solicitor General. They describe plastic knives and plastic knife-like instruments and so on, which I suppose they could have gotten by the metal detector.
No problem.
Yeah, low-tech, very low-tech thing, and by doing that, they probably kept the conspiracy small because they didn't need cooperation from anybody working at the airport to let them in.
Yeah, if that's true, you're right. They wouldn't have needed cooperation from anybody, and they could have hidden those things anywhere on their body and wouldn't have set off any metal detectors or any security apparatus.
Yeah, and the networks, while they're giving us this information, they're not telling us any description of the hijackers that the people with the cell phones may have relayed. And I can't believe for an instant.
I wonder why
they didn't describe them in terms of some ethnicity or gender or anything.
I would find it hard to believe too, especially since Barbara Olson used to be a federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
And she would have been doing her best to describe everything. At least this is what I believe she would be doing.
Yeah,
people in extreme situations don't always behave as you would expect them to. So I can't say for sure that's what she'd be doing, but I imagine that Barbara Olson would have tried to describe everything that she saw, right down to the least little particular.
Finger ring and tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some of the others too, hopefully, but I don't know why they're keeping that from us.
I don't know why they would either. or even if they have that information. And it could be that everybody was so scared or shook up that maybe they didn't do that.
And maybe all the reporters are too PC to ask something that might be interpreted as profiling.
Yep, could be.
Okay.
They
Thanks very much, Bill.
They don't want to be picked on.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody that watches Larry King Live knows who Barbara Olson is. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill, that whole thing don't look right, does it, brother?
No, it doesn't.
No, I can't believe them airplanes knocked them buildings down like that.
I can't either.
And you know, the way the stock market's been going, I don't know, who knows, they may have staged this whole thing. Because it hasn't been doing nothing but going down for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, this is certainly not going to make it go up, I'll tell you.
I wonder, how far is those trade centers from Wall Street?
I don't know. When I was in New York City, I visited the World Trade Centers and went all the way to the top, but I took a cab there, and I don't know anything about New York City. And so I can't tell you. I don't know how close to Wall Street it is or how far away it might be. I know you can see those towers from everywhere. I know that. I remember that about it.
Well,
and when you're up on the top, it looks like you can see Colorado. I know you really can't, but you can see a long way from up there.
Oh, I believe it. You know, something just doesn't look right. I try to figure out all day long, how can 4 planes be commandeered about the same time to do all this kind of stuff? Without anybody knowing anything, as tight as security is supposed to be at these airports.
If this had been years ago when NORAD was doing what it was designed to do and intended to do, it would not have. It couldn't have happened. Would not have happened.
I believe that. But we've been so lax on our security, I don't know.
We don't have any security. There isn't any security.
Yeah, sometimes I even wonder. Well, nice talking to you.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
calling. In fact, we're so weak now. I chuckle, but I chuckle because I don't know anything else to do. I'm at a loss here. This whole thing is so disconcerting, and it just hurts so much. I mean, way deep down inside, to see this happen. Even though I predicted it, I knew it was coming. I've been telling you. I even predicted the city. I told you that they didn't bring down the World Trade Center the first time, and the second time they would probably be successful. And it still hurts, and it's still terrible, and I just hate it. I just can't stand it. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh, yes, I got to turn the radio off. I heard my own echo. That shook me up. Bill,
are you scared?
You gave out the number before, your private number. I got some details on this thing, and I got too much. I want to make a comment over the phone, but I don't want to rattle on. So if you said you got a private number, I could lay all the details on that.
The only number is the number you just called.
Pardon?
The only number is the one you just called. But I don't want you to call me after this broadcast. Say what you got to say right now.
Oh, I got to put this in my right ear. I got a a wireless phone, and at $20, $10 rebate, it's garbage. I get what I paid for.
Well, go ahead and say what you called about.
There was a lot of things, but the most important thing was this. I listened all day to the TV because there wasn't much about it on the... they were the ones that had all the details, not the short wave during the daytime. So I listened on the radio in the morning and then the TV in the afternoon around 12:01. And they mentioned how the plane was 50, 70 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. In the beginning, they said it was shot down. So I got to thinking to myself, maybe that was the one that was supposed to meet up with the other building, and there was a timed explosion. So there was no way to stop it, so the building came down. It would have looked a whole lot better if the plane got to where it was going. But if it was shot down, it never got to where it was going. Does that make sense? That's what I heard on the television.
I haven't heard on anything that I've been listening to or watching today that anything was shot down. I'm not saying you didn't hear that. I'm just saying I didn't hear it, and no other caller apparently has heard it either because they would have said something about it.
Well, like I say, I heard it, but it's sort of like I don't know why they said that. You know, there's a lot of things said in the beginning that aren't said at the end. That all sorts of terrorist activities. You know, things get changed. And
well, you're certainly.
I never found out about New Jersey. Why was there a crash in New Jersey, or was that where one of the planes took off towards some other point? Because all over the country they were stopping planes. You know, they were successful in stopping planes from taking off. But I don't know where New Jersey fits into the picture.
I don't either, because I haven't heard of any plane crash in New Jersey.
Yeah, well, they said there was 4 of them, 4 planes.
One hit the
Pentagon, 2 out of Boston, and the other one can only have been either the one that crashed south of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's the one.
Pardon?
4 planes. One crashed in Pennsylvania.
Right.
One hit the Pentagon, and 2 hit the World Trade Center towers.
So they keep mentioning New Jersey, and I can't figure out Boston's a factor because it left Boston. New Jersey has to be a factor only because it either left there or something cracked into there.
Take a breath.
You're right.
I haven't heard anybody say anything about New Jersey.
See,
I don't know what you're listening to or where you got. I'm watching C-SPAN too. And
I've been listening, jumping all over the place. I don't have cable, but I've been listening to a lot of different stations.
Well, what did they say?
I've been listening all day long.
Take a breath. My God, will you just stop that? Okay.
You know why? Because I can't hear you very good.
Well, if you would stop and take a breath, you would hear me every once in a while. Okay.
Well, you may be right.
You got to have a dialogue here, not a speech. Okay. And
I've got to get rid of this phone.
If you're listening, when they're talking about this New Jersey, you must know what they're talking about.
Well, I only caught the tail end of it because I leave the television and I come back later on because, you know, I got other stuff I got to do, you know.
So you keep hearing this reference to New Jersey, and every time you hear it, you're at the tail end of the conversation. You don't know what they're saying?
Well, something about it figures into it. And the only way I can figure that it figures into it is a plane took off from New Jersey or something cracked into it. I think it was Newark. I believe it was Newark.
Nothing crashed into New Jersey. Nothing. So, I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I think they're having a field day with this, and they're creating a lot of confusion by throwing a lot of rumors around.
I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about New Jersey all day.
Well, it's like you said. As far as who did it, I think rogue factions within our government set the charges, and I think terrorists, Islamics, flew the planes in. I think it was a joint effort. I'm convinced.
Well, you might be right, you might be wrong, but that's conjecture, and we don't deal in that.
Oh, I knew that something big was going down in September. I just didn't know the date. Now I know the date.
Who said that?
In Patriot circles, there was talk several months ago about something big going down in September. I tried to get more information. I couldn't get it.
Let me tell you something. I'm right at the heart of the Patriot circles, and I've never heard anything like that ever.
Well, what's interesting is the date is September 11th, which is 9/11. What is 9/11? Emergency.
Oh,
Call 9/11.
Bye. Goodbye. Don't get out in cuckoo land. Woo-woo, woo-woo. That's Art Bell material. If you want to talk that stuff, go talk to Art Bell. If you got some serious symbology that has something to do with the mystery schools, that is the trademark of the people who have done these other things and always leave their trademark, then we can talk about that. But if you want to go off in woo-woo Art Bell land, I don't want to hear it, period. Go somewhere else. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Bill, it wouldn't surprise me if that one plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was going for something highly symbolic. To hit the Pentagon, the Twin Towers of Babel over there in New York.
Well, they said earlier today, after the Pentagon was hit, that there was a definite threat against the White House. But the plane wasn't headed toward the White House. It was headed toward Camp David, which doesn't mean that it wouldn't have made a course change and gone for the White House. But this is all conjecture.
Right. Well,
and conjecture really, doesn't belong here. We don't know.
Right.
We don't know. We just don't know.
I think, just hitting the Pentagon was more or less a very highly symbolic thing, and I think the Washington Monument probably would have been a target, Washington Monument.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I was a terrorist, I'd hate to waste my life on a monument.
Well, that's possible. I had a friend call me today who was really excited and all upset, and I don't want to get woo-woo Art Bell on you, but I just wanted to pass this along to you. He was like astounded. I guess apparently he saw a movie in the 1980s that Orson Welles narrated. It was about this prophet Nostradamus.
Yeah.
And apparently Nostradamus said that there would be twin towers in New York City that would be engulfed in flames by mechanical birds. And he was just blown away. I don't know if this is true or not. I kind of vaguely remember this movie.
I remember it. In fact, I have a copy of it, and they made this boogeyman up to look exactly like Saddam Hussein, who was supposed to be the Antichrist in the Middle East, who would rise up and cause a war, and then, you know, what happened after that was the Gulf War, and everybody made the connection with Saddam Hussein. But I don't remember any Nostradamus prophecy about the Twin Towers being knocked down by mechanical birds. But that doesn't mean it wasn't in there.
Yeah,
I just don't remember it. But I'll tell you this: this Nostradamus prophecy stuff is the biggest crock of crap that you'll ever see in your life. He wrote these in coded quatrains, which nobody has ever been able to decode.
Right.
So all these prophecies of Nostradamus claiming to know what he wrote and what he was trying to say is just a bunch of nonsense.
Right. I think I recall remembering something about a nuclear holocaust in the Middle East, and then something to that effect. But who knows? It's like highly possible that something. I mean, if they've gone this far, there could be something definitely nuclear, some sort of nuclear attack or terrorism or even a nuclear war.
There could be. I've been telling you for years that if they don't get their way, if all of this stuff that's happened does not enable them to bring about their world totalitarian socialist government, disarm the American people, and create their new world order, they'll blow up an American city with an atomic bomb. They will do it. I've said it probably a couple of hundred times.
Yeah, well, I know this.
They'll do whatever it takes to get what they want. That's to enslave the human race under a world totalitarian socialist government. Reduce the population of the world to what they call a manageable level. Do away with the ownership of private property. And if you read the whole Communist Manifesto, it's right there. That's their goal. That's what they want.
Right. And all I can do at this point, Bill, is for me to go on some of the local talk shows that are going to be pretty heated up. And I'm just going to say, I don't want my safety. I want my freedom. Don't give me your safety. I want my freedom. We live in a very hostile environment. Anything can happen, but I don't want all my freedoms and liberties taken away over this.
Yeah. Me too. I'd rather be free living in a ditch than secure, surrounded by guards living in the Taj Mahal. That's me. Pretty simple guy. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
520-333-4578 is the number. Pretty spooky stuff this morning. I'm amazed, folks, and I am so thankful that it stopped when it did. At first I thought, geez, this is going to go on and on and on. First there was one plane, then two planes, then three planes, then four planes, and then they were talking about four more planes that had been hijacked that nobody could find, and that turned out to be baloney. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hi, Bill. This is Bob from New Jersey.
Hi.
That former caller of yours talking about the New Jersey thing, one of the flights was from Newark to San Francisco, and that's the one that made the U-turn over Pennsy or Ohio or something and crashed in Pennsylvania.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah, there was a guy on the radio today, I thought, I don't know if it'd be interesting to you. When the building collapsed, he was taking pictures with a video cam, and he was running away from the scene when he saw the building start to come down.
Yeah.
And he said he just got around the corner of a building, and this cloud, you know, from the collapse, blew him across the street. So, I mean, the rush of air from all that debris falling down must have been something tremendous.
Oh, I can imagine that it was probably unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't anywhere near it.
Me too.
All right, just figured I'd clarify that point for you.
Thanks for calling.
Good night.
520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Bill. I just want to let you know about two things that I happened to hear on the TV today. I live here in New York, and I was hearing some eyewitnesses being interviewed that had evacuated from the World Trade Center building. And one of the women was saying that she believes that there was bombs in the lobby because when she eventually made her way down to the lobby, it was destroyed, the lobby, and she believes that bombs had already gone off down in the lobby, which would be a little bit interesting since, the planes had impacted the upper part of the building.
Yeah.
And also, I heard a few other people mention things similar to that as well. And also something else that I saw that was interesting as well, I'm not sure if you heard about it, but CNN and also the local NBC station here went to Afghanistan, and they showed you some type of military strike taking place, and they announced that the U.S. was retaliating for, Osama bin Laden.
That's what I heard. And when C-SPAN 2 went to BBC was showing that, and they claimed that the United States was attacking Kabul, which is the capital city of Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's true or not.
Right, because I heard that, and then supposedly then we heard that the U.S. was denying that they are, doing that, and they showed video, and they showed you anti-aircraft fire going up in the air, and it looked like cruise missiles landing into certain buildings, and you saw like what they said was a fuel dump burning. So I don't know what, who was involved in that, but it was a little bit of a strange timing.
That's really spooky. I mean, why if our government's doing it in retaliation for these terrorist attacks, why would they deny it?
Right.
And why would somebody be showing an attack taking place that's not happening?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is just really way out there.
Right, and also that something I thought was a little bit strange too this morning. President Bush came on. This was, I guess, about 9:10 approximately. That I kind of remember, 9:15, and he already announced that this was a terrorist act. And since the thing was so current and so recent, it was just a little bit unusual that somebody, a public official, would be so confident to acknowledge so quickly that it was some type of terrorist thing.
Unless they knew it was going to happen before it happened. And I'm telling you right now, they knew that the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City was going to be blown up before it happened. They did nothing to stop it.
Right. It would just be kind of interesting because I know there's some federal government employees in the World Trade Center. It would be kind of interesting to find out if a similar thing happened like in Oklahoma.
You mean like they didn't go to work that day?
Yeah, right. It'll be interesting to see who didn't go to work that day. So I thought those two incidents were interesting. And they didn't even have any. That story was completely dropped about the attack in Afghanistan, and also the story was completely dropped about people saying that there was bombs in the lobby, and also some of the reporters that were on the street were saying they would feel like explosions and rumbling occasionally.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear any mention of that either. So, all right, Bill.
Well,
just wanted to contribute that.
Thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, that's real weird that they would show footage of the capital of Afghanistan being attacked by cruise missiles and airplanes and anti-aircraft batteries shooting guns up into the air and things blowing up and all that kind of stuff, and then everybody denies that they're doing it. What's that all about? Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, Bill, I've got a couple of things. One, I don't know if anyone's mentioned it yet, but the Japanese Red Army has claimed responsibility for the bombing.
That's so far out, it's pathetic.
Well,
why would the Japanese Red Army want to do that?
Well, the reason that they, whoever called it in said was in retaliation for Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Well, now, if that's true, I could understand it.
I don't know. I can tell you where that press release is if you're interested.
Yeah, where is it?
It can be found at indymedia.org.
At what?
Indy, I-N-D-Y, and then media.org.
Okay. I'll check it out when I go off there. By the way, folks, I'm calling it quits at 8 o'clock. I've been on since 9:30 this morning. I think we've discussed just about everything in the world that we can talk about. And I'm going to make it till about 8.